Crew was Hulk Smash.
Yeah, the thing is, usually, of course, they use voice effect on it. So I had to practice. But the funny thing is, I remember like the first time I sent my audition clips because I'm French Canadian, so I was not pronouncing the H properly. I was saying Hulk, Hulks. But then like the audio director was like, man, you need to like Hulk. You need to get the H in there. So I was like, okay. So I found the line in one of the movie where saying that, and I put that on repeat, and I practiced it for 3 hours. And at some
No
point,
way.
my landlord called me because my neighbor called my landlord because she was worried about my mental health because I just kept doing the exact same thing for like 3 hours. So I was like, is he okay? Is he? So I was like, I started to laugh. Bill, you know that I'm doing voice acting for Creature and Monsters? Yeah, well, I was just rehearsing for a role. Just call her back and tell her I'm fine. I'm just rehearsing for a part.
That's
So
lovely. That is so sweet. That is so lovely.
Chad, are you
Oh.
getting a double feedback from me? Just making sure.
Well, you need to do the display thing, because at the moment I'm just getting your beautiful visage as your round icon. So you need to do that
Display
broadcast
thing.
you like you did last time, where you were
Share the screen.
share the screen. That's the word.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for the good England there.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen. 1 second.
That's okay. It's not live on there. So the neighbour is finally just ate too much Taco Bell. Now, I remember the first time a Taco Bell opened near me. Me and my wife were extremely excited because the way that the chain had done it, they had opened the Taco Bell as though it was a fancy fine dining restaurant. And we were like, oh, this looks really nice. We'll go in here, try what this Taco Bell there. And all the posters looked really delicious. And we went in for this Taco Bell. I was, oh, I like one of those. And we sat down, ready to eat our Taco Bells. We realized that they just opened up a can of dog food and served it to us in the restaurant. Like, this can't be what all those millions of people on the TV have been eating. Surely not. And then I've called a friend of mine in America, and they were like, yeah, pretty much that's the same thing. It's just dog food. Eating dog food. So I finally had my first ever Taco Bell, and never again have I ever had
Yeah,
Taco
I
Bell.
wouldn't do that, to be honest. Yeah, that's a real bad idea there, bub.
Because they literally did it. The franchise that did this Taco Bell opened it up as if it was a fine dining restaurant, but it was a Taco Bell. All the food was Taco Bell, like the proper Taco Bell food. So like you're paying fine dining prices for fine dining tacos, and believe me, it was not fine dining taco. Okay, that seems to be working. So if we're look, I see Brian's beautiful face on the.
Oh yeah, I can see you, Brian.
Yeah.
I can see the darkness behind you.
It's very dark behind me.
It's really dark.
You know what this is from, though, right? Anybody know what this is from?
Hang on.
The Witcher?
No, close. I actually been told that a few times.
That's
What is
Lord of
it?
the Rings. It's the
Yeah,
Evening Star.
it is.
Oh yeah.
It's got my PW merch on, boys.
Yeah.
PW.
I love the fact that everyone at home can't see what we're talking about. They're like, what are they talking about? What are they doing? What are they doing? Okay, so
You'll see it in the chat.
I've enabled. Okay, why is it not working? Enabled.
Are we on the same issue where it went black like when we were trying to do it?
But me and Brian did it the other day and it worked perfectly fine.
Well, we did it last week and it worked. We used that same streaming method and it worked. It was just lower quality.
Yeah.
That's what I was so confused.
You did have
about.
to change the window size, if I do remember.
Yeah.
I just realized I'm still lurking here, way past my point.
That's all right. Welcome. How you doing, bub?
We gotta keep them entertained while we give them a black screen somehow.
Apparently.
Oh, don't forget to donate to charity, guys. Yeah.
Don't forget to donate to charity.
We're at 78.8% through.
Let's destroy that goal there.
All right. So is this refresh?
Yeah, refresh. Refresh.
Is it working for anyone? Come on. Come on, you can do this.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Is it working?
Do it.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either. This worked the other day. Okay, hang on. Share your screen. Don't share my screen.
I
Turn
remember you
camera on.
telling me that you got it all set up. Y'all were
It-
so excited about
We
how
I
well
was
it
so
worked.
we went
proud.
through so many methods to try to get this to work too. It was this and a couple other platforms. It was a mess.
I was so
Yeah, we
proud
spent-
when we finally
I think
got
we
it
spent a good
working.
8 hours on it, or not 8 hours, a good 3 hours on it on Saturday last week too. We tried what was it, Messy? 3 or 4 different methods, and 2 of
Yeah.
them were horribly low res, and like Discord was the one that worked the most, but it was a pain.
Yeah. I'm like dying inside somehow now. Okay. Let me
We should
try this
browser
again.
source, an OBS message.
Okay. Don't worry, Sebastian. We'll be with you in a moment.
No problem. I've been doing monster voices all day long, so I'm just enjoying being calm, and so I'm all good.
I think we need a
Sorry.
monster voice telling Twitch to behave.
We need a monster voice telling people to donate.
This
Okay,
looks
so we've-
familiar. I've seen this before.
all right.
We're seeing the white with the profile icon. Again.
Okay. We're making progress.
I guess Etonix is getting the 26th hour.
Yep, sounds right.
All right.
Hey, so I gotta say, up until the technical difficulties of a handoff, which I figured was going to be difficult, you were keeping a pretty tight schedule as it was. So
Yeah, really.
I mean, we're not that far behind.
No, we're doing good, pretty good. To be fair. Okay, move from stream. If I add it back onto stream.
Black screen again.
All right. Preview stream content. All right. Here we go. Is it working now?
Yeah, next time I think we're definitely gonna have to practice the handoff because we didn't practice that last week, and I think
No.
that's hurting us here.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna have to revert back to Discord because copy browse. Why are you not working? It's like you hate me. Why do you hate me so? Why do you hate me, Twitch? We're trying to raise money for charity. I love the
Just
fact,
need to give
Sebastian,
us
that
partner.
when you were saying like I'm French Canadian, I'm gonna go. It's not your fault. Don't worry. You don't have to apologize. All right. We're gonna hand over to Discord then. All right. Let's go back to the Discord.
Okay.
All right. We can find where the Discord section was. Here it is. So which room? We got to go to the other room. All right. I'm gonna end stream together. End stream together. Boom. Gone. Stream together's gone. Should we jump into the other channel because that's where you've configured your guests?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay then.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight then.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Yolan, you beautiful badger. Thank you, Tyler.
Of course.
Thank you, Chris, Yondernauts Games, Chris, Neo FPS, who was in earlier. And thank you, Warspawn, for that £100 donation, bringing us even closer to our target.
All right. We'll see everybody on the chat.
Hey,
Yeah.
boys.
Good luck playing.
Good luck with the rest of the night,
Sebastian, I'll
guys.
move you over.
You're moving me over where?
Down one.
Okay.
So professional. Here we are, going into the other room now.
Nice.
There we
Now I
go.
gotta,
So
I
now,
gotta pop out again.
Right, you got to share your screen.
Yeah.
Okay. And the
Okay.
trick is
Not to share
that,
audio.
not to share audio, correct? But I say the trick is that when this is everyone that you're bringing in, if they want to share their screens for any reason, like with Adam comes in and tries to leak secrets about what you're doing in Procedure Worlds,
Yeah.
keep it. This is your win. Don't close this. Don't close this with this screen that you're doing now. This is your screen.
It's my
So
screen.
don't close this session. This is your session.
All of this is mine.
This is all yours. It belongs to you. It's no one else's. It's yours.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
This is so Sebastian, you know that you've walked into you're like what? I thought these guys were professional.
No, my buddy Brian just like, hey, are you available? I was like, yeah, buddy. And I didn't expect anything. When Brian is asking me something, I'm like, when I can, I just say yes. So no worries. I didn't expect anything, but I'm just glad to be here with all of you guys. So it's all good.
All right, there you go. Right, I'm gonna love you and leave you then. I'll hand over Brian as the host of the show. For the next section. That will and I love this inception view. There you go.
There we go.
Now, what you could do, Brian, is have a web browser open here, and that way you could load up the Monster Factory website when you're talking to Sebastian.
There you go. Ah, there's Sebastian.
There you are.
I didn't know that I needed to open my camera. I was like, why is he opening his camera? I sorry.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to.
But it's nice when you do. Bonjour, ça va?
Bonjour, oui, oui. Comment allez-vous?
Oui, oui. I just had a wee wee earlier. My kids are learning French for school. They're on the Duolingos.
Oh.
And I walked into the room and I monitored them as they were doing their Duolingos. And they're actually speaking and reading and writing French. It's amazing. They're actually doing it.
And French is a very beautiful language to swear with.
Well, yes. much better.
It sounds so elegant.
Yeah, it's yeah. I was going to say a quote from one of the Matrix movie, but the Merovingian said about swearing in French. So yeah.
I remember that. I was going to say this is a family channel, but there are no rules against swearing in foreign languages. So.
Yeah, don't tell me that.
So enjoy yourselves.
Au
revoir.
Au revoir.
Perfect. All right, Messy. See you later, buddy. Or stick around. I don't care. So Sebastian, how you doing, buddy? Long time no see.
I'm doing good. Long time no see. I've been recording all day long, and now I'm here with you for a good cause. So it's perfect.
Welcome, buddy. So, you want to do? I know we kind of did a little quick intro, but you want to introduce yourself to maybe the people stepping in?
Well, long story short, I started my career in voices as a choir boy when I was 7 or 8. And then I started to sing metal music when I was 15 years old. I started in 1990 and then being a death metal vocalist for 33 years now. And since 2005, I've started to do voice acting for video game, mostly, of course, given what I do with my voice. I was asked to do creature and monster vocalization, and since 2005, I've been doing a bunch of video game. My first game was actually Far Cry Instinct, the first one on Xbox, and the second one I worked on was Assassin's Creed 2. I was paid to do choking sound for 2 hours. For the character in there, and after, because I back then I never considered that to be a full-time job. You know, it was just like something like, okay, let's do it, once in a while, and it's good. But then 4 years ago, I actually created my company because I saw that there was more demand from video game company to have something a little bit more realistic and not processed through dozens and dozens of layers of computerized voice effect. And I created the company, the Monster Factory. Actually, that's what it's called. It's pretty straightforward, right?
Right.
So and since then, I've been traveling over the world, meeting amazing people like Brian that I met the first time in Sweden. And we've been working on a lot of different games. Like some of the last one we've been working on was Warhammer, the Realms of Ruins. We did a lot of creature vocalization for the game. Baldur's Gate 3, we did a couple of creatures and monster in them. And Dead by Daylight, we've been doing a bunch of survivors and creature and a lot of others. So I've been probably working, on 50 different video games and a couple of movies as well.
Right.
So this is me, and this is my this is a part of my movie collection.
It's a massive collection. That and your game collection as well. You have a massive game collection as well.
The game are on this side. The music is on the other side. This is my room of geekiness.
Yeah.
Right? So this is my man cave. Like, this is where I come when I was like all that thing around me. And the thing is, I'm not really digital in the sense that I don't buy MP3. I'm still buying vinyls and CD. I'm still buying a hard copy of the video game and a hard copy of the movies. Right. I still have Netflix, but I love to increase once in a while my collection.
Yeah. No, that's awesome, dude. So yeah, I mean, what made you want to get into the actual voice acting of the monsters in general?
Again, I think that being a death metal vocalist and doing weird sound with my voice, like really creepy sound, was kind of a point of entry for me to do that kind of thing, because I do remember that the first video game I did because one of my friend, Alexandre Pelletier, this is where I'm using my French Canadian, Alexandre Pelletier, was actually a friend of a band that I've been touring with. And he's the one who actually introduced me to the audio director back then working on Far Cry, because it was like, hey, you're looking for something new. I know this guy. This guy can do like crazy voices. You should talk to him. And so that was by accident. That was not by design. I did not start a career, in death metal singing and say, at some point I'm going to do some voice acting for creature and monster. This is not something that I envisioned. That it was just by, okay, let's do that. And then, of course, the first time I did it, I was like, wow, this is something that I could do maybe a little bit more, maybe once in a while. And and again, the first couple of times it was for Ubisoft Montreal, Far Cry Instinct, Assassin's Creed 2, and Prince of Persia. And it is at this point that there were several characters that we needed to voice, and they were like, "Do you have any friends?" Of course, I'm a metal vocalist. I don't have any friends. No, I'm joking. I know a few people, but I know all the metal vocalists in Quebec and in Montreal. I'm like, hey, I do have a few people. If you have female character, if you have I can have more people involved. And we actually started there, and over the years, and it took a while. Like it took, a good 10 years. We came to a size of like around 20 people in Montreal. And this is where it really started to, because people are talking and, hey, you should because audio people, like any kind of field in video game, people are talking together. Right. And sorry. And at some point, I was like, okay, I'm going to create a company and I'm going to look for other people around the world because, of course, games are localized. And even monsters, sometimes they do talk. They do have a language, and sometimes that language need to be localized. So I was like, okay, I need to have people all around the world, because if I'm doing some stuff in English or in French, I need people to be able to do it in Portuguese. I need people to be able to do it in German and Italian and different languages. So this is where I actually expanded the team to different countries. And yeah, so right now we are a little less or more than 100 metal vocalists. Of course, and this is something that is important for me to mention, those are not trained voice actors, right? They are professional screamers. And for me, what I call them is basically, I call them vocal stunt performers.
Right.
Right? Because basically we're not doing any like long script lines and stuff. It's basically just, like weird sound like that. And so it's still acting, but we don't need the same kind of training as a professional voice actor who have to deliver like tons and tons of script line. It's something different. And I actually train the people that when they have a contract and it's their first time, I actually do a lot of training with them to make sure that they deliver, because otherwise I don't want my client not to come back because I delivered something bad, in terms of product. So I always make sure to train people before that. So again, it was by accident that I arrived in this voice acting thing, and I started to work in video game. Like both were happy accident, But there's no hazard. Like for me, it was like, maybe always there, but at some point it just presented itself to.
That's crazy. Someone, Jawa said, "Can one cough in German?"
Or nine. There you go.
So, I know we've spoke about this, but how was the training for this, and what were some of the training stuff that you've done? Because I've heard plenty of stories, and some of them are incredible.
Yeah, it really depends on the type of game and characters that we are doing. One of the things and that's true for human and creature, because sometimes we're doing human, that are screaming, but one of the things because this is basically what I've been doing, I rarely work with script line. Because again, monster, they do talk, but they rarely talk. It's mostly vowels and consonant, basically. One of the very few role that I had a script line was the Hulk in Guardian of the Galaxy. I had to do the Hulk smash thing. We don't see him; we just hear him in the background. But apart from that, we don't have a text. We don't have script line to convey emotion. We just have vowels and consonant, and we make sure that every action, because in video game, whatever character you are doing, human or creature, you have your idle, you're walking, you're running, you have attack, you have pre-attack, you have dead by fire, you have dead by whatever, ice, electricity, you have pain light, pain medium, pain hard, you have charge, you have like tons of different action. And at some point, as a voice talent, especially because we have no script, it becomes a little bit hard on the imagination to come up with all the variation that we need to deliver. Because in video games, even if they put only 5 variation of what you have done in the game, you sometimes need to record 15 to 20 variation. So if it was just one action, that would be fine. But in a 3-4 hour recording session, it's basically 40 action times 15, 20 variation. And at some point, we're already in a performance, physically speaking and vocally speaking, but we still have to come up with every single variation. And it can become really hard. At some point, we just draw a blank and we just redo the same sound we've been doing. So what I started to work with is actually something that I call a phonetic script. So it's basically the sound that I'm about to perform, let's say for pain sound. So let's say you are bumping your small toe on the table. Apart from the swearing, it probably will sound like something with the letter A. And instinctively we go to these vowels when we are in pain. Right? So of course, if we do any pain sound, that vowels has to be in there. So if you want to make sure that it's different enough, well, for me, what I'm doing, as an example, I'm playing with the vowels. So let's say A, O, O, A, in French, it's E in English, but I'm not saying E. So let's say, and then A, I, or E, whatever, in French. So we're playing with the vowel placement, and then we can switch the placement, and I'm just writing it down. And then we can go through that, and it's been really increasing, the amount of stuff that we can deliver, because we don't have to come up with the variation. It's already, so you can focus on the performance. So this is one tool that I'm using to train people so they can deliver faster a variation when they need to do that. And it works for both. It works for human and it works for monster. Because for monster, if I'm, let's say, a big dumb ogre and I'm suffering, I'm gonna go, oh, oh. I'm still playing with vowels and consonants, right? So it's the same thing. So I'm just switching the voice technique depending on what I'm doing. So this is one. Of course, I'm training people to be able to do different voice technique, because a lot of people that I work with, they can do like, a couple of different voice technique, probably sometimes 4 or 5. Mm-hmm. But just to give you an example, I recorded myself for a project that we have 2 days ago. And I was able to do 27 different sound.
Jesus.
And not just different because I'm playing with the resonance of basically with different parts of my voice. You can use, the uvula, and the uvula is the little thing that is dangling the back of the throat for people who don't know. And this was actually the voice technique used to voice a predator. If you listen to the interview of the voice actor who did the voice of the predator, of course, it's been sound design afterwards, but it's really that little, that thing that he did. So you can use the uvula, you can use the tissue at the back of the soft palate, you can combine things, you can use epiglottis fold, you can use vestibular fold, you can use a vocal cord, you can do inhale voice technique, like there's so many. And this is one thing, to make sure that all the voice talent that I'm working with are versatile. They can do a spider, or they can do an orc, or they can do different things. And the thing is, we're lucky because there's been so many scientific studies about extreme voices in the last 30, 40 years. Like it started in 1992, actually. Most people think that it's just screaming, but it's much more than that. It's much more than just screaming, and because there's an actual voice technique behind that. Like myself, I've been doing that for 34 years. Most people would assume that I have problem with my voice. Like if I'm coughing, just for the people, hey, he's coughing. Well, I've been doing monster sound like all day today. So at the end of the day, I might be getting a little tired. But the thing is, I add a laryngoscopic examination. So this is a camera going through the nose and looking at my instrument. And even the doctor were kind of baffled, because like you've been screaming for 34 years, like you're gonna have some damage, like it's gonna be damaged, it's gonna be like whatever. And they were like, man, we don't understand, you're perfectly vocally healthy. Right. I'm like, well, I do believe that there's a way to train, and that's the thing. Like I was lucky enough to learn Tibetan throat singing and Inuit throat singing and different form of throat singing a little bit after I started to sing metal music. And I do believe that this helped me tremendously because first, it's more relaxing than singing death metal music, but also because the vibration pattern, we're using basically the same thing. When you listen to Tibetan monks doing what they do, they use not the real vocal cord. Of course, they use a real vocal cord. They're in there, but the way they're able to produce that flow sound is that because they're using what people call false vocal cords, so vestibular fold, right? So when they do sing, they go like this. And the thing is, people think I'm singing low when I do that, but if I remove the distortion, See, the note is higher. So by doing that voice technique, I'm actually producing a note 1 octave below the fundamental. It's called a subharmonic. And the thing is, if you look at death metal vocalists, when they do like this, it's basically the same thing. We're producing a subharmonic. If I were to remove the distortion from that, I'm singing higher than what people hear, right? So Tibetan voices and death metal voices, if you look at the acoustic phenomenon, they're quite the same. So for me, when I do Tibetan chanting and everything, it allowed me to relax and work in a more synchronized way what I use for death metal. And of course, there's a bunch of different, training exercises, breathing exercises, being able to have amazing breath support is one key thing when you do extreme voices, and tons of other stuff. And this is some of the things that I'm teaching, not only my voice talent, but I'm teaching, I've been giving workshop in United States in Los Angeles with the Alp Network, in UK with Wonderland VO, and now I'm going to teach with Brava UK, and there's tons of other stuff. So this thing, it's teachable. Like people can learn how to do extreme voices, but you really have to commit to the training. Like, if voice acting is difficult, doing extreme voices in voice acting is like, going to the Olympics of vocal stress.
Right.
So you have to be prepared for that kind of thing. You have to be prepared for that kind of thing, but anyone can do it. We all have the same part, right?
Yeah.
You have a vocal cord, you have false vocal cord, you have a uvula, you have a tongue. Like, it's not because of some magic trick or genetic disposition. It's just that we all have the same thing. The only difference between me and other people is the training. I've trained a lot and a lot and a lot and a lot. So yeah. So this is part of the things that I'm doing, to train my people to just be the best. And it's working a bit.
It's working, yeah. Yes. Speaking of that, I mean, so, you started working out with a lot of both indie studios and now AAA companies. You're pretty heavily involved in all that stuff. At what point do they start contacting you, or what point should a studio start contacting you?
Well, the thing is, and I've experienced that with Guardian of the Galaxy, because we worked on Marvel Guardian of the Galaxy. Before that, most companies were contacting us really like as, not last resort, but like the last mile of the race.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, oh yeah, maybe we should have some. And they contacted me and they were like, hey, can you do zombie voices and all that? So next week you're gonna go to the studio. So we didn't have a lot of time to go in depth, for different sound, or go in depth with the characters and really say like, well, okay, like they want zombie sound, we're gonna do zombie sound. So, you want that, perfect, we're gonna go there. And a week after we were there. But the thing is, like, for me, creature and monster deserve love.
Yeah.
In the sense that if you take a lot of time, preparing the voice talent for the regular voice acting, you spend a lot of time on music composition, you spend a lot of time on everything, but then for the monster, let's just do a couple of things, and it's fine. For me, you're missing something important in any kind of video game that has monster and creature. Heroes are created because of the thing they have to confront or fight against. And in a game where there's monster and creature, where they have to fight against that. So the hero really is created because of those things. So for me, it's always been like, maybe people should focus a little bit more on that. Just a little bit more. Because for me, if the monster and the creature are epic, the hero is going to just be more heroic, or seems more heroic at the end of the day. And for Marvel Guardian of the Galaxy, actually 2 years before we started to record, we were actually approached by the other director, Steve Shukowski. I was like, I would like to, incorporate you like really early stage, so you could look at the visual, you could, make me some proposal about the sound for the different characters, and I might need a few alien languages, because that's one of the things that we discussed the first time, is that we didn't want the alien to just speak English.
Right.
Like the Star Trek thingy where everybody can learn English, and there's like maybe sometime a little bit of Klingon or other kind of language. Well, like, the cantina scene in Star Wars, the first one, when they go in there are different sound, different weird stuff happening, and there's a few people that speaks English, of course, but it's not all that.
Right.
The sound environment is rich in different things. So it was like, maybe down the line, a couple of alien languages. I was like, okay, so we started like really early, 2 years again before recording, working on looking at all the visual, and then from the visual, but also from the description that I had of their background. Because sometimes the background, even for monster, the background of a character can influence
Yeah,
the
it
type
matters.
of vocal proposal that I can come up with. So we have like probably almost 30 different characters and monster. So the first time we worked on, it was me going to Steve back and forth, different sound. I'm mostly recording in the morning when I go up, and my voice is like crystal clear, so I could do some different thing. So I was sending him video like really close to my mouth with my bathrobe. Like it's not a pretty sight to look at those video, but it's just funny because for me it was the only important thing was just that he could listen to what I was doing, vocally speaking.
Right.
And then after, I had to invent 5 different languages for the game based
Wow.
on the voice technique we were doing for the aliens. Right? Because that's something like, depending on what type of voice technique I was using, let's say that for one alien, I was mostly using, something that I kind of, I'm going to do the voice, it's going to be easier to explain. So something like, a voice like this. And the thing is, with that kind of voice, there's some consonants and vowels that are easiest to pronounce, right? So I had to go through the alphabet with each voice technique, find which consonant vowel were easier to pronounce, and then start invent the language based off that.
Right.
And then after that, of course, I had other people doing those voices, so I had to train them to be able to nail the alien languages before going to the recording studio. So that's the thing. Like, and now I'm doing more and more game when they really have us working on the sound creation with them. Because
Right.
the thing is, with creature and monster, there's what I call vocal archetype. Now because of the Lord of the Ring, if you think about any kind of goblins, right?
Right.
Hey, master, I want you. This is something high pitched and distorted. If you think about orcs, meat is back on the menu, boys. It's something down there.
Favorite line right there. It's my favorite line.
Exactly. And this is true for many kind of creature and monsters. Zombie, there's kind of 4 different voice technique that are build around the zombie voice technique. And so you have to know that. And then when you know those vocal archetype, then you can come up with something, because of course, like many clients, all the clients always ask me like, can you do something really unique? And I want something like that has never been done before. And I'm like, maybe why don't we try to deliver something that fits the character and that is in tune with what people have in mind in terms of audio references for those characters. Because it's not always that you can take risk with audio references. The clicker for The Last of Us, the clicker, they kind of introduce a new voice technique for the zombie type, right? For the clicker. Now it's really iconic, the clicker sound. But if you listen to a movie like The Grudge, like they were using the kind of clicker sound back then, and they just kind of, so it was nothing new. They just tweaked it a little bit to have something new. So when you know a bit about horror and voices, you know that reference. But they took a risk and it paid off. But now it's become really iconic of the clicker. But most of the time, for me, it's better to deliver that something that goes with what people have in mind. For those type of creature and character. But then again, being able to work with the company before, work on the sound, come up with some ideas, try them,
Right.
Like we just finished a project for a lot of the creature. We did 3, even 4 layers of voice
Right.
for them, but it was only because we were able to work before to have the visual, to have a description, to have the background, that we were able to propose a lot of different sound for those characters, and it worked. The client absolutely loved it.
That's awesome.
So that's the kind of thing that when you get us on board, well, like any kind of project, when you get people on board before, usually there's, when you work with creative people, like most of the time, what they have to propose is better because they have more time to work on it, right?
Right.
It's
And
not just like
you want to be on fairly early, like with the stage. Like you want to be there hopefully about the time they're making the characters or designing up the characters, because of what's possible, what's not possible. Like you can only push, sound so far, right? Like, so
absolutely. And even now, sometimes when incorporated at a point where there's no color on the video animation, that means sometimes it's really early in the
right.
in the process. But that's the thing. It's when you take your time and you put some love into something, usually the results are better than if you just rush things. Right. And it's true for anything in life, and it's true for monster and creature sound as well.
That's awesome. And I do highly recommend anybody going to the website and checking out some of these videos, because I've watched them numerous times and I absolutely loved both the interview of the Dead by Daylight and the Guardians of the Galaxy. And they were just incredible to watch. And it was
it's
really
a kind of
interesting.
little peek, right? It's a little peek beyond the curtain. Of course, it's hard to summarize 2 years of work on a game and couple of years of work on another one, but you're right. I do believe like having behind the scene footage, especially for audio, it can be really interesting. Like one of the things that I was like, why they didn't do it is, let's take for example The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a behind the scene footage or really something that is focusing on the zombie voices in one of the most popular zombie series of ever? No. They've never done it.
I love it when companies really do it. Like I had a couple of talks about certain companies, and it's like I've watched all of their videos. I love the little behind the scenes, the how tos, what it is that got them to where they were, whether it was interviews with other people or people in the industry, or even completely outside the industry, but they're making a game about something. So like, yeah, we have to go here and talk to these people and figure out what makes this type of thing tick. And it was quite insane, the level of fidelity, level of detail, and just the straight up passion that these guys had.
Absolutely. And again, sometimes working in audio is a little bit cruel, because when you do a good job, people don't notice it because it's just part of the environment. But when there's a little mistake, oh my God, people are like, wait, this sound? And the thing is, the smallest mistake in terms of sound can actually break an immersive experience.
Yeah.
Because you're all immersed and you're in that sound, and there's at some point there's like a sound that is shouldn't be there or whatever, and bam, it breaks the immersion, and you have to get back to it. So it's. But anyway, this is why we do what we do, is to make things better and try to not make those mistakes as much as possible.
I feel like, and I've been saying this for a long time as well, like even in pretty much in all aspects of game development, because I mean, even as an environmental designer, no one's really going to care, the player isn't going to care when they're walking around the world and they're seeing, the little grass and stuff and everything you placed on the little terrain and stuff like that. Like that artist could have spent, a week in that one little spot and the character walks right past it, but if it wasn't there, it would have been completely noticed. And audio is one of those things. And I think people sleep on audio more than they should, you know, of waiting to the last minute or kind of putting it secondary. You know, I've been saying that for years, but and it's a testament to what you guys do. I mean, you guys literally, I was kind of just strolling the portfolio page on your website, and just how many games that you've had your part and your hand in. It's incredible, man. It really is. It truly is.
We have been blessed,
Amazing.
and that's the thing. Like, I never had a typical voice actor career, you know, because when you start in voice acting or in theater, whatever, you do small play, you do, student movies, you do like small
Right.
stuff, and then at some point, you're desperate, so you start doing audiobooks, and then at some point, you book your first commercial. And you're all excited. And then after, it's a national commercial. Then after that, it's a voice in a movie. And then after that, it's the voices in AAA video game.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah.
this is the
100%.
this is the typical voice acting career. Me, I started right into like, oh yeah, you want to work at AAA, like Assassin's Creed, like this and that, and I was like, oh my god, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, like a thief. From Eidos Montreal, it was some of the first game I worked on. So I didn't start the same way than most people
Yeah.
in there, and I'm still lucky that when you look at the project we've been working on, it's like, yeah, people keep coming to us because we really have a niche
Yeah.
in what we do. But the thing is, people are trained to do what we do. It's hard to be able to find a regular voice actor who can usually scream safely for more than 20-30 minutes because
Yeah.
they don't have the training for that. We
Spitting up
usually
blood
we
later.
Yeah, usually we do it like for 3-4 hours because we have the training to do that kind of thing. And it takes a long time to train for that. It takes years to actually be able to train to do that I don't like the word safe because it's never safe, but in a safer way
Right.
than most people, right? And and that's the thing, because of our specialty, like now, and this is one thing that I'm really proud, because when you look at extreme voices, like even 30 years ago, it was considered vocal abuse. And it
Right.
took a while before it was actually considered, a real voice technique. Like even today, for most people, when they hear that, people think, it's just screaming. There's nothing behind that. It's just people screaming. But it's way more than that.
Right.
And one of the things that I'm proud of is that with the work we've been doing, like in movies and in video game, now those industry recognize the value of what we do.
Yeah.
There's a recognition, but not only that, we are getting paid.
Right. That
Which,
helps.
when you play metal music, it's mostly for passion, and not a lot of people are making money because they're. I've been playing metal music for 30 years, and I spend more money than I earn.
Yeah, that's about how that works.
In gear and in website and in whatever. Uh, um, and for me, I'm just glad that people who have spent 5, 10, 15, 20 years of training for something, that for the first time in their career, they're actually getting a paycheck because
Yeah.
of that specific training. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of that.
That's amazing. Yeah, was that polyps are serious business? I don't know the first word to that. For not using your voice to hold. Oh, is that spelled? I have no idea what you said there. My bad, dude. I can go a couple hours, but my voice is gone the next day. I am 100% the same way. I talk in meetings and stuff, and my voice is destroyed. Like just regular talking, let alone screaming and all the voices that you do.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we're talking, we're not in control of the way we place our larynx or breath support because it's too instinctive. But when I scream, when I have to do that, I'm controlling everything. I'm controlling the breath support. So this is why, like, even for me, when we met at Nordic Game, like talking is way more vocally stressful, sorry, for me than screaming for like 3-4 hours.
Right.
because I can
Yeah.
do that.
Because it's a whole
I'm a
nother
little
technique,
tired, but I'm
whole nother
fine
process. Yeah.
because it's not intuitive. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I need to be in control. When we're talking, like the only thing we control is the word that are coming out of our mouth. We're not controlling the instrument. We're just thinking about the words, and it's coming out.
Right.
You know, so this is why it's tiring, because there's that loss of control that we have over a voice, that we're just like, and of course when there's loud music and smoke or whatever, we need to speak louder than normal, and this is for me like a voice killer. Like
Yeah.
I try to avoid that as much as possible. So and of course I do a lot of different exercises to keep my voice healthy. You know,
Right.
that's
Makes sense.
that's the thing. But no, like I'm teaching every day, or recording every day. And when you look at metal vocalists, they go on tour, right? And
Yeah.
they're touring, let's say, 1 month at a time, but sometimes they tour like 5-6 months in a year. So imagine the capacity to be able to scream every day for 30 days, and then
Right.
going back home, working a bit, and then going back on tour, and they have to scream again 1 hour every day for 30 days.
That's
So we
insane.
have, that's the kind of vocal endurance we have, and that kind of vocal endurance is nowhere to be found in voice acting.
Right.
Like voice actor are not trained and for me, this is why I call the people that I work with vocal stunt performers, because the kind of training and move it takes to be a stuntman, it takes a lot, to become a stuntman or a stuntwoman. Well, that's kind of the same thing. We need that very specific training to train muscle memory, to train endurance, to be able to deliver that. And
Yeah.
it's not all actors who want to do their own stunt. And this is why, for me, when I think about vocal stunt work, well, vocal stunt work should be performed by vocal stunt performers.
Right. Yeah.
So for me, it baffles me when I know that actors are not trained, but they still try it because it gives them a paycheck.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it completely jeopardizes their vocal health. But they're like, oh, yeah, I'm getting a paycheck. I'm not trained, but I'll try it. It's like if you like sports and once in a while you're doing sport, it's like if the Olympics were coming to you and say, hey, we're going to pay you $400 to come and participate to the Olympics.
Right.
Maybe because of the paycheck, you would say, hey, let's try it. But you wouldn't be able to compete. It might even be, not healthy at all to do that. But
Right.
sometimes people would do anything for a paycheck. And
That
I
is true.
understand that.
That
But
is very
they're
true.
not trained for that.
So I know we kind of hit it on earlier, but out of everything you've done, because you've done just everything at this point, what has been by far your favorite thing to voice act, and what is kind of next for you as like what you want to do eventually?
Yeah. Well, there's actually two characters. Like, if you were to ask me what are the, your top 5 character that
Mickey Mouse. No.
No. Well, maybe the Mickey Mouse and the horror video game or
Oh, yeah,
something.
there you go.
Maybe that one. But no, for me, like my top 5 would be the Xenomorph, the Predator, and then whatever characters in Marvel, and probably a clicker. I would love to do a clicker because I'm really good at doing a clicker. And I don't know, like I love doing aliens because I love when I have to work to imitate a sense of language or to just like work on words and make them sound not gibberish because I don't want them to sound gibberish. But yeah, those would be, let's say, my top 5. And I was lucky enough to work on the voice of the Xenomorph because of Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight released a DLC with Ripley and the aliens.
I
And it was the first time that they use a human voice, because before it was most of the time a scream of a baby elephant that they sound designed it afterward. So it was the first time that it was using a human as a base for the voice of the Xenomorph. So that one, I'm absolutely proud of that. And then I was lucky enough to do the voice of the Hulk in Guardian of the Galaxy. So that one,
Right.
I just had 2 words to say: Hulk smash.
But
But
that had been amazing.
that was it. I didn't need to have a whole
Yeah.
script down. Just 2 words. Give me 2 words and I'm good. And yeah, I love doing aliens. Not only Xenomorph, but Alien in general, because, and I don't know, there's so many things like that, different project, different games that I would love to work on. Like I would have loved to work on Diablo, because there's creature vocalization.
Oh, yeah.
Diablo 4, the Dead Space remake, but those were other people doing that. But you can't do them all. I accept that. But I'm always trying to. This is why I traveled so much, because we met in Sweden.
Yeah.
But and then we saw each other again at JDC in San Francisco. This is one of the things is
We've
that
seen each other in a lot of places.
yeah, but most of the sound, even today, for creature and monster, they're done with animal sound libraries, right? Or dehumanizer software that modify the voice. So using real voices without having to modify them too much with softwares, it's something that is not new, because I've been doing it for a long time. But other people, like if you think about D. Bradley Baker, for me, that is the father of us all in terms of creature voice acting. Has been doing that for like a long time. But still, if you look at all the monster and creature sound in video game, we probably occupy 0.01% of market share, for creature vocalization. So there's still a lot we can do without being redundant, like without having the impression that, oh, those voices are everywhere now. No, we're not. We still have a long way to go. But this is why now we're working on sound libraries, because I know it's not everyone who can actually afford, voice actors and voice actresses or vocal stunt performers. So for indie company that don't have a lot of budget, well,
Here you go, chat. Listen up.
we can actually have a product that is tailor-made for the budget and what they need. So we announced last week a partnership with a Boom Library and Audio Kinetic with Strata. So we're gonna start working on one, and then we have a couple of others that we will work in the next years with them. So so there's a lot of different things, and going to video game convention, seeing old friend and making new ones. Because for real, that's the thing. It's a human world, but it's not a human world in the sense that the world is not only human; it's a world. But we're human, so we need human connection. We need to meet genuine people. And it's not only for me a question of business, because of course, when you have a business, you need to do that. But for me, it's more about the human experience of meeting other people that are passionate about what they do, and just having a nice chat and taking a beer and then at some point when they say, hey, you're really cool. What are you doing? They ask you the question. Then you can actually talk about what you do at some point. I'm not going around in video game conference saying, hey, we're the best in the world. Do that. You have to hire us. Like, when you're too pushy, for me, it doesn't work. And for me, it's true in audio. I don't know if it's true for everything in video game, but it's like you're just talking about what you do. You're passionate, and people will want to work with you.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I
agree.
So yeah.
What library did you say?
What
library did you say you're working with?
A Boom Library.
Like BOOM?
Yeah, Boom
Library.
Boom. And they're like, if you look at the type of sound library that they have, it's amazing. They have tons and tons of amazing libraries, and of course Audio Kinetic with Strata and Wise, because they've been developing Wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's another amazing partner to be a new content producer for them. And again, we've been blessed. Me personally, starting not at the same place as other voice actors in their career, but starting right there already. And now being able to work on amazing franchise and to work with amazing partners, like sometimes like I'm just amazed by, you know, even if I'm doing it and I'm like, I have to keep, sometimes I just sit down, I'm like, wow.
Wow.
You know, and then I have to go back to invoicing and accounting.
Yeah.
But, you know,
yeah.
once in a while, they're just like a microsecond of, whoa, you know, of
Whoa, man.
amazement. And then I go back doing stuff because I don't have too much time to lose in being
That's
amazed.
incredible. That's incredible. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming on board and having a chat with us. It's been absolutely amazing. It's good to see you again as well. And Chad, if you guys have some serious projects coming up, I highly suggest, reaching out on their website and trying to get a hold of him when he's not busy, which is never. But it's just
No, but I always take the time, like, especially for, you know, contract requests, because it's possible contracts. So I always like, this is the, you know, the priority on my list. Like when I have contract or contract requests, I stop, you know, teaching, or I stop doing other things, because this is the core of what I want to do, right? So I'm
Right.
never too busy for
Yeah, there you
a
go.
request.
There you go.
But I'm busy enough, so
I'm
it's
busy
good.
enough.
Well,
But
thank you for, you know, again, it's for an amazing cause. So if people
that
haven't,
exclamation mark charity.
absolutely. So if you haven't not been donating, you know, go crazy and help reach, you know, the goal, or even surpass the goal. But yeah, thanks everyone for having me. And again, Brian, it's always a pleasure to
Oh,
see
it's
you,
always
friend.
a pleasure, man. And we'll catch up. You said you're going to GDC, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna speak about creating audio nightmare with a human voice.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, if you guys going to GDC, I highly recommend going and looking at his talks. I will never forget the first time I heard one of your talks at Nordic. And when
Yeah.
you did the Hulk smash, and it just everyone in the entire building just stopped. But that was so insane to me. Oh,
It
it was
happens.
beautiful.
It happens. I have that kind of effect on people when I do the strange voice.
The strange voice. No, it's an absolute pleasure, man, and I appreciate you taking the time because I know it's late for you as well. So
It's but it's all good. You know, it's for a good cause, and seeing you again. So thanks everyone for
Alright, cheers.
taking the time to chat, to listen to the rambling of an old monster.
Cheers, brother, and good luck, man.
Cheers.
We'll talk soon.
Take care. Bye.
See you, buddy. Oh, chat. It's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, so exclamation mark charity. Make sure you guys hit that donate button. Support, the Macmillan charity fund. Beat cancer. All that fun stuff. And thanks again for Sebastian for coming on. Monster Factory. Be sure to check them out. They do have their own YouTube as well. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. The Monster Factory. I do recommend taking a look at I probably should just go to their website, eh? Where is it? Oh, I know it's on their homepage. I just saw it. Yeah, here we go. And watching some of these videos because they're absolutely incredible to watch, and listen to some of the stuff that they've done on here. I wonder. Oh, they just have all their videos like this. I've seen their actual. Okay, well, I'll link it here in a little bit. But yeah, how was that, chat? Monster Factory. Dude, some of the stories, man, with that is insane. Okay. So, next we have Procedure Worlds. The one and only my company that I work for. Which is absolutely incredible. Let me see here, chat. Bear with me. I almost want to make Adam sing because Messy's not here to make him sing. Wouldn't that be funny? I can be cheeky like that, right? Isn't that how that works? All right, so let's see if Adam's around. Give him a call up. He should be. Adam, are you in chat? Watch him not be in chat right now. Oh, Adam's here. Okay. Can you please? Can you join me in the chat there, the voice chat, Adam? With me and Messy, you should be able to see us. If you don't see us, click on the browse channels at the very top. And while we're getting that, oh, I can't even share some of the amazing videos because I can't share audio right now. Chat, you guys having fun today? Was really cool actually. Be a badger, yeah. Monster Factory and Monster Mash, yeah. It was a graveyard smash. Silent video is okay. All right, we might have to do that for a second. Hold on. I don't even know if I can. Let's see. Dealing with a teenager. Okay.
I just remember.
Oh, I can hear it. Okay, it's you can pick it up from that way. It's sad.
Looking at his face, and I just saw him as a child. You
Oh
could tell he
man,
was scared.
that's rough, dude. Should I put on subtitles? Chat will put on subtitles. Oh, I can't even put on subtitles. All right. Can you please?
If you look back at the photos from his 17th birthday, you know, you can see it's not Jay. You know, he's not his smiley self. There's this 17-year-old lad who's cutting his cake, and at the same time, he's got a real rough road ahead of him. They were saying that he would definitely lose his hair. I said to him, let me shave your head. And I made him look like the guy from The Prodigy. No hair down the middle, and he had spikes coming out the side.
I think he engraved my name on my head at some point as well.
Eh?
Remember, you put like JR together.
Oh yeah, I put an initial on the back of his head first. I thought I might as well mess around with his head while I can. So I really did. Our relationship was always really good.
Chat, this is sad.
Father and son, very close.
It's a father and son commercial.
Hey, mate.
Oh, there we go. Hey.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. How we doing?
Good. Hang on. I'm just going to drop out a second.
Yeah.
Since I work out how to.
I wish it would put me over here, chat, so then I can just have two and then put one long. That would be amazing. But that's just not how it's gonna work. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Is this live at the moment?
Yeah, we are live. So don't dox. we can't ungo live, so you know, there's that.
Okay. Hang 5, we'll join again in a sec.
Alright. Chat, can you guys hear me? Audio playback issues? No, we couldn't play the audio from the video because I can't share audio through my screen share. Otherwise, you guys get like a triple feedback type of situation. And we're just waiting for good old Adam to come in, get settled, and then we're gonna start.
Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. Still trying to get this done.
If I mute my audio, yeah, it will still happen because it's the way that we're doing it is very, very interesting. You can go full screen on the browser. Oh yeah, I can go full screen on the browser. OBS has a function to get the audio from Windows instead of desktop. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess they do have that, huh? It is still a little bit weird though with the with it. Well, next time we'll probably figure out this a little bit better. We tried so many different solutions to try to get this thing working, so we kind of we kind of had to do one, but we're there. We're there. What was your guys' favorite talk so far, or speaker chat so far today? We had a lot of good ones. Phasmophobia is always my favorite. It was exciting to listen to that, personally. The Real Illusion one was pretty cool. Yondernauts was fun. Yeah, that was good. I missed the first one, so I'll need to watch it. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, you back? Hello?
I'm back. Now,
Hello?
just forget. Do you want me to do my camera or just?
Oh yeah,
just...
yeah. Might as well. I mean, you gotta be there if I'm doing it, right?
Yeah. All right. So now working out how to do that.
It's at the bottom of the screen there. There's a little turn on the camera button.
At the moment, your fat head's just getting on the screen and getting in front of everything.
Jeez. Yeah, Adam will 100%. Malverse was actually really good as well. Honestly, all the speaker talks today has been really good. Some new stuff to check out there. Yes.
Struggling to find where's the little thing that turns on the camera.
So
I'm not feeling very well.
You see where the disconnect button is, right?
Oh, here we go. I found it now. Turn on the...
Adam is pretty quiet. Okay, I'll turn him up. So that works. Oh, look. Adam replaced me. Do you see this, chat? What is this?
All right. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you. Good mythical morning.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Oh, it's been a lovely day.
What's news?
Oh, just trying to talk with people and all that fun stuff. So we get to talk about PW now. I've been waiting for this all day.
Yeah. Supposedly a subject near and dear to your heart.
Oh yeah, of course, boss. Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, that's no fun.
No, it's tedious.
Long weekend. I guess it's.
Look, I wish it was a long weekend full of awesomeness, but I've just been generally feeling crap.
Oh, that's not good. Right when you go showing off stuff, don't forget to go full screen on the Unity screen. Perfect. Got you, Messy. All right, so I guess I won't make you sing. I was gonna be cheeky like Messy and force that upon you, because years of payback. But no, we'll pass this time, I guess.
That's an excellent decision, Brian.
So,
I wouldn't sing very well. Even worse than usual.
Yeah, it's a little buggered today, huh? So yeah, why don't you introduce yourself to the people that don't know who you are?
All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Adam Goodrich. I'm the founder of Procedural Worlds and the original creator of Gaia. My background's over 30 years in tech. Good chunk of that in enterprise technology, and I suppose some cool things I've done is I've built a digital agency to about 100 people and sold it just for the GFC. Made a bit of money. And that gave me the opportunity to explore things that I wanted to explore, which led to me picking up Unity. And then at the time I did that, I kind of, there weren't very many world building tools out there. And, the first thing you do when you open up the engine is you want somewhere to run around. So I ended up playing initially, but then getting very deeply into the whole world building thing, and Procedural Worlds was the result. And, we're doing some interesting things in this space.
And at one point, he hired this amazing creature of yourself that you see here in all of its glory.
Brian is part of the furniture at Procedural Worlds.
Yeah, the punching bag. Messi said, he said, Adam, I wear my Proc Worlds t-shirt in bed. That's, just so you know.
Yeah, well, I've always had doubts about Messi. He's a bit of a strange character.
Sweet. A lot of us had US had us have a 3-day weekend. Console release update. What, for Procedural Worlds? I mean, we support console, if that's what you're getting at. So obviously we do Gaia. So that's, you want to talk about kind of where you started with the actual Procedural Worlds side of things and what led that direction.
All right, so I have a fascination with how we work as people. As a tech guy, when I started out, I was like a lot of tech guys. I couldn't speak to normal people. I couldn't string two words together. Mostly still can't, depending on who you ask on the day. And so I had a fascination with how do we work as people, and did a bunch of startups around that space. What can I know about you through measurement? So I did a waterproof GPS for surfers. Ended up partnering with Billabong on that until they went into Chapter 11 and cancelled it. But I actually had my tech on the best surface of the world at Pipe. And, I did a bunch of things in 2D, like using Google Maps and so on, but I wanted to take it into 3D. So in the early days of, well before Procedural Worlds, I was wondering how can I create stuff in 3D to kind of simulate real world interactivity. And when we talk about Storm and Archetype, you'll actually see how many years later we finally achieved this. But it was really about how can I help people to make better decisions with more information. And in order to give people better information, I wanted to know about the world and to simulate the world around you. So, the first version of Gaia eventually released. One of the insights that I had when building the first version, because I actually built 2 world building systems for Gaia. And both times when I put them in front of artists, I watch their eyes roll back in their head because they're going, no, I don't want to type stuff into this array. This is terrible. I hate it. Don't call us, we'll call you. So even though I'd sort of was getting my head around the underpinnings of how to create these beautiful worlds, the usability just wasn't there. And one day I was wondering if I could just draw a series of lines like the tops of ridges on a mountain. Could I then turn that into a mountain so it had a huge amount of control? Because when you're using fractal maths, you have very little control over what you get. So then I thought, oh, hang on. What if we actually just took the most interesting part of a fractal? Because fractals are great at creating beautiful mountains and these sort of interesting organic shapes. And just put that one piece, the mountain or the valley or the mesa or whatever, and could then turn that into a 3D object, which you could place into your scene, just like any other prefab. And that was the aha moment that led to the concept of the stamp. And, the stamp, the original idea was cut the most interesting part out of a fractal and then build a toolkit around that allowed you to really intuitively place things into your scene. And that was actually what led to Gaia. It took 9 months to build that system, the first release. And then when it went to the asset store, I went straight up. Like I hadn't even finished the tutorials, hadn't finished the documentation. And literally a day later, it was on the homepage of Unity and went straight to number 1. And, it's been very popular in the Unity space ever since. And it's all about, making it easy for people to create these beautiful environments. for those that don't know how that works, I could sort of show a little snippet of video just to, obviously the people that know us know Guy, but I can show the concept very quickly. What do you reckon, Brian? Shall I share my screen?
Yeah, you can show your screen.
Cool.
I'm playing some videos in the background while you were talking. One of our introduction videos.
Yeah. Oh God. So, was my screen coming through?
Yeah.
Cool. So, what you're seeing here in the background is, environment that's been created with Gaia. It's all built into Unity, so you don't need to buy anything else. It's a really good starting point to create beautiful environments. And you can create all sorts of interesting environments with Gaia. So in this scenario, what you're seeing here is the stamping concept. We're taking these interesting things that we got out of fractals and so on, and we've applied erosion to, and putting them straight into our scene. Then what we're doing is we're procedurally texturing that for you, and this all happens in the blink of an eye. And then, in this scenario, what we're actually showing is the evolution of environment. So you can see how we're adding more detail. This is actually a noise pattern, and we're using things like height and slope and curvature and so on to decide where assets are added into the environment. And then, we click another button with Gaia, and this is all rules-based. Basically, we can then spawn in, forests and all sorts of things, villages and so on. And in this scenario, what we've done, we did this actually, a bunch of this video as a promotion for the asset store, but these are actually other assets that have been spawned into the environment with Gaia and some of the other great tools on the asset store, because the idea behind Gaia is it's all about speeding up that world bidding process and kind of making it easier for anybody to do it. But it's not about being the only player in your game. So in this scenario, we didn't spawn everything. These animals were spawned with another asset from the asset store. And that's kind of where we're going with Gaia. Is Gaia wants to be a good citizen, make it easy for anybody to have workflows that make sense to them. Is that coming through okay there, Brian?
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out as well, and this is something that's kind of critical, is when you're making a Gaia terrain, right? One of the best things about this asset is that you actually get to do it inside of the editor, not outside in another program as well. You're not having to go to Blender and add all this stuff in and all that sort of stuff. Like, you do it directly inside of Unity, so you're not damaging your workflow, and that's part of what goes into an undestructive workflow mentality.
Yeah. In this particular little snippet before we go underwater, what we actually did here is we just generated an island in a few minutes with Gaia, and Gaia has all these other tools built into it, so you can actually take these shapes and spaces that Gaia creates and export them as prefabs or meshes. So these distant islands are actually just low fidelity meshes which run really, really well, but they give you that sense of depth in your scene. Gaia has its own water. One of the reasons we built a lot of the things we did in Gaia is that Unity either didn't have them or made them very hard to access. And Gaia is all about just accelerating your workflows. So we created a water system because until recently, Unity didn't have one. I think the last time Unity had water was back in Unity 5 or something or other. So Unity didn't have one, so we made one. The skies, Unity didn't really have nice skies, so we made some skyboxes. Although now we integrate with all the latest cool stuff that Unity has, the HDRP water, and their awesome sky systems now. We built a vegetation system at one point because HDRP didn't have vegetation, didn't have grass, and why would you build an environment without grass? So, Gaia, because it's evolved over the years, it's got, various things, and we kind of tried to be a tool that makes it easy to get started fast, but we're not trying to be a water system. We're not trying to be a sky system or a lighting system. We're a world creation system, and that's what Gaia is really all about.
Yeah. What about non-destructive terrain editing? Say I wanted to move a mountain to the right. Yeah, so you can actually do that. You can either flatten it out, you can blend the shape together, and then you can create or the stamper itself and move that stamp along the terrain and continue to stamp or blend those into the actual environment through what we use as a masking system.
Let me actually show it to you. So this is this is the video that's on Gaia on the asset store. I'm going to go into my tools and add a stamper, a blended stamper. There I'm just talking about it. But here what you've seen is, here is a preview of that stamp, and here's your original terrain. So you can get in, you can move things around, you can blend them together. There's all these different operations and modes and different stamps. You can see it's a real-time preview. And then in a second, just watch it there. I'll actually, obviously this is the tutorial video for Gaia, but you can see me moving this thing around, scaling it down, and then in a second I'll just stamp it in. If you don't like what's there, then you can hit the undo button and redo it. So I'll just hit stamp. Boom. And it showed the preview again, so I'll turn that off. And there it is. It's just blended that beautifully together. But if you don't like it, you can hit the undo. What Gaia doesn't do is non-destructive. It's kind of like if you make changes to your scene in runtime mode, they're not persisted. Because Gaia does a lot of actual work and there's a lot of data and terrains, we don't do non-destructive between sessions, I suppose you could say. We do have actually a thing called a session where you can roll backwards and forwards between different steps, but it's not really a core part of the Gaia workflow.
It can be a saver though. I've lost terrains and be able to replay the session, get right back to where I started. The only downfall is that if you make your changes by hand, it doesn't record that. It records everything that Gaia does, right? But you can use something called the scanner, the terrain scanner, which is a part of the Gaia Pro, and scan your terrain and create a stamp out of that just in case for whatever scenario may happen, which is also very, very, very handy, along with a lot of other things that tool can do as well.
Something I thought would be interesting to show is that Gaia also is quite capable of creating scenes for mobile and VR. So we typically, people tend to think of Gaia as, it's just this set of assets and it's very, focused on desktop and so on. Gaia is just a tool that creates shapes and fills it with content. So in the second part of this video, I talk about how we do mobile and VR. And here I'm actually showing some different, what I did here is I put a mountain in, and now I'm going to snip out a valley. So I inverted my stamp and I'm going to cut that little lake out. And, here's a little kind of, the texturing is kind of bland because it's designed for a particular asset kit of Cinti's. But here I spawn in some of these low poly assets. And the interesting thing that I'm going to do in a sec here, and at this point, this is just normal Unity terrain, which has all the benefits and downsides of normal Unity terrain. So in a second, I'm going to basically put up our terrain converter, and I'm going to convert this to low poly. And I'll just fast forward through this. Click, click, click. And boom, now you've got that sort of full-on low poly and very lightweight terrain feel. Let's see if I can find an image of it. See the pixelated low poly look there. So depending on what you're trying to achieve, you basically get the best of both worlds. And the interesting thing about the way we're actually doing these terrains is those meshes are vertex colored, although you can do more traditional as well. So that can be extremely lightweight. It will pick up the colors of whatever terrain texturing you've got. And it just gives you lots of options with Gaia. Back to you, Brian.
Yeah, and we just recently released. Well, I guess it's not very recent, is it? Gaia Pro 2023. So now we are supporting the new Unity 2023 with that version, and it's had a lot of changes. We've kind of listened to the community and went a little bit more modular with it to reduce bloating, that sort of stuff. Yeah, this image right here. So you can install your modules and delete the actual source so it doesn't bloat up the project, which has been highly requested that we do that. So we've successfully done that. We've also integrated with the new Unity water system and the Unity controller system as well, and their instance and direct system.
Something we did in the latest version of Gaia, which we released just before Christmas, is we integrated. I always think that lighting is probably the most important part of your scene. You can make a great scene look bland with poor quality lighting, and you can make a very average scene look amazing with good lighting. So with the latest version of Gaia, we actually drew some inspiration from the lighting of the Book of the Dead demo from Unity, and that's now one of the lighting defaults or the setups that we have with Gaia. And it just makes such a profound difference to the visual, that first impression you get when you hit play on your environment.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to look at, and if you haven't tried it yet, I highly suggest you do so. Are you going to call the next version of Gaia 6?
No.
We'll probably end up sticking with so far. The naming convention we've done so far has been working out fairly well, except for Gaia Pro 2021, because we ended up supporting, and this is something to keep in mind. Gaia Pro 2021 was supported from 2019.3 all the way up until 2020.3, so we completely skipped over Gaia Pro 2020 or 2022, I guess. And then now we're into Gaia Pro 2023. So I can't see some people get a little confused with the name, some of the naming, the yearly conventions. But hopefully we're doing a little bit better with that, making it a little bit more understandable of what that is. So
yeah, look, we basically say that we'll charge it up because we have to support every time Unity changes something. Something kind of needs to change in Gaia as well. And these we say that we upgrade annually, but we actually don't. So Gaia 20, we skipped Gaia 2022. Gaia 23 runs from 2022.3 all the way, and it'll run through to 23 and probably Unity 6. We don't know yet. But we rarely stick to our annual upgrades. It's more a case of when we think it makes sense to do an upgrade. And in some ways, it's actually worked against us because people are going, well, there's no Gaia 2022, so it must be abandoned. Well, it's not. It's got Brian.
We just support it. We've been supporting it. Yeah. And by the way, for those that do have the original Gaias and Gaia customers and all that stuff that have not seen the news or anything like that, we are on Canopy now, which is our new support system and forum system, if you want to pull that up. And that's a way to where you can buy our products directly on there if you do so like. And you can actually become a subscriber on there and get all of our assets under a pro subscription for those, because people have been asking about that as well. You can see a lot of my little heads everywhere on the forum. This one. Yeah, keep scrolling. But I try to be in there pretty much 24/7. Adam doesn't let me sleep, so there's that. So yeah, if you have any support or anything like that, or if you want to have a professional subscription, you can do so on Canopy now.
I like the forums as well. People go and showcase their work, and it's actually quite inspirational for us to see what people are doing with it. One of the things, because we largely sell Gaia through the asset store, we often don't know who our customer is. We don't get to see all the amazing work they do with it. So I love this part because some people just create the most amazingly beautiful things, and they share it.
Sadly, no, we cannot link Unity accounts to Canopy, but you can register on Canopy for free. And then you can, in the forum section, register your invoices through there, and then you get some free stamps.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, so we talked a little bit about what we've done, and most people already know what we've done. But so the big question is what's next? What's next for Procedural Worlds? Because we've been working on some crazy stuff in the background.
Yeah. Look, we've the interesting thing about Gaia is the ultimate good citizen, and as such, it's subject to all of the challenges that Unity has in its terrain engine. Gaia doesn't try to be an acceleration engine. It's basically a creation tool. So the next big iteration of our work is a system we call Storm. And basically, Storm is a complete replacement for the Unity terrain system. And it not only allows you to create and render massive environments, but it can do it at runtime. So Storm is basically have a vision, and you'll see this start to roll out in 2024. Storm allows you to do massive worlds, and also Storm will support real world ingestion, real world mapping, that sort of stuff. And the first half of 24, you'll see us bed that down and roll it out. Storm won't be available on the asset store. It's actually designed not so much for hobbyists, but a guy is more of a, it's a pro tool, but it's priced at hobbyists as well. Storm is a pro tool that's actually aimed at people who are serious about releasing a game. And you'll be able to buy that directly from us. And it basically allows you to do things that just really aren't possible to easily do with Unity unless you have a team of specialists. We've had probably nearly 10 people working on parts of Storm, solid, for the last year and a half, and also our next product after that, Archetype. And rather than just kind of talk to it, how about I show it to you? So I'm going to go to my good old demo directory here. Just hang 5. By the way, this is, some people go, do you do professional level design work? This is some examples of something we did for a mobile game. It ran it ran beautifully, or it runs beautifully in desktop, but we got it running at like 60 frames a second on a 4-year-old Android phone. So I should just show it to you because I just love it. And then I'll jump into Storm. Now, this is before Storm, right? But with Storm, this would even be better. So here we've got this beautiful environment. It's a low poly, low fidelity environment. It's hard for you to see, but it runs silky smooth. And as I go down here, it's an interesting thing. When you go from playing around with level design to doing it professionally, a huge amount of work goes into this. We use Gaia and Gina to make the basic environment, but then we did a whole lot of optimization on this to make it run really, really well, which is part of the reason why we got Storm, right? But to do something like this, there is, at a professional level, it's not 5 minutes of work, even though a lot of the underlying stuff and the road placement and so on was all super simple. So that's kind of why we actually started to build Storm, right? To make this thing faster, to create this incredible content, but also to make it run better. So let me demonstrate first of all in Storm. I want to show you a low poly demo, and what's actually going to happen here is first we're loading up a normal Unity terrain. And Storm, because it's an acceleration tool as much as it's a runtime and design time creation tool, we'll load up the Unity scene and we'll just wait here for a bit and a bit and a bit. I'm just tapping my fingers on the table here. You probably can't see that. And eventually, oh, here we go. Great. We've loaded this scene. Now, I don't know who among you looked at the keynote for Unity, Unite, the amazing Cinti stuff. It was absolutely beautiful. And it was somewhat different to this. This is actually a procedurally generated city made out of low poly assets from Cinti. But, you know, they kind of started with similar frame rates, right? Now, this is your standard old typical game object approach to doing this stuff. But you can see there's quite a lot of content here. So let me now run this through Storm. So I'm going to switch over to Storm. What's going to happen is we're going to keep the camera in the same spot. We're going to get rid of the Unity stuff. And we're going to run this 100 steps through Storm. So I can click this button. First thing you'll notice is it loads really, really quickly. In fact, it just loaded. Boom. So it loaded way faster. And we've gone from 22 frames a second to 130 odd frames a second. Now, actually, this has been slowed down because, I'm streaming this through Discord as well. Without Discord, this runs at 200 plus. So Storm makes this thing run silky smooth. Then what I can get in, and you target this based on your use case and your audience. But I can show you some of this stuff so you can get a sense of what's going on. So I can do things like, let's bring in how close we're drawing things, and you'll start to see the frame rate adapt. We're doing things like automatic imposter generation here and all this sort of cool stuff. I can, again, draw more or less content. As I sort of bring these lines in, you can see them flip to imposters, and eventually they'll just turn off completely. So there's all this, clever things that Storm does to improve and dynamically tweak your performance at runtime. There's a lot more I can do, but I'll actually show you something much more visually rich. I kind of wanted to show you this just to show that, hey, not everything's about terrain. This scene here, which we've just accelerated with Storm, is just pure game objects. It's all just meshes. So I'll drop out of here. And now I'm going to show you, now this is Archetype. This is the thing we plan to launch after Storm. And this is powered by Storm. So you think of Storm as the creation and render engine. And then Archetype is a really lightweight user experience wrapped on top of Storm. There's actually Storm doing all the smarts underneath the surface. And the vision for Archetype is to make it easy for anybody to create beautiful environments, regardless of your skill level. You don't need to know the first thing about game development, whereas Storm assumes that you do know about game development. And by the way, when we started our talk, we talked about Gaia, right? What we're doing with Storm is providing a seamless workflow between your traditional Gaia and Unity workflow, and then this acceleration stuff that Storm does. Anyway, let's go and create a world, and we'll go to our real world. Now, this is actually mapping based, and you'll have to, this is very early demo, right? So ignore the loading screen because it's frankly terrible. What's actually happening here is I'm streaming the world in real time. And it's kind of shit at the moment, excuse the French, because we haven't really optimized the order in which this stuff is streaming in. But you can see it refining and adding more detail as it starts to come in here. It's almost done. Boom, done. Now, this is, kind of, it's nice, but it's not that special until you start to see this and this. So one of the great things that Storm is doing for us here is giving you that ability to do massive worlds Again, you know, this is archetype and it's not optimized this loading yet. And this is, you know, well and truly pre-release. So I'm going to change my biome here because I quite like that biome, but I want to choose another one. So this is another one of the powerful things that Storm allows you to do. It'll do 90% of the work for you. You can basically go 100%, I want this thing here, or you can go, yeah, here's a set of criteria, fill in the blanks for me. So in this scenario, we're actually loading real world data and we're telling Storm, hey, use that satellite imagery and the heights and so on to choose where to put your assets. So let's choose our dry biome forest. What's actually happening here is we're now loading in a different biome in real time. So let's go down to, say, ground level and see what's going on here. Actually, I'll go up a bit higher first. You'll see as I go out, you know, there's a little pin there. This is actually a spot in Germany. You can see that this is actually real world environment. Now, whether you're making these terrains up or you're ingesting real world terrain, we don't care, right? It's just data and we convert it into rich 3D representations for you. But that is particularly cool, right? Because you can't really buy something that does this for you for Unity full stop. And certainly nothing that does what I'm about to do next. So I'll just zoom back into the environment here. As I get closer, you'll actually see that we'll start to draw the trees in. There they are, they're just starting to come in now. You can see I've actually gone to a different part of the map, so we stream it in. So Storm isn't just about render acceleration and large distances, but it's also got this streaming stuff built in. And we've got some really cool tools that allow you to then plug in things like OpenStreetMap, and we have plans to ingest Esri data into this as well, so you can integrate this into your GIS. But of course, it's pretty cool just for games. So as I zoom into the ground here, I just keep going, and I'm going slow just so that you can see it. We're actually starting to procedurally augment the terrain. So as I go in, you'll start to see more detail pop in. And the terrain gets more interesting. Oh, here we go, we're getting some more trees as we get closer to them. And now we're starting to get ground cover. And we're getting to grasses. And then down at ground level, you've got this really rich, beautiful environment. So, as I mentioned in the low poly demo, all of this is 100% configurable. And the idea here is, depending on your use case, because sometimes you might want a really high fidelity render, sometimes you might just want a, you know, something that runs really, really fast. So we can go in and we can change all these things. So I kind of have to go up a bit to show you this. But, you know, I've got my dry pine forest, it's drawing off into the distance there. I can go, well, let's just bring them in, right? Or push them back out. And you can basically tweak each different part of your environment, not only the distances and the texturing approach we take and so on, and the biomes, but also the density. So, you know, I'm going to just smash my system. Actually, I'll do objects instead. I kind of, we've kind of put our objects onto this section here. So let's go to my density here and, you know, put some more of these things in there. So now I have this crazy amount of stuff drawing here. It's actually run beautifully fast, and it's all tweakable, which is, whoops, not that. I'll show you that in a sec. So I'll just drop them back down. So you can basically dynamically tweak all these different settings. We have some cool things that we've done. I'll just get out of edit mode here. And again, it's all about, often what you're doing with games is you're creating an illusion. So if I go to my settings here and, you know, I'm going to my trees and I'll just push them out a bit further. You know, boom, we're pushing these trees, you know, 6 kilometers out into the distance. We're drawing a lot of trees. Then I can go, you know what, let's muck around with our density fade. So what we can do here is we can actually, if you notice in the background here, because unfortunately our UX is all over the screen, I'm actually dynamically fading out and drawing less trees. And because they kind of happen gradually, you can create this illusion, but you can actually draw. The illusion feels like there's lots of content there, but there's actually not, because we're actually culling a lot of it out. And then we can do something like scaling, same sort of deal. We can basically scale. They're a bit too far out. Maybe if I bring them in. Where's my distance? Maybe I'll be able to see it here. So you can see the trees on top of the hill here. They're big, but we actually shrink them into the distance as well. So again, depending on your use case, you can actually do these little visual tweaks that will give you the sense of distance while, you know, doing less work on your GPU. I'll just put my trees back out because I like lots of dense stuff. So this is being accelerated with Storm. Storm will give you massive terrains, massive draw distances, and massive density, procedural biomes. And then the next thing Storm's going to give you, so this is kind of what I call the natural world. The next thing we're focusing on Storm is the built world. So that's all that man-made stuff that happens in there as well. So in Archetype, this thing's designed to be kind of, you know, super user-friendly. But now I'm going to show you some of the built stuff. Now, in Storm, you can create your own biomes. You can put your own assets in. Actually, before I show you the built stuff, I'll just show you. Now, let's look at some different biomes. Let's actually go low poly. Boom. Now, what we've just done in real time is we've retextured the terrain and we've chosen a different set of assets in there. So, you know, this real-time capability is fairly cool. Let's go back to and I'll go back to talking to you about built environments. So built environments, what do we mean? It's all the stuff that is driven by man. So I go to my stuff here. I'm going to grab a building. I'm going to grab a city. I'm going to grab a dungeon. So the way we look at things with Storm is you've got the core system, that's render acceleration. I showed you that other scene, the low poly scene, and you saw the, you know, 5 or 6x improvement in performance from 20 frames a second. It actually on my system goes to 200. You know, that's a core benefit just there. But the next major thing, am I doing a weird thing with my head on
Oh, you are.
I'm doing max headroom.
You're bobbing.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm smashing my system, and this camera is a HT camera, it doesn't like it. I've got some weird driver thing going on as well. But anyway, just ignore my head. I might turn my camera off. Can you see my head? Shall I just get rid of it?
No, go ahead, turn your camera off. It's fun.
All right,
it's mad fun.
So yeah, now, first of all, let's create a city with a click. Click. And boom, it's just it's generating of the city. It's actually a bug in this. It's gone off its little render area, but the city has been generated. So what we're doing here, if I go out, is we've actually generated the roads and then built all the buildings. And the buildings are actually made out of modular pieces. And what's kind of interesting about the way we've made them is that because we want Storm and Archetype to work with mapping data just as easily as we can work with, you know, stuff that you want to make in your game, what we actually feed to our building system is a polygon. Then it works out the best way to construct the building to fit the space that we've given it. So in the next Storm, the acceleration stuff works now. and we're just about to add in the large terrain rendering now. And the other thing we've got coming is the flattening and the roads. So, you've seen a bit of that with Gina. We have a lot more sophisticated road algorithms than that. So the idea you can use this to generate really rich environments. And part of that will be flattening and so on. But let's go and have a look at our building tech in more detail. So I'm going to put this building here. I'm going to pop over here. And I'm going to edit this building. Now you notice I'm actually running an application here, right? So this is all happening in real time. If you were building a metaverse platform or some sort of system, well, this sort of capability is all really powerful. So I'm going to grab this and pull that out and drop it down. So what I've actually shown you is the interior of this building, and I'll try and angle my light to give us a better view. So there you go. It's not that great, but our algorithms for buildings can do interiors as well. This is a fully functional building with interiors. And this is an incredibly powerful thing, because not only can we create all this stuff, but we can, depending on your use case, we can actually fill it full of content, full of furniture. We can make it into interesting, habitable places. So the idea here is Storm, one of the modules you can buy for Storm, is the building and dungeon creation module, or the the terrain or the city generation module, and so on. And at the moment, the way we're looking at it is, hey, you buy Storm and you get it all, but because we're still coming to market with it, we'll take advice from the community about the best way to do that. So I created a city, I created a building, and I showed you that it has interiors. Now let's create a dungeon. So I just plonk that there, drop out of edit mode and drop into first person mode. So now I am here in the scene down at ground level, and let's go and have a look at our dungeon. Where we're going with this is to be able to do this and have a direct seamless hole in your terrain going straight down to your dungeon. We have some really amazing stuff coming with the terrain engine as well. So for example, you can render roads and rivers and all these things with zero additional cost. I'm not going to demonstrate that now because the particular video that I've got of it hasn't been sanitized for the public, but it is there and it's super exciting. But let's go into this and drop in here. And here I am.
A lot of the work that you're seeing here is some of our earlier stuff. We're way farther ahead than this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to turn my torch on, and here I've actually gone into a dungeon that we procedurally just generated in real time. You can see in this demo there are some interiors, but I'll show you a little video which shows much richer interiors. But it's a fully functional dungeon. And even in the time between we made this little demo and the current system, now we have rich interiors, we have multi-level caverns, and you can actually feed any modular asset pack at this. So that's extremely powerful. In some of that early prototyping, we created a modular kit that used modern subway type styling, and then another one that was more organic. This is just an asset pack that we bought off the asset store. I quite like it, and it looks quite nice. Then when I pop back up to the ground level again, here we are. What actually we did is we switched off everything above ground when we went below ground, and vice versa. So you can think of Storm as a render acceleration system, a streaming system. And it's also it's kind of like, well, we didn't really have a great acceleration system before, but it's a bit like Sector, and it borrows some of Gina, and it's kind of like everything we've learned kind of being built into one system.
Holy grail. Now, I think Fresh Meat kind of said it. Brian and Adam, this is way crazier than the last thing that I saw from you guys. Great work. And I didn't think that you were far from the holy make my game button?
Well, this little button here hides our generative AI interface, which I'm not going to show you in this demonstration. But we have been doing a lot of work with generative AI. And the idea here is you've got Storm, which is an incredible, powerful acceleration and content creation system, which supports runtime acceleration and content creation as well. Then you've got Archetype, which is like the easy to use, create a beautiful environment. Let's export that to GLTF or Collado, or even let's export it to Fortnite or Rust, right? It's designed to make this whole process easy and simple. Storm is more your sort of tweak everything and do everything. But where we want to go, and we've been putting a lot of time into, is the integration of large language models and stable diffusion type models to do generative AI. And that is like that's my personal kind of passion with this stuff. I'm absolutely fascinated with it. And if you think about what is procedural generation is the application of rules to generate outputs, and we use that to create these beautiful environments. But the when you think about make my game, well, here we're kind of make my environment, make my city, make my dungeon. If you have this ability to do this, then surely it's not that far to go, well, why can't I procedurally build you a game? Why can't I build an experience? Something we've done with Archetype, I think it's this one. Here we go. Archetype is a multi-user system. So why don't we get in and create an environment together? Theoretically, once you had this capability, wouldn't it be interesting to go, well, now publish my game? All right, so you get in here, you talk to the computer, and we just generate stuff for you. Then you go, yeah, that's really cool. Bang. Or imagine this. Brian and I are going to play a game together. I'm a bit of a real-time strategy guy. He's a bit of a hack and slash guy. So he goes into Archetype and he creates his version of the world. I go into Archetype, create my version of the world. The system goes and, I'll just go into the fly mode. System goes and creates a map for us, right? Boom. Here's Brian's half of the map. It's done in his weird style. Here's my side of the map, which is done in my perfect style. And, obviously I'm being facetious. He merges it together. So then you could say, well, in my version of the world, my sword of smiting, when I bash Brian over the head with it, will actually cure him 100 hit points. Like literally up is down and down is up. And really it's what you want to imagine it to be. So that's...
I guess it brings into the question, what is Storm going to, or who could use Storm?
Yeah. So Storm is designed, as I mentioned, Storm's not going to live. Well, actually, it might further down the track. That's a discussion ongoing with Unity. Storm is priced differently than Gaia, right? Gaia is really it's at a very cost-effective price that means that many people can get to use it. Storm is actually designed because it actually solves problems like this, right? And this was hideously expensive for us to actually build solutions for. So Storm will have a indie price and a studio price and then an enterprise price. So for indies, you can get it relatively cost-effectively, but still more expensive or substantially more expensive than Gaia. For small to medium studios, we have a price that's more indicative of here's the value that it adds to your game. It makes it run well. It brings in all this amazing capability, which you would have to hire a team of people and pay them a lot of money to build. And then for enterprise, they're the sorts of, or bigger studios, they'll probably want to buy the source code to Storm, and there's a price for that. So, our first customer for Storm was a metaverse project. It was, excuse me, it was 900 square kilometers. And the way we went about building that, they actually helped asked us to help them with their environment. So we actually used Gaia. and created 900 1 kilometer square terrain tiles and used Gaia to do a lot of the texturing and the shaping. We use Gina as well, and we use things like Easy Roads from the asset store to do the road systems for it. But then to do all the vegetation and the acceleration, we use Storm. So that was a project where we built the environment for them and then we helped them to accelerate it. Depends on what your use case is, right? Some people, to take advantage of a system like Storm, you've also got to author your content in a way that lends itself to the techniques we're using graphically. So I'll give you an example. See all of these buildings here. These buildings, they are actually all different, even though they're sort of built from, in this case, fairly large and clunky pieces. But each one's unique, but we actually break them down into pieces. If they were all individual static meshes, then you wouldn't get a lot of benefit from Storm, because we like to break things up and instance the hell out of them. So if you author your content the right way and then let Storm do its magic, it can help you to run that environment much more quickly. So in that scenario, you might want to say, well, I need some help. I need you guys to be embedded into my team. I need you to help me understand how to author in the right way. And then, we transfer that knowledge, we give you access to the product, and away you go. Does that kind of answer your question, Brian?
Oh, yeah. So I guess last two things, because we're running a little bit over on time. So yeah, kind of recap. If you have any custom projects as well, feel free to reach out to us. With whatever it is you guys are doing. We do custom projects. It's kind of on a per use case or per case basis. Always reach out to myself or Adam, or you can schedule a meeting with either one of us, and we'll get to talking and figure that out. And then how to contact us on either on Canopy, through Discord, through email. You can reach us. I love this scene right here. This is really cool.
This scene's interesting. This is a very much a different approach here. We've actually taken a real world environment. We ingested some photogrammetry based stuff. It looks like melted wax. It's not particularly great, but it was for a commercial demonstration. This here is a model that's been imported from CAD and decimated so that it runs reasonably well inside of Unity. What I'm actually going to do now is showcase some of the other things that we want to bring into this space as well. So here if you look at this, it looks pretty average, right? But then I'm going to go and do some other little bits of magic. First of all, I'm going to go to my system settings here, and I'm going to actually go path tracing. Boom. So what's actually happening here is we're now starting to path trace this. You can see little Duvalaka Truvin along the bottom here. Boom. That's now a path trace scene. Now, because the lighting's pretty average, let's just go in and tweak that. And change our time of day, make the lighting, that beautiful golden hour. Maybe change the location of it. So again, we're exiting out a path traced version of this. Now, I won't go into the demo of this per se, other than to just sort of talk to this concept. What's actually going on here is this system also, what we build into this system is an ability to create your own. It's kind of like Pegasus for those of you that know Pegasus. So you can actually create a flight path through your environment. And the idea here is that you'll be able to actually, whether you've generate, and of course this is also dependent on Unity as well, right? So as Unity brings out more and better support for path tracing and so on, and ray tracing, we'll add it to these tools. But in a commercial context, when you're going back to real world use cases, what we're looking at doing here is taking commercial and real world environments and giving them to marketing people. I mentioned that this is real time enabled, so it's essentially a small scale MMO, and it's got voice and so on integrated into it. So we'll build a custom version of this for this enterprise project. We will allow people who don't know the first thing about 3D and games and all this sort of stuff. It's really simplified user interface. We'll allow them to get together from all around the world and walk through these real world CAD-based systems and explore those systems in real time. And because this particular audience for this is marketing oriented in the real estate, commercial real estate, then the ability for the marketers to go in and generate high fidelity rendered videos. Now, just to give you a sense of what would that cost them to do exactly what I've just talked about, just the video rendering. They send their 3D models out without all of this extra stuff that we've just got built into this. They spend something like $50,000 to $200,000 to get a 3D render. So with tools like this and putting these tools into the hands of normal business people, we can save companies a huge amount of time. And then there's something about being able to walk around in an experience together with other people and talk and get a sense of the scale and so on. So we are talking with multinationals, and we have proposals in place where we'll do something very special, and that's kind of the expertise we bring, right? Not only can we make stuff look good and run well at scale, but we can take all of that expertise and put a virtual team onto the project with the customer and do things that, just to get the skills and the people together is going to take you months and months and months. Then you have to become productive and so on and so on. So we can kind of do it better, faster and cheaper. And that's one of the benefits of us as well.
Yeah. So it's been absolutely amazing, and I think we have some things to give away as well, don't we? Don't we, Basso? So actually, if you don't have it,
before you do that, we'll shortly have a new website. But if you go to the Procedural Worlds website and you go under products, this website is terrible. The next one is awesome. But if you go under products, Enterprise Storm, and you go here, you can connect to us, you can put your details in, and when Storm is released, which is later this month, we'll contact you and we'll have a chat about your project with you.
Absolutely.
So products, Enterprise Storm. Yeah, let's give some stuff away. Let's go to the asset store and look at Procedural Worlds. This is what we're about to give away 2 copies of. It's our World Building Bundle, which is normally priced at $500, and that's actually a significant discount on buying all this stuff individually. And shortly we'll release an upgrade to the latest 2023 versions as well.
You did it as well.
What's that?
I said you did it as well.
Yeah.
That's why it's here,
No, and we just haven't done it because we've been busy. But that's about $600 worth of value, 624 to be exact. And you get all that stuff. And we're going to give it away for free right now.
Yeah. So make sure you're following TheMessyCoder. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything. And we're going to open up the giveaway. While we open that up, and that's doing its thing, we had a few questions as well. So I want to kind of go back here. Let's see here. I actually heard that on my end. Let's see here. You guys made some incredible tools for the world to use, and I hope you guys keep up the great work. Much love. Oh, thanks, Fresh Meat. Let's see here. Which kind of imposters are they, or are they meshed LOD? Talking about the
Okay, that's a good
imposter size.
question. So we basically dynamically generate. We can actually generate a range of different imposter types, from simple a cross quad to 6 ways quad, a 9 slice quad, so we get more angles. And our plan is to support octahedral imposters as well. We just don't have it in the product yet. Some of the other things we want to do with Storm also is to do smart things at runtime with, basically doing a kind of a clever query of your scene and going, you know what, this thing would make more sense for us to join those meshes up into one bigger mesh and instance that instead. But, you kind of got to start somewhere, and if I kept on adding features to Storm, we'd never release it.
Yup. This is a very important question. Thank you for bringing this up. And something we haven't hit on just yet, or we might have. Is this a completely different engine, or is this a plugin for Unity?
That's a good question. It's actually a plugin for Unity. The way where we're going with this stuff, initially we're starting in Unity, because we come from Unity and we already got lots of code for Unity. We know it very well, but we actually are the recipient of an Unreal Mega Grant, and our plan is to bring this tech to Unreal as well. And then, of course, every engine's different, right? So we will. The approach with Storm has a kind of an independent data format. It's agnostic of the engine. So whether you're authoring in Unity or Unreal further down the track, or we've got a tool that you can point it at various mapping data sources, and it'll generate the same underlying data description of your environment. And then if you've got the Unity plugin, or later on the Unreal plugin, then Storm will just render it regardless. So yeah, Unity for now. And of course it supports all the pipelines. We are talking to the Unity terrain guys, and also Realm, their new multiplayer persistent world framework. So the idea is we will just plug in to stuff. We kind of, the approach is to try and be a bit like a glue. You integrate stuff together and you borrow from best of breed.
Nice. Yeah, we're gonna be supporting a lot of things moving forward, which is gonna be very fun and interesting. I think being able to do all of this at runtime, all the guys stuff that we've learned over the years is quite incredible to be in the kind of position that we're in. So all render pipelines will be supported? Yes. We support all render pipelines. All right. Well, I won't make you do a drum roll since you're not feeling so hot. So, bleh. Bleh. All right. Winner number 1. Eatnox. Nice. Congrats, buddy. GG's in the chat. I will write your stuff down in just a second. And number 2 is Yolan. Nice, Yolan.
He's won stuff before.
I feel like he has, yeah.
Hey, Yolan, how's it going?
All right.
We met Yolan at Unite. It was really cool.
Yeah, I wish I got to go.
Yeah. Suck it up, princess.
I know. I'm depressed because I didn't actually get to meet Messy, and I know Messy was there, and I got to hear through the grapevines how amazing time it was. Yeah, Yolan, you were last second as well.
It was I've known Messy for years, and it was nice to finally meet him in the flesh. And it was actually, I met lots of this Unite was really awesome. got to meet lots of amazing people that you've just talked to and you know their name from online. So I highly recommend that people do go to the Unites. You get to just rub shoulders with everybody. The new CEO of Unity came through. David Helgeson came through and checked our stuff out. The top people at Unity are all around you, and you can ask them questions. They're really approachable. It was really nice.
Oh, Yolan, you got to meet Adam in person as well. That's awesome. Yeah, I finally, after, boy, how many years have I worked for you? It was like, what, 6 years now? So after 3 or 4 years, I finally got to meet Adam in person. It took that long. And I actually got to meet Peter in person as well. So that was actually a lot of fun, being able to meet up with my work colleagues that I speak to on a daily basis, finally. Peter is so tall, and so is Adam.
Yeah,
I'm so short compared to both of them. I don't think I ran into Brian. No, you haven't ran into me yet. I've been at the GDCs and the Nordics conferences, and hopefully, potentially at the next GDC. So,
well, we are planning to be at GDC, so definitely, Brian.
So if you go out there, more likely you might see me. But all right, well, it has been absolutely fantastic. Chat, do you have any other questions for Adam before he probably goes back to the bed and sleeps? Work that off. Do you have any questions? Any last remarks? Last minute for the win. Oh, fresh meat, you just missed it. Sanyo, you just missed it.
Oh, look,
great night.
Generative AI in Archetype. What's this?
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. Chat, we've been working on some amazing stuff, and we've been trying to hide it for so long. But I'm excited to see what this year is going to bring, and I think it's going to be absolutely amazing moving forward. Not only with Procedure Worlds, but the game industry as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating times. The whole AI space is going absolutely nuts. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Adam, for coming on and being sick.
No worries, mate. Thanks for being kind to me.
This time I have to, I guess.
Yeah. All right. See you later.
All right. Cheers. All righty. Well, that was fun, chat. Next up. What? Oh, that's mine. Oh, that creeped me out for a second because that's my stream. I was like, why is my stream popping up? No, this is stuff we did some time ago, which go check that out. It's pretty cool. But yeah, hopefully I get to meet some of you guys at GDC. All right, chat. Just a few minutes. We are going to be meeting Leo for Given Labs and Crypto Teens. So stick around. We're going to be talking about crypto and NFTs inside of games, which is really interesting stuff. Obviously, a new trend that's been kind of popping off, and we're going to get him in here. So stay tuned. I wish I could play the videos. I gotta do that somehow. Get no audio. It's kind of rough. 1 second, chat. For some reason, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Discord has added this this really interesting feature called Browse Channels, and that Oh, hey, Leo, can you mute that?
Sorry.
You're good. There we go. Yeah, they added this weird thing, and you have to actually like go through and pick the channels, otherwise they just don't show up, which is so annoying. I don't know why they did that. It's so annoying because everything's hidden in new channels. 23 MRT Bone, how you doing? Again, guys, we're running a charity event, so be sure to, if you haven't, donate to the great cause, which is McMillan's cancer charity event for the TheMessyCoder 24-hour live stream. And Leo, how you doing, bud?
Good to see you, man. How's everything?
Oh, it's going, man. it's been
Can
a
you
hot
see me?
minute. No, I can't see you.
How do I get on the camera?
You know where the disconnect button is? All the way to the left is the turn on camera button. You can see that.
Disconnect where? Sorry.
Like the disconnect the call. And then there's like the mute stream, turn off camera, and activities button. It's okay, it's late for you. You're not. You gotta be with the DJs. Come on, this is DJ hour. Ain't that right, chat?
Come on. Yeah, I see it, man. Sorry, where?
You know where you Okay, so click in the
disconnect.
Discord.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. So all the way to the left is the camera. Yep.
Oh.
Perfect. There you are. How you doing,
back.
man? not even gonna do it, huh?
No. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's been a long day. How long have we been going at this? For hours, I feel like.
Yeah.
How long is 14 hours?
14
hours ago. Yeah.
You're a champion. I love it.
So
how's it been going?
Good. We're going pretty far in the charity event so far. We've had a lot of great speakers and stuff. We're over we're over 3/4 of the way with the target, so that's really nice. Yeah, 14 hours is insane. He said, "What up?" Fresh Meat said, "What up, big sexy? How we doing?"
What's everybody? Good to be here. Good to chat with you. Good to share some stuff on, the blockchain, and it's controversial in the gaming space. You either love it, hate it, or know nothing about it, and maybe we can help one of those. I think we come at it as game first.
Yeah.
A lot of people in the beginning came at it like money first, profit first. Let me get a quick dollar. Let me try to raise money for an idea that I have no real intention of executing. So a lot of people got money and were like, shit. And they screwed a lot of people over, and a lot of people got, put in bad places for, a lot of bad investments. And I think what we're seeing now is a turn in the market and people coming out with game first focuses. And we're hoping to be one of those benchmark games that kind of showcase, look, there's a better way to do it. And there's because the idea of blockchain, Brian, I think is like it's for the user, it's for the player, right? The idea is rewarding them and allowing them to keep their assets and own their assets so they can do whatever they want with it. And that's really the backbone, that's the core of blockchain for games. And then I think there's just a lot of ways to like reward players, create new experiences, new ways for them to feel connected to the game and the people that make the game. And I think that's a cool new way to expand on gaming, which has already been pretty heavily expanded. So there's more to go.
I think a big part of it is that there's been so many, I hate to say it, but scam games that came out in the very early days, and now it's for anybody that's trying to do anything legitimately, it's you're trying to fight through all of that, and I think and there's good and bad practices as well, and there's a lot of bad practices out there, but there can be, you know, it took me a while. Like me and you have chatted in the past, and it's like, yeah, at first I wasn't really on board or anything like that with crypto gaming, but the more I understood it, I think that's when I was like, oh, okay, you know what, this actually makes sense why crypto and NFTs can be involved into a game, right? Um, so it's very interesting, you know, that there's, like you said, there's millions of ways that you can reward players, a lot of investment opportunities, a lot of growing, you know, your game and your business strategy and all this sort of stuff as well. And I think that's all very interesting tactics that we can, you know, use in the gaming industry that I think that, like you said, not a whole lot of people actually know about. But
Yeah, I
so
think like it scares people, right? So
yeah,
they're
it
just like,
definitely does.
screw that. I don't need, until it's like forced down their throats. A lot of people are just like, meh, it's not for me. And then,
Yeah,
it's the same thing with like cell phones, the same thing with internet, same thing with personal computers. I
yeah,
think there's always scammers in any new technology, any new industry, and there's always people looking to kind of take advantage of like people just don't really know what's going on, and then you know and then it takes a little bit of time for it to kind of mature and come back, and I think we're in that maturing stage, and it's a good time to be building in this space. So I think it's, if traditional gamers, PC players, even console players, I think there's so much here for you, and I think you're allowed to feel, just you're allowed to be upset about it because there was
right.
so much shit, for lack of a better way to put it.
Oh, be careful with fudge and budget. Don't say that. All right. So tell everybody a little bit about yourself. I mean, you know, who you are and how'd you get into this and all that fun stuff.
Oh, origin story.
Origin story.
Yeah.
Batman time.
Batman time. I come from education. I come from helping kids. I come from working with teenagers. I have a bit of a crazy story where I was left for dead at 21, and I was in a different path at that point in my life, and two bullets kind of put me in a different path. So I was shot in an alleyway, robbed essentially, and I was found by a mailman a couple hours later, and took me down a really dark path in terms of my physical mental health, and battled with post traumatic stress disorder. And I think Brian, you and me have connected with that as well, and
Yeah.
just a lot of just stuff like that. So I've come from that dark place, and found purpose in helping kids, and now what I do is, you know, use my knowledge with teenagers and young adults, and kind of talking to them and what they want, what they've dealt with, and so now what I try to do is really, be somebody that's trying to showcase the power of blockchain to teenagers, but I also love doing it for gamers as well, and really just showcasing what's possible. And so, coming from education, I always see, games like, Assassin's Creed as such a powerful tool where,
Hmm.
you're having so much fun playing, you don't even realize you're learning. And I think gaming is such a badass place for that. And I think Assassin's Creed and a lot of like different Star Wars game and space games also tap into that, where you're kind of learning about science, technology, you're learning. And then obviously Assassin's Creed with like history, culture, language, a lot of like, I think I've mentioned this before in different chats, but like, a friend of mine went to Paris, and he's hanging out with his, on a work trip, and they're kind of walking through the city. He's pointing things out, and they're like, dude, when did you become a historian? Like, how do you know this?
Hmm.
And he's just like, oh, I play Assassin's Creed. And everyone's like, oh yeah, makes sense. Like, okay. And it was just like just like that. And I
Yeah.
think like if we can expand on that and create new experiences and worlds and storylines that kind of subliminally teach. And I think like a lot of people, when they hear learning, they think of school. And my work in school showcases that, when you're forced to learn, it sucks. When you don't want to do it, your mind's not really open to it. You're a closed door. It's a force, and it
Hmm.
hurts, and it's pain, and people don't like school because of that. You put them in a situation where they do something where it's like, the idea of financial literacy and math. Okay, I hate that. Oh, the idea of making money. I like that. and you're like, okay, wait, there's something here, and then you kind of shape it in a different way, and they're like, all right, cool, this is, wait, I can like kind of use this in the real world, and it can change, somebody's life, and you think back in your childhood over school, there might have been that one teacher, that one, principal, that one gym teacher, music teacher, somebody that like opened your eyes and maybe blew your mind in some sort of fashion. So I think learning is a powerful tool, and I think if and I think a lot of gamers know that, right? You're learning, you're experiencing so much more than
Yeah.
just entertainment and games. um so yeah, I think like for us it's like leaning into the learning, but what I've seen is, there's a magic that can happen when you don't realize you're learning and you're having so much fun doing it. that's
Yeah.
that's really where, my story comes into gaming, is through education and making learning fun, but in a way where you don't even realize it's happening.
Yeah, the subliminal learning is very interesting, right? And there is, I think, we may have had a chat about this before, but there's some colleges that will actually give you credit by playing like the Assassin's Creed games. I don't know that one for fact, but there are certain games that you
Well,
can
there's some
play
sort
to
of
learn
like
those.
curriculum basis where they kind of shifted into like school.
Yeah,
um and yeah, it's worked beautifully, and now with like the metaverse or even VR, learning is now gaming, and
yeah,
moving towards that. And it's getting kids excited about coding, engineering, science, technology, even math. Like shit, the one you know level of learning that everybody hates. It's a tough one, right? Math is
yeah.
always, especially for me. Not everyone, but for most people.
Right.
So,
Yeah. I
I
hated
hated math.
Matt, dude. I mean,
I
like
hated math.
to me, like one of the biggest arguments I used to make, even as a kid, was that you do so much learning when you just play even normal games, right? Take the ones that do subliminal learning, but just normal games. You learn hand-eye coordination, teamwork. You learn problem solving,
Yeah,
and how to
communication.
react very quickly, and all these sort of things. And you can tell a gamer versus a non-gamer, if they put them on the same thing, and it's like, well, how is there that much of a difference if the only thing that gaming does is rot your brain? Well, that's not true at all. Like, look at the communication, look at how many people connect and have friends all over the world that they've never even met, all these other things. Yes, there's some downside negatives to online gaming and online in general, but for the mass majority, there's a positive, right?
I
Um,
think if you're in a game like, Call of Duty, and you're just killing people, it's kind of bringing out an aggression. So I think it's also the style of
it's
game you're
it could
playing.
it
And
could be a release though. It could be a release.
very true. Yeah, no, I think that's the problem, is like people have misunderstanding of gaming. And if they see somebody with the earphones on and the mic on and they're gaming, a lot of people just think like, oh, there's all this negativity going on, and really there isn't. That like people have like amazing friendships, or maybe
Yeah.
through a game and in the Discord met their wife or their partner
Mm-hmm.
or their husband or whatever, right? So,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
I
There
think,
there was a couple of stories about people meeting in World of Warcraft and getting married. I've heard
yeah, in World of
quite a few of
Warcraft,
those. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And I think mom and dad don't get it, and that's okay. But when the teenagers of today and the young adults of today, like everyone's gaming, everybody knows what's going on in the gaming world for the most part. Like maybe not the detailed new titles or whatever, but
Right.
so, I think gaming is the perfect medium to expand on learning and then showcase just how fun learning can be when it's not forced on you, right?
Yeah.
And that's where we want to lean into that is, and again, we're not going to be, when you buy our game, it's not going to be a play to learn on the box. It's not like
Right.
pushed on you, right? We're
Right.
just talking about it in the conceptual conversations of it, is yeah, we're teaching subliminally, but what you don't realize is the best experiences you've almost had in your life are moments of learning. And so yeah, that's kind of what we're looking to do. And blockchain's a great space to do it, so that's where we chose the blockchain.
So I don't know if you mentioned this, I might have missed it, but so you after um, some things that happened in your life. You ended up starting your own organization.
I did, yeah.
What is that about?
Yeah, so I created an organization that originally started because of the shooting I went through, gangs, guns, the dark side of our community where people have given up hope and resulted to violence to in hopes of survival. So I always, when I after I was shot, I always thought about both sides of the gun. I always thought the kid who shot me never born to shoot me. So what happened in his life? And then it even turned to like maybe where did he go after? I used to think about that a lot. Like, did he cry himself to sleep? Was it the scariest day of his life? Did he laugh it off and have some drinks with his friends later? Was it, what happened? And a lot of people don't think about both sides of the gun, right? The shooter is an
Right.
animal, is this, criminal, and the other person is a victim, and this is terrible. And there's so many more stories going on here. Or, I always thought about like when you watch the news and 21-year-old shot twice, left for dead in an alleyway, you might have been like, wow, crazy. What's on the next channel, and you just flip the news
Right.
or whatever, and you're
Right.
like, crazy. That moment is like, wow, and it's like half a second, and you're like, whatever. What's on the food channel? And
Right.
so, so I was always thinking about that. And again, it's funny. Like, you don't think about things until they hit you, right? You don't think about drunk drivers until your little brother was killed in a drunk driving accident. You don't think about rape until your niece or your cousin had this incident. And it's so, for me it was just violence that got me into thinking about community and people and lives, and then it really quickly became emotions and choices and how our emotions drive our choices. And that led into starting with like at-risk kids and really scary like gun violence gangs and the most at-risk kids, to student leaders and working directly in schools and helping kids that were already from great communities become even better versions of themselves.
Yeah.
So that's really where my work came. And then along that way, I was talking to kids every day. What do you want? What do you look for? Like, what's important to you? What matters? And what matters to them is making a difference, being a part of something, having an identity, and playing games.
Yeah.
And whatever that might be, like from Candy Crush to, Warzone, hardcore, to Fortnite, to everything in between.
Yeah.
So it was just after the pandemic hit, for me it's always impact over income. So after the pandemic hit, I learned about blockchain, and I just said, this is the future. If I want to make a difference in the future, I have to learn this.
Yeah.
And it very quickly became, okay, the biggest part of this is gaming, and I now need to be a part of that to continue to make a difference. And very similar to how I started my youth organization, just these concepts and ideas. Where did this come from? How do I know this? What's going on here? To the same thing with the game. Like, where's the story coming from? Where are these concepts? Like, where's this drive to make this coming from? And it all was based in impact. I want to make a difference, and gaming is a great place. And if kids can learn in a fun, dynamic way, in an action adventure, deep rooted RPG game, let's do it. And so that was the journey. And
Nice.
it's been a journey because we've had to jump over many hurdles, from just the blockchain to the NFTs to the crypto to the game and the engines, and just designing and putting it all together. And I think a lot of people on the stream and been watching understand is that like gaming is really hard to make. Games are very difficult, and it's magic when you play a good game and you're having fun and you're thinking about the game. You're like, I can't wait to go home and play that game. There's magic happening there. The art, the technology, the design, everything hitting you all at once,
Yeah.
making you want to play. That is like that's like when you hear a song for the first time and it gives you goosebumps. That like the je ne sais quoi, you know what I mean? That like you can't touch it.
Right.
That's what games
Don't even know
are.
what it is, but it's
I don't know
there.
what
Yeah.
this is, and so that's why it's so hard to make good games. And so I always tell my friends and family, they're like, I don't, when I'm thinking about being an entrepreneur or making a difference in the world, I probably should just pick like making a t-shirt company or like selling socks. to the homeless. I mean, or donating to the homeless, you know. And I always
Yeah.
pick the hard things. I always pick the really hard things. Anyway, no, it's yeah, and then leading into the game, we're doing this social impact. So we're to lean into what young adults and teenagers want is they want to make a difference. And imagine you can make a real world difference, although it might be small in the beginning, could compound over time, where your actual gameplay is supporting the causes you care about.
Yeah.
I think that could be badass. And so what we're doing is we're creating a donation, almost like a donation tax on all of our transactions, where instead of us taking a service fee, we're peeling away some of the service fee and then donating it for you. And at first, it'll be 2%, and it'll be a forced one or two charities that support learning and digital access to third world countries. And then we open that up to other charities. We might go into homelessness, we might go here, we might go there, we might, cancer, whatever you care about. We want to start bringing on initiatives so that you can say, hey, I'm playing this game, I'm making a difference, I'm having fun, I'm learning, it's making a difference in my life, I'm also making a difference in someone else's life. But imagine doing that in a game that's as fun and addictive as the main games you all play. So
Right.
that's our goal. And it's ambitious, but we feel like if we do it right, all the other games will be like, "Oh, wow, we should do that too." And then it's
Yes.
kind of setting a precedent.
So let's talk about the game. What is the game? What is the main shebang to it? What are you doing?
So yeah, so the game is called Crypto Teens. And why it's Crypto Teens, it's because the story of the teenagers in the game are so deeply rooted in this new digital, frontier we're all on, which is blockchain. Everything's turning digital, and all on the blockchain. So they're cybernetically enhanced teenage freedom fighters solving STEM-based challenge blocks, in purpose of bringing in a new decentralized future world. So very similar to the world we live in, where the 1% control the world. So these teenage freedom fighters are chosen by this new technology to usher in a better world that the citizens of Earth deserve. And the teenagers are the freedom fighters supporting this new technology. So you're playing, you're learning, you're earning these new reward mechanisms based from the blockchain, and you're making an impact directly linked to your achievements in game and also your in-game transactions, whether you're leveling up or buying a new skin or whatever you might be doing, or just buying a dope ass piece of cosmetic for your player. It's all supporting the causes you care about. And where we really want to lean is, so think about Assassin's Creed, but set in the future, cybernetic teenagers, but instead of subliminally being surrounded around culture and history and language, you're surrounded around science, technology, and engineering. And then you're forced through weapons and battle mechanics to defeat these challenge blocks that are not like learning, like what's this and plus that equals this. It's more like cool weapons and unique abilities and skill sets that allow you to battle these challenges in a very action adventure RPG style.
Yeah. Can you give an example of like one of these challenge blocks? What it would look like?
So I think like a good one to kind of talk about is like probably chemistry. So think about like, and so it won't be called chemistry, but it will be a chemistry block challenge. So the idea of that, like, some form of matter, say water, can be liquid, gas, solid. So throughout these different quests, you're learning about how these weapons and you're upgrading these tools to kind of now be able to manipulate matter in a way that benefits you in a moment. So you'll be able to turn water into liquid into gas to be able to kind of get through a certain challenge through your certain weaponry and tool sets to allow you to complete and now unlock the knowledge in that block that gets sent up to the main chain and now continues to improve the world around you as you're playing the game.
That's really cool. That's really
So
cool.
it's like, I always say when people are like, wait, learning, like you put learning in any sentence in a game and everyone's like, wait, stop right there. What are we talking
Full
about?
stop right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
full stop. So I think like for me, I always say Assassin's Creed, but cybernetic freedom fighter, teenage freedom fighters. And instead of being surrounded around history, culture, and language, it's science, technology, and engineering in a very sci-fi, super, futuristic style.
Very nice. That's pretty dope.
I
So
always
what
think
about
about, like, when you're a teenager, right? And you think back, and I think everyone has different experiences of being a teenager. And I think for me, it's like, if you could go back and not as like have to relive it, but if you could go back knowing what you know now and kind of like do it again but better. I think like a lot of people connect with being a teenager. And that's kind of where we went that way. And like, you know, so you create your identity. The slogan of our game is create your identity, discover your destiny. You create your own kind of freedom fighter, and that through those choices of creating your character, it sets you on this path of a new destiny that you must discover, almost as if everything you just chose for your character was already set waiting for you. It's almost like you've now chosen your own destiny, but it was chosen for you before you even knew to choose. So that's
that's
kind of
mind
like
blowing.
the play that we're going for. And then so that, yeah, it's deep, right? So
Deep.
and then again, right, the game is really connected to our world. And whether you're a believer or not, I think it's pretty obvious with what's going on in gaming that this idea of a matrix or a metaverse or this like digital society over our eyes is possible, right? And so
Right.
we lean into that, and the idea of that it's the 1% already put this digital society over us, so these teenagers are kind of breaking through that, opening up the real world. um, so it's very much matrix style, storyline inspired that way. And so I think there's a lot of components that people can connect with. Everyone's all about fighting the man, kind of standing up against the government and doing what's right for us as a people. So we
Yeah.
lean into that as well. And so I think there's a lot of components for everyone, whether you're into STEM, because think about it like this: like, a lot of people love Assassin's Creed, but it's not like you're a history buff. You know what I mean? It's not
Right.
like you're super into it. It's just the gameplay and the story, or maybe some different components brought you in, and that's what we're looking to do. Imagine, speaking with your friends of like, how did you know that, this component could be both solid and liquid? Oh, I play Crypto Teens. Like, oh,
Right.
cool.
Like, hey, it's actually legitimate. Yeah.
Makes sense. So,
So let's talk about the NFT side, because I think this is a very interesting point, and this is, you know, the kind of a make or break for a lot of people is how are you going to integrate the NFT side of things? Like, what are you doing? Is it a cosmetic base? Is it actual items that the player unlocks and they get to use those items? Like, what is it exactly?
yeah, I think a lot of time with NFTs is like, you saw it maybe as like a profile picture. So it was like a PvP, where it was like, a mutant ape, and you're like, what the heck is an NFT? And you're like, what am I
Right.
gonna do? What am I gonna do with this thing, right?
How do
And
I get rid
so,
of it after I buy it?
or how do I even, yeah, how do I get rid of this thing? And so I think like NFTs come in so many different shapes and forms. So I think the most important part for gamers and for video games is just digital ownership of your, or sorry, ownership of your digital assets. So whether, think about it like, owning a skin in Fortnite and then being able to sell it, trade it, make a t-shirt with it after. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different rights and kind of, ownership kind of privileges that you have. So for us, we thought, okay, for games, the best thing to do is cosmetics. So our NFTs are summary clothing cards. You're getting 9 head to toe clothing items for your in-game avatar, and also digital access passes to all versions of our game, from the first ever demo playable release all the way up to our main game. You are going to be first user, first tester, first player. And then what happens is, we really want to lean into what you hear a lot in the crypto world is utility, and essentially it's just usability, playability. You don't want to just have it. Cool, now what?
Mhm.
Right? Like, what am I going to do with this thing? So
Right.
for us, it was like, we want to give you something that's what's usable, playable, might mean something to you. There might be something really unique about it. So every item has its own rarity, and then the 9 combined items create the rarity to your summary card. So think about it like owning the lightsaber of Luke Skywalker because you were able to purchase a card that had it when the movie first came out, right? When the movie first came out, it was people who, just like this style, cool, this game, but it became a collectible, a digital collectible that meant something and worth something so much more as the game grew. So that's really, I think, what you were talking about is potential investment for players. Players are now coming in, they're playing, they're enjoying, they're being a part of it like any game you like, but now you're owning a piece of it and you're kind of riding as we ride, and if we're going up, you're going up, and our assets have more value. You now in turn have more value in your assets as well. But what we really wanted to do was focus on the player, right? So no pay to win aspects, no loot boxes, no things that players just strongly don't like or maybe crypto took advantage of. So that's why we say game first, where we really think about, okay, what do players want, and then how can we use the blockchain to give them that.
Right.
And so
To enhance
I
it,
think,
basically.
yeah, enhancing the experience, or sometimes you think about like Kickstarters where you're helping a game grow, helping a game become more than what it is right now, and you're getting a piece of it, and you're not just kind of watching it, you're being a
Yeah.
part of it. And so there's a little bit of that, and
I think
and then
that point right there, though, that is the most important point. Like, that was the turning point for me. Was like,
yeah,
to me, NFTs are no different than a Kickstarter backer, getting an object, right? An in-game whatever, right? If you're doing like a little title above their head, or you're getting a cosmetic piece or whatever, you're still getting an item for something by donating money, right? And you get to show that off, and essentially that's what an NFT is at the same time. But then you think back to like something like World of Warcraft as just an example. I can buy as many pieces for that game, whether it be mounts or cosmetics or whatever the case may be, and that's it. Once I'm done playing the game, or hey, I don't want to pay $15 a month anymore, like, it's not like I can just sell my account because that's against their TOS. But as an NFT, you theoretically, not even theoretically, you own whatever it is you just bought. So you wanted to sell your account, by all means, sell your account. And I think that is an interesting approach, and I think a lot of gamers that are in the NFT space already understand that concept. And it took me a while to understand that concept of like, hey, I don't have to waste $1,000, or maybe I bought it at 100 and now the game's taken off and now it's worth $1,000. Like, hey, I made more money back. That goes right back into my account.
exactly. Like I
So
don't
it's
know how
cool.
many games I have just sitting with my like old systems, just sitting there. And like, yeah, I could probably like sell them on eBay for like $5 or whatever. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? But like, it's whatever. So, but with blockchain, what allows me to do is like all my achievements, all my trophies, all my assets, all the things I acquired in each of those games are worth something to someone currently playing that game. And now I
Hmm.
can go on the blockchain and be like, hey, I'm selling this for like maybe like $100 or whatever it may be. And now somebody's like, wait, that's worth something to me because I'm currently playing that game and I want those things. And now I just maybe bought, a game for, $80, and now I just made $20 on it. But say 3 or 5 years after I bought the game, there's value. I own that and I can sell that and I can trade that. Or I could be like, hey, I have this game. Do you have any of those assets? Hey, I'll trade you this for that. There's just so much you can do on the blockchain that can open up gaming where the players are getting rewarded now. And I think
Right.
back in the day, like the players got rewarded with entertainment and friendship and of course all the other components. But now there's more. Now you're getting more. It matters more and it means more. And I think if you can kind of be a part of that, why wouldn't you want to get more from the games you already play?
Right.
And I think we're seeing that like a lot of the big players are entering into the blockchain, but secretly, because you say it to, I went to like a Unity developer event, and I'm not a developer. I'm a producer, creative, and So I'm talking about it, and they're like, "Oh, blockchain," and I almost got like sent to the back. Like, all right, you
You're not that
criminal.
type. Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna like try and rob us all. So I was just like, okay. But the more I talk to people, the more I'm like, look, I get that. It's the same thing with everything. The internet was like that. The cell phones were like that. Anything that you've loved in your life when it first started was taken advantage of by criminals. And then
Right.
you kind of like it gets matured, and then it gets hardened, and then rules and regulations come in. And that's where we're at right now. All these things are getting hardened, and rules and regulations are coming in, and it's kind of pushing out bad actors. So
Yeah.
it's a good time to anyone who's out there interested, it's a good time to start learning. It's a good time to start dabbling in some games. And another thing that we should talk about is the importance of like where technology is at, like what we call is invisible blockchain interaction. So you don't need to have a digital wallet. You don't need to know how to onboard your money and turn it into crypto. You don't need to buy a certain coin on a decentralized exchange and then onboard it into your gaming wallet. Like those days are over. You essentially sign up an account just like you'd sign up any account. You now have a digital wallet. You can turn the curtain aside, look around, and come in and start playing around. You can get all technical, or you can just keep it super simple, and it's always there. And then now your assets are sitting in your inventory in your game. And you're like, oh, cool. Now they're there. Or I can get technical. I can move the curtain, and I can see my digital wallet. And now I can move that into an exchange, and I can do crazy things you want, as technical as you
Yeah.
want to be, or as simple as you want to be. So we call that invisible blockchain interaction, and that's going to be the big kind of shift where I think when you have to do all these steps just to play a game, when there's so many roadblocks, most people are just going to be like, yeah, no,
Completely turned off on it. Yeah. When you
yeah,
make it easier, I think that's when the mass adoption will really start to take over, which we're already kind of seeing, which is very
yeah,
interesting.
it's happening, and it's always happening faster behind the scenes. Like whenever it's on the news, it's too late. You know what I mean? When
Hmm.
it's like when everyone's taught when your grandmother's bringing it up,
Right.
too
It's
late,
already over. Yeah.
too
So
late.
what are you doing about the characters? I mean, so are you just playing as one character and then you just customize that character with your NFT stuff or even in-game stuff, or how does that work?
So our characters, so we want like that's a good point. I like you brought that up. So what's missing in traditional, or sorry, in this first wave of blockchain crypto games is depth, is lore, is story, are characters that you can dive into. And I think that's where we are a little bit different as well. So we have 5 main crypto teams that set the lore and story of our world.
Hmm.
And then you come in as the second wave of freedom fighters. The first wave was not as successful. They need you. You're the second wave coming in that's going to like save the day. And so that first wave of crypto teams are our Luke Skywalker, our Princess Leia, our deep rooted character storylines. But you come in, and now where you customize your avatar, you're essentially picking character traits from those main crypto teams and crafting your own crypto team. So what's funny, a lot of people laugh, but it makes sense, is the crypto team's characters are based in high school stereotypes. So you're getting a nerd, you're getting an athlete, a cheerleader, an artist, and of course you're getting the stoner. And what people laugh because you think about it, it's like it's the perfect wizard crafter. It's the
Right.
perfect kind of play on that. So when you play, you're now crafting a main and secondary character trait. And so essentially you could be a nerd athlete. You could be a stoner nerd. Like you could create whatever little two punch combo you want. And that's what I was saying before. That as you create your identity, you're now shifting your destiny. And now picking those two combinations have allowed your story to go in one direction. And now it's all about customizing your look. When we're talking about being a teenager, and obviously, live games, it's like, what are my assets? How do I look? What's the fresh gear? And, playing on that crypto teen cybernetic look, we kind of want to lean into a lot of really dope cosmetic items and weapons and tools that can kind of really, deck out your character, and of course support you along the game as well. But that's kind of where we feel like we're really different. And I don't know kind of the age group of the audience right now, but if you're ever a big fan of Breakfast Club, which is an old 80s movie, but you might know it. I know a lot of young kids still know about this movie. But essentially what it was is these five teenagers came into detention together from different stereotypes. So you had the popular girl, you had the badass, you had the nerd, you had the quiet artist, and they all came together and really started to figure out we're similar, even though we're really different. And our main storyline of these crypto teens, these teenagers coming together, I was very inspired by that story.
To be fair, Chad, I know that. I know I'm young, but I do know that.
Yeah, I know
Just
you
put
know
that out
that.
there.
Yeah, those are the 80s movies, man. If you're a
Ferris
film buff,
Bueller's Day Off,
oh yeah, those
all those
exactly
classics,
classics, right? So
I
yeah,
I
we were
don't I
inspired
don't
by
feel
that.
my age.
No, you're not. You're not your age.
Oh
You're an
no,
old.
that's incredible. I think that's actually very very intelligent. To play on that is because that you know when we talk about customizing your character and all this sort of stuff, it becomes a very interesting topic, right? Look at games like the Elder Scrolls series, right? Like Skyrim or Oblivion or any of those,
Yeah.
or even World of Warcraft. People spend hours creating their characters sometimes. I know I've done it, in games, and you don't even see them. You know what I mean? Like you're putting on armor. You don't see your character. Why are you spending hours developing your character in the very beginning of the game? Some people do it for fun, funsies and make some weird odd shaped characters. I know Oblivion was real bad for that,
Yeah.
but still,
Even
like
Baldur's
it's
Gate, like you see a lot of
yeah,
people coming
Baldur's
out
Gate. Yeah,
and
I mean
just
there's
like,
there's
look
a
how
lot of them.
sexy my character is. Like I spent all these hours building it.
And then just to put armor on and hide your entire character.
Yeah, and then
It's
you don't even see it.
yeah.
So
So it
yeah,
is very
no,
interesting to add that element, but you're not adding just the element of looks. You're adding the element of the personality that drives the character forward, and it's going to remark how you're going to play that character. Which I guess brings me to my next topic. Like, so if you're playing one or two sets of the different stereotypes, is it just a single player? Is it going to be multiplayer? Is there going to be like a clash of the different stereotypes if I say want to bring on like two other people, that sort of thing? Like, how's that work?
yeah. So we're gonna have like single player kind of, what do they call it? Like the main storyline, the main part of the game, the main
Campaign.
missions, the
Yeah.
campaign. Yeah, almost 2 in the morning. My brain's
No, it's all right. It's late
but
for
like,
here. It's
yeah,
like
campaign
almost
mode.
one.
So obviously campaign mode. I'm always a big fan of campaign mode. I want to see the story. I want to know the dialogue. I want to know like what you got cooking for me here. But we also are going to be big on the multiplayer and building teams, um, teams of five, where you're kind of combining, your own character traits, but then getting the best of the other character traits to create your own crypto teams, and then
Hmm.
battling other teams in the crypto teams universe. And so very much opening up, our phase two of the game, which is esports, and we believe that esports could be big for colleges and universities. So colleges and universities, if you know or don't know, have really gotten into esports,
Yeah.
and there's this huge um, controversy happening. And it's like, all right, I'm going to give this controller to this 13-year-old, and he's going to go play, or she's going to go play Call of Duty and just slaughter all these good people in school. And we're always talking about like school shootings and like this and that. And so there's
Yeah.
like all this controversy happening. But it's being pushed. You can't stop it. So what we feel is like, we don't want to be a school game. Like I said, this is not an ed tech project. This has nothing to do with school. But where we want to come in with school is the college and university esports, where these schools are building their own teams and then battling other schools. Like think like Harvard versus Stanford in the crypto teens arena with their own like STEM, teams, right? And kind of battling more technically in these challenge blocks. And then you can kind of have it open up to like the more kind of entertainment style, or it's just like, just battling out team against team in a little bit
Right.
more of a like slash and grab and battle kind of style. And we want to kind of play into both. But yeah, definitely moving slowly into multiplayer, then moving into esports and kind of expanding our gameplay that way. We feel it's a perfect kind of um, you know game and mechanic for that. So
No, that's awesome. That's really awesome. So, as far as the NFT side, like what, how easy was that, or like where are you at in that process? Like, how easy
so
is
the
it making
NFT
NFT side? All that stuff.
NFTs are made, they're ready to go, they're sitting on the blockchain. We're currently building an Unreal Engine, and we're going to be opening up our first set of products to the public this year. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not allowed to say exactly when, but they will be dropping this year. And then, like I said, we'll be coming with utility. So what I can say is that, you know, excuse me, we have cosmetic cards. So you're getting 9 cosmetic items in your summary card. And of course, the access to all of our playable versions. But what we're going to do is we're going to be releasing what we're calling the dressing room. The dressing room is kind of this customization dressing rooms, futuristic style where you're getting your avatar, you're seeing the items you got, you're dressing your avatar, you're customizing the look, you're starting to figure out this custom avatar you're going to get. And then we're going to really very soon, like I mean days after, open up the in-game marketplace where you can then now use what we're talking about, the blockchain, and you're owning those items. So now you can trade them, you can sell them, you can acquire new assets and start to customize the look. And then what we'll do is we'll open it up to the first ever first door open into the crypto teens world, where you'll be able to start exploring into our different environments and using the custom avatar and items that you've received. And then what we're doing is we're going to be start expanding that world out for our all the card holders, and then opening up the card holders to more players as we grow. So we're kind of testing and growing and building with our community, which is great because now the players who are a part of it are now able to directly, you know, be a part of the governance. Like, I like this and do more of that, and that's fantastic. Players being a part of the building process is not an easy process for the developers. Let's not get that twisted, but I think,
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful thing if you can do it right, because
Yeah.
now players can feel a part of it, and when you're a part of something, you'll kill for it. So that's
Yeah.
like, that's how it
It
goes. So,
it reminds me of games like I always like to bring these guys up, but the Sons of the Forest and the Forest guys by
yeah.
11th Hour Games, they did a fantastic like early access type thing, and I feel like that's essentially what you can do with these NFTs and stuff as well. It's like, hey, you're
Yeah.
essentially buying a spot into being able to play this, but not only are you buying the spot to help support us, but you get the game, you get all these things, and you get to customize your character. Like you're adding so much value for this one particular thing. The same like you would on, like I said previously, it was like Kickstarter or something of that nature as well. So it's really interesting. I think there is a spot for NFTs. I was highly against it for years, but I think the more that I actually understand it and stuff, that it's definitely way more acceptable. I think if it's done right. I think
Well, I
it's
always say
okay.
like think about the cell phone, right?
Hmm.
And then think about the internet, right? So with
Informational
blockchain,
highway.
yeah, like the blockchain right now is essentially like just past dial up, right?
Yeah.
So if you remember, like if you're, I don't know the age of the audience, but like you're like you can't use the phone, someone's on the internet,
Yeah.
like we're like just past that when we're talking about like the pathway of technology and innovation on blockchain. So we're there. So
Yeah.
how could any of us kind of visualize a smartphone? How could you
Right.
visualize this when we're still on dial up? You couldn't. There's no way. Your brain
Hmm.
couldn't fathom that. So that's how early this technology is. And that's why it's such a good time to be a part of it, because what's going to be beautiful about blockchain is inevitably going to be a part of our video games, but it's going to be hidden. So it's not going to be like buy this NFT. It's going to be like buy the skin. The skin's an NFT. Your achievement's an NFT. That transaction's an NFT. Your profile's an NFT. And it's not an NFT. It's just a digital asset. It's a digital profile. It's a digital this. But it's so what the blockchain does is it's verifiable, it's trackable. So, you're not just like trusting me, trusting the developer, you're trusting the technology. And then you can go on the blockchain and see your assets. You can see your transactions. You can just be like, there it is. And that's the beautiful thing about the blockchain. And it just keeps everybody, verified, trackable, and honest. And, you know, that's what I'm a big fan of, especially as we're like doing this social impact, right? Like when we're donating 2% on your behalf,
Yeah.
it's not like you're trusting me. Like, no, Brian, I swear, I will. I swear,
Right.
promise you. And you're gonna be like, whatever. So it's just like, no, oh wow, I made this. I really wanted this new, asset, and I saved up and I bought it, and it means a lot to me. Oh wow, I also donated $10 to a cause I care about. Wow, cool. I made a difference by just doing what I love.
Right.
And
What
that's
I'm
what
gonna do anyways. Yeah.
what I'm gonna do anyways. And that's what I mean. It's small at first, like whatever, $10. But after a year, holy shit, I donated like $150 to like that one charity I really care about by playing the game I love.
Yeah.
It's like a win-win. And I think other games will start doing that in new innovative ways. And then because every player, like, don't get it twisted, like every player has a good heart and cares and wants the world to be a better place and wants their neighbor to be okay. Maybe not their direct neighbor, but wants their
Right. The
community
neighbor
to
down
be
the
a better
street.
place, right? Like, so it's like
What?
we're all good people, right? Like hate is taught, love is natural, and you know, as gamers, we're all good people, and you get a little excited because you got killed in the last game.
Right.
It's because you care so much.
What? I'm actually curious because I want to challenge you a bit. But what do you think would be, or some of the challenges that you face now, or some challenges you will face? What do you think some of the challenges are for having NFTs in a game?
I think the biggest challenge is just like the sentiment, right? The vibe, the feeling, right? If your customer has a negative feeling towards something,
All
no matter how
right.
good,
Good luck. Yeah.
no matter how
That's
good it
fair.
is, So that's the roadblock, right? After these couple hurdles is a pot of gold, but you can't see the pot of gold because you see all this like smoke and smog and mud and
Hills. Yeah.
hills. You're like, yeah, right, dude. I ain't walking those hills. So my job and job of people in our space trying to build cool games is getting those walls down and like bringing bringing the machines in to kind of level the playing field so that players can be like, oh wow, looks really nice over there. I guess it is pretty cool. And then not just be some gimmick, but be real.
Right.
And so that's why I feel like NFTs that have nothing to offer you or are access to like maybe a game, maybe in a couple years, I have no idea. Yeah, stay away from those. That's a red flag. It's like going on a date and being like, I live with my ex. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be with this person, you know?
Yeah.
So I think
What
like that's the thing.
What about from the development side? Like, I would think that, the amount of cosmetics that you would have to make is going to be exponential because you're, having to essentially create all these NFTs, right? They have to be from something. So, how's that
Yeah, I
side
think
going to
it's
look?
like it doesn't always have to be like the asset and then the NFT version of itself, right? And that's what I mean is like that's the technology behind is that it's actually like it is what it is. So we're kind of calling it the same thing, right? You have a skin, it's an NFT, but because it's on the blockchain, it's both. It's an NFT and the digital asset or skin that you have. So it really is just the skin that you have, right?
Right.
It doesn't have to be called both, right? And so that's the beauty that we have to get into is just making it simpler for the audience and the player to just be an asset and then it's coded into the blockchain. So
Yeah.
it's just naturally an NFT. So it's like calling a skin a digital asset. It's calling a skin an NFT. It's the same thing. And when and calling it an NFT just means it's verified and tracked to the blockchain. And then now you have a verifiable and trackable digital asset that you own. And now you can throw it into different marketplaces, right? Like for instance, you might play it in our game, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm just saying technically you could play it in our game, but then there's this offshore account in China, and they want it badly, and somebody wants it for $1,000. You own it. You can't do that with anything digitally in any game currently. Like
Right.
you just can't technically and legally and financially. Like you just can't. Where the blockchain opens that up, and so technically it's hard, obviously, but there's so many new technologies and software development kits, and there's so many new onboarding and offboarding mechanisms nowadays that allow game developers to create verifiable, trackable digital assets on the blockchain, also known as NFTs, that give the player full ownership of the asset. So, just to talk about what a lot of people say, okay, Leo, I'm playing your game. It's not Assassin's Creed yet, so I'm an early adopter. Why does that matter to me? Well, it matters to you because you're the one playing the game. You're the one in the ecosystem, right? Basketball shoes matter to people playing basketball, right? And basketball fans. You talk to my girlfriend about basketball shoes, she doesn't care at all.
Right.
They don't matter to her. Okay, we're not talking to you. So
Right.
as the community grows, and as the world grows, and as the viewership grows, and as the attention grows, the value of what you own grows. And instead of like buying Assassin's Creed at $90 at Walmart, and then
Mm.
that's it. Yeah, of course, all the other things you can do with it. But what I'm saying is like, okay, now you have that asset. Now you're done with
Look.
the game. Like we were talking
Right.
before. Now you can go sell that on the blockchain and get your money back, or maybe at least get something back, and use that to go buy your next.
Right.
And so there's a lot of benefits there. And then another thing, just to touch on it, is be careful of fully on-chain games and then off-chain games. Off-chain games are going to be easier to play, easier to get into, easier to understand, easier to acquire your assets. Off or fully on-chain games are a little bit more technical, take a little bit more know-how, but have their own benefits because every single thing you do is on the blockchain. And that might be, really cool for some people. It might be completely pointless for others. So
Hmm.
just be mindful of that. But yeah, I think people get confused. They see NFT and they think it's this own singular thing, and it's those scams. And really, an NFT is just a digital asset that could be a game, it could be a song, it could be your mortgage, it could be so many different things. It's just a digital representation
Um,
that's verified on the blockchain.
yeah, it's
So it's
crazy because we are seeing more games pop up too. Like one of the ones that I like to look at and I've been keeping a close eye on is Doctor Disrespect. His game Dead
he
Drop.
has
Um,
he has the extraction shooter, and
yeah.
yeah, no, and he's opened it up to his audience and showcased, look, cool games can happen on the blockchain.
Yeah.
And so that's great to see as like streamers and players like him kind of opening the door and kind of inviting his audience in. Again, blockchain is not a scam, just like the internet is not a scam. Yes, people used it to scam you, and that was unfortunate. But now the new wave of a gamer first, good game first approaches are coming, and we're riding that wave. So we're going to be one of those games.
That's awesome. When do you have any potential like look at some point in the near future or now or
Oh, you want to like see some things? We can look at some things. See what we got here.
or when can we expect to see it out at some point?
Well, I think like the best thing to do is just keep you waiting. Um,
Okay, so you'll have to
no,
come
I
back
think.
on the stream when you're ready.
Oh hell yeah, I'd love to. No, I think like for us is we want to do it right, and we want the rollout to be done right.
Yeah,
So I
that
think
makes
like
sense.
once we start kind of you know rolling it out, I think it's gonna happen fast. And we want, like I said, we want early adopters in, checking it out, being a part of it, owning a piece, riding the wave with us, helping us develop it. That's going to be big. Um, and so a lot of what we did was in Unity. So I don't want to showcase anything because we're moving to Unreal. And as you know, it
Yeah.
will look different. And so we want to make sure our first look is proper and true to the game. Because that's
Yeah,
another
makes
thing
sense.
that I think killed the blockchain is like, just quickly, there was an NFT project that did really well. And so what they promised was this really high fidelity, multiplayer game, open world, buy this NFT, be a part of it. And everyone's like, wow, the sample pictures you're showing, the little teasers look amazing. So people start
Right.
buying the NFT, right? And then what happened is the
Comes
moment the
out,
game was
looks
supposed
like
to be launched,
RuneScape.
it was like, like, pardon? What? And then it came out that he was like some 17-year-old, like living in his mom's basement, and he just duped everyone. Like I
Wow.
mean, like, high, high kind of profile streamers were talking about it, big media publications were taking it up. This is the new way of gaming. And then it was just some like little punk kid. So and what he did was he promised the world through his like promises and social media posts, and this is what you're gonna get. And then people are like, got nothing close. And then it was like scam. And then anybody who did that, where they posted something, hey, we're going to do this. But then what they really did was look different. It just put a bad taste in people's mouth. And I think for us, what we want to do with our audience and with the players is trust. We want to make
Yeah.
sure that we're building trust with you, that, okay, these guys are doing what they say they're going to do. So that's another big part is, you got to be, if you watch for red flags in projects like that are blockchain or Web3, and you'll see them. And the ones that are hard to find the red flags, keep an eye on those projects. They're doing something cool.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions in chat? Because I know some of you guys were curious about the NFT and crypto side of things. Yeah, we're getting
Sometimes you,
close
sometimes
to
you
the
want to
end.
challenge me.
Yeah. I like challenging this guy. It's pretty fun. No, it's been absolutely amazing, dude. I appreciate you coming on board and talking about
Yeah,
it
no
because I
problem.
think it has its space. You know what I mean? And I think NFT and crypto in itself is not going anywhere. It's just not, right. And I think it is interesting to have these types of conversations to one build awareness about it and be like, hey, yeah, not everything is a scam. Like there are legitimate people trying to do legitimate things, and there's very successful NFT games out there already that you can check out and stuff that are 100% legit. And I've looked into some myself just to understand them a bit more. But no, I think it's really cool what you're doing, and I think the game in itself sounds absolutely fantastic. And I can't wait to check that
Well,
out.
anytime there's more time to chat about it, let me know. And, um, anyone who's interested in kind of asking me more questions, hit me up on Discord, and let's chat more. And let's, again, the biggest thing to understand is that blockchain and crypto and NFTs were made in gaming to help the player. That's the point. Open up new reward mechanisms, digital ownership of your assets, right? New safety mechanisms and procedures that keep the game tight and concealed. But bad players came in and screwed around and yeah, put a bad taste in people's mouths. So I think, like, you know, give it a fresh shake here in 2024, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
That's amazing. Well,
Brian, appreciate your time, man. Thanks for having me
yeah,
on.
go to bed. It's I can see the darkness
It's
out
like
there.
-20 outside, so
Oh, dude, it's like minus. I think it was earlier. It was minus 30 Celsius earlier, and it's getting worse. It's getting colder, so it's
winter
been
is
crazy.
coming.
Is the game ever coming to Xbox? Is the game ever coming to Xbox?
Yeah, I think we're PC console. That's going to be our focus. So yeah, Xbox, PlayStation is going to be the goal. PC first, and then if we have to, we'll do mobile. If you want
Mobile
it
is
so bad.
challenging.
Mobile is such a challenge, and like, I think for me is like, as I see just like games like Candy Crush or like what do they call it, hyper casual mobile
Yeah.
game are the ones that make billions of dollars. And I'm like, you know what? Let's show the world that PC games and console games is really where the attention should be, where the money should be coming in to make better games.
Yeah.
Put some attention there, man.
Maybe a version of it, but I don't see a full full
No, that's
game
what I
going on
mean.
mobile.
Yeah, like mobile will have to wait for many years, but yeah, Xbox would be great. For me, the thing about me is I love that I'm such a fan too. Like sometimes you see game developers and they're just like they're so entrenched and been doing it for years. They're like whatever. Like
Mm-hmm.
somebody asked me about, the in the chat asked about is it going to be on Xbox? Like that gets me excited. Like if I ever see somebody playing it on Xbox, I'm gonna be like getting goosebumps. Like I just love stuff like that, where you can like have an idea, bring it to life, and then share it with others. Like that's why I love gaming. It's amazing.
Earlier we had Fresh Meat said 100%, man. I think more interactive, you can make learning the faster and easier it would be. Everyone needs that light bulb moment, and in my opinion, or moment in my opinion, and they can learn anything. Yeah, 100%. Honestly, the survival game will teach you a lot of stuff as well. Yeah, 100%. Survival games are pretty interesting for that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, and that's a good
but
point.
those
Is like you're gonna have a little bit
opportunities,
of that. You're gonna have a little bit of that survival kind of requirement in our game as well, which would be cool.
oh, this is interesting. But what about those opportunities from learning that are usually the first to go for gameplay reasons?
Sorry,
That's
what was that?
interesting. So, going with the opportunity of learning and the subliminal learning base, but having to sacrifice some of those elements because of gameplay, right?
Yeah,
And for
true. Oh,
gameplay
true.
reasons or game logic, you can't do certain things, which is very interesting. We see this
Yeah,
all
and,
the
and, and
time.
yeah.
So
Well, I think like anything that has to do with learning, it has to be done incrementally, right? You kind of have to level up and you kind of have to add it slowly.
yeah,
Um, or if it comes out too much, then yeah, it's just not going to make sense. And, it's just going to be too, and it's also going to be too schooly. I don't even know if that's a word,
right,
like too much
right,
like school. And, um, you know, so that's the challenge for us is like how to make certain portions fun.
yeah,
That's our challenge, and I feel like the best thing we can do is just incrementally grow that with our audience, right? And
yeah,
and so you're not feeling like you're like Assassin's Creed. You never felt like you're in a history class. You never felt like I need to know this in order to play this game. It was
yeah,
just happening around you, and so we'll be focusing a lot on that. But yeah, I think Unreal Engine is a beautiful place to build this because it does open a lot of doors for us on the technical side and game development side. That it makes it easier for us or allows us to bend things that maybe weren't able to be bent before.
very cool, very cool. All right, well, I
Cool,
appreciate it,
man.
brother. Thank you for coming on, and
Thanks for
get some
having me,
rest,
and
man.
I hope you get some rest too, Brent. Brother.
Eventually.
How many more hours you got?
Um, well, the stream I think is going on for I think another 6 hours, but I've got one more interview, and then or actually probably two more, and then eventually I'll get some sleep. I'm a degen for sure.
Yeah, you are. You are. But all right. Well, good chatting with you, man. And like anytime you want to keep it going or anybody interested in the blockchain and games, get to chatting.
Nice. All right. Well, I appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, you as
Thanks,
well.
everybody. Peace.
What a lovely dude. It's always good talking to him. All right, chat. Don't forget exclamation mark charity. Still doing the charity event, and keep going with that. Um, you all just hold on one second. Next, we have an amazing speaker coming in. She is a legend. Let's get her in. see the voice. How's everybody doing? Everybody still awake? Everybody still alive? Yolan, hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, you're in there. I did not tell you. Look at that. My check. Barely. Yeah, I'm barely still alive too. It's so I'm not even gonna lie, Chad. I'm a little tired, just a little bit. Did I set your?
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hear you? Can you hear me? There you are. How are you
Hi.
doing? Good morning. It is morning,
Hi, my
right?
dear friend.
It's been a
How's it
very
going?
long time. Oh, dude, I am tired. I am super tired. Not even gonna lie.
Wait, I think I need to fix my audio. I can hear you on the stream, but not on
Oh,
Discord.
nice.
In the meantime, I'll listen to you from the stream.
Okay. Oh, hope you had a good rest before I get to bother you.
Love these technical shenanigans.
Oh, we had some problems earlier. It's okay.
Well, it's a bit early. Yeah? Hmm. Okay, I need to understand where that
Yes,
works.
some Java. That's correct. Just a tiny bit.
Where do you change the audio on Discord?
You have to go to your
Is it like
settings
settings? So
and then voice and video, and then change that in there.
Oh, dang. Wow, we're here.
You hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How you doing? Long
I'm
time no
good. I'm
see.
good. Yeah, it's been what, 2 years?
Yeah, about 2 years. It's insane, isn't it?
3 years or 2 years? Well, yeah, long
Something like,
time.
oh
Long
yeah,
time.
too long. It's been too long.
Yeah. What time is it in your neck of the woods?
It's only 1 a.m. here. I've been awake
It's only
since
6 a.m. here. Well,
I've been awake since 9 a.m. yesterday.
oh God.
So yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, well, doing a good job. I've been listening to the other stream, to the interviewer before me.
Oh,
It's
Leo.
really cool. Yeah,
Yeah. So
you have some cool guests.
yeah, there's been a lot of really good streams on today. A lot of people, a lot of games, a lot of asset store publishers. People in the industry that's been around for a long time. It's been great.
Hmm. That's
So,
awesome. That's awesome.
speaking
And
speaking of legends, yourself. Why don't you introduce yourself?
hi, everyone. I am Daria, and I lead business development at Brightstar Studios. We are the developers of the upcoming MMORPG called Sword. And yeah, prior to Sword and Brightstar, I worked 6 years at YouTube working with gaming publishers, creators, esports companies on the partnership side, and also a few years at Huawei, which I know in the US it's it's a taboo word, the Chinese company, the spy. But it's yeah, I spent a few like roller coaster years over at Huawei working with mobile games and their app store on the BD side, operation side, working with developers, but also users, and working with actually whales that play mobile games as well. That was quite a whole new world that opened up to me. And yeah, so here I am.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thank you for coming on so early in the morning.
Thank you for inviting me. Glad to be here.
So talking about it, yeah, By the way, I will pronounce that second company wrong every time. And TheMessyCoder yelled at me and laughed at me so hard because I call it Hawaii. And
Honestly, that's so
um,
many, like so many Hawaii, like I've heard
Hawaii,
like, yeah, it's, well, I think the right way to pronounce it is like Huawei. Yeah,
Huawei. Okay,
yeah.
I will not remember that. My brain is mush, but I
We
will
call it
try.
Hawaii. That's fine. That's fine. Hawaii is fine. So my
It.
time at Hawaii was really interesting.
um, yeah. So I guess let's start out the beginning. So you worked for YouTube. How was that? How was that? You
It
said you
was
worked in the esports side, top creators.
creators, gaming, everything basically that had to do with games. I was doing it, and it was awesome. And I joined YouTube Gaming. Like I used to work like at YouTube for the first couple of years. It was not on the gaming side; it was operations, so working with all sorts of companies. But I joined the gaming side back when there was this, well, let's call it silent war between Twitch and YouTube. And obviously, Twitch was just acquired by Amazon, and YouTube was like, "Well, we need a gaming app, we need a streaming app," and so they hired like a bunch of people, developers, business people, to launch YouTube Gaming, which was an app that is no longer with us. And but yeah, and I was hired as the partnerships lead for some European countries, and my responsibility was a launch the YouTube gaming app, and well, that didn't go well. And also in general, like lead content partnerships for YouTube gaming. So working with creators like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, and then like a bunch of other international creators. Working with like gaming companies like smaller or bigger, and also like yeah esports, which was again booming at that time, and securing um well licensing partnerships for YouTube. And
Hmm.
it was really exciting because YouTube at the time was far bigger than Twitch in terms of gaming content, but everyone was always like Twitch because like it was like live stream was booming. And so we had to do a lot of this like PR and brand work to say like actually YouTube gaming is 5 times bigger than Twitch in terms of content, and a gaming developer or publisher has so much more exposure to eyeballs compared to Twitch. And but it was always like this YouTube Twitch. In the end, like both of them are like really good platforms with slightly different audiences, or in general like the genre that are like more popular in one platform versus another. And and so it was a matter of like educating mainly developers and publishers, but also yeah having just a lot of fun. Like I've had like the first few years at YouTube gaming was yeah, it was insane. It was just like meeting like amazing people from the industry, having lots of fun. It was so good, so fun, and especially like doing events with content creators.
Yeah.
It was it was amazing, like joining Gamescom and a few of the events that we've all been to. Yeah, roller coaster, always.
What was the most funny or interesting experience you had working at YouTube?
I have one in mind, but it's so controversial. I don't know. It's a plus 18. Is a stream plus 18?
Oh, it is
Um,
family friendly.
it is family friendly. Okay. So I used to work with Eastern European content creators at some point, and they they're just like a really funny bunch. The creator scene was quite different compared to Western countries. Like in Western countries, you had again personalities like as I mentioned, like Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, or like the Sidemen. They're like business people that have like their own companies that are like earning millions. And you had in countries like Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, where you had creators of similar size, but they were just like streaming from their bedroom, like not having an agent, like yeah,
Right.
doing some like side deals. And anyway, so like it was like very different landscapes. And so we're doing like a bunch of events for YouTube creators in Russia and Ukraine. And I was meeting them for the first time. And these are guys that are like maybe 18 years old, 19 years old, like some of them like 17 years old. And we're just like, making that connection. And I really wanted to bond with them. So we had this like 24-hour live stream, like similar to this one, really fun. And at some point, like, once we were done, like these guys took me and my colleague to an escape room. And if you think about an escape room, it's not like in Russia, it's not the same as an escape room in the
Right.
US.
I can only
It was
imagine.
insane. And they were like, Daria, we're going, bring you to this escape room. And it was midnight. And I was like,
This is about to be a real escape room.
It was called, I think, if you know the horror movie The Hostel, it was basically based on that. And yeah, exactly. Get out of
Right.
room. And I will not go into too many graphic details because it's a family friendly live stream. But let's just say that I had to spell out that they shouldn't use electroshock on me because I have a heart condition. And I didn't have a heart condition, but I just had to say something so that then those people would stop. And
Oh wow.
we had to like run for our lives. And at some point, like it was so intense that like, you stop believing that this is a game. You start thinking like, shit, actually I'm gonna get killed.
Dang.
And honestly, so I know it's like not necessarily like gaming industry related, but it was like this crazy shit. Apologies for my language that these guys, girls and guys, made me do. And yeah, just intense, man. Like, so do not go to an escape room if you are in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, no, that sounds like definitely a get out room. It's not. That was almost real. That's insane.
Yeah.
Damn. So, getting back to the YouTube side of things, what advice would you have for game studios or hobbyists or something like that are trying to promote their games on YouTube these days? It seems like it's still a very crowded place, to try to make content.
It is definitely, YouTube is the biggest content platform, or at least it was up until a few years ago. Like, I think it still is. And yes, you do have more than a billion of viewers watching you. And the thing and one of the reasons why people prefer Twitch is that on YouTube, you are competing not just against gaming content, you're competing against like all sorts of content. And you're competing for the same eyeballs. At the end of the day, when you go on YouTube, you see your homepage, you see like, the recommended videos, but that's about it. So it's actually not very easy to catch the attention of the viewers. And even when you do, you're always competing. And if you are a developer and you want to be successful on YouTube, the only way is to be like a creator. Like a lot of the developers, what they do on YouTube is that they just release like a trailer, then they put some maybe ads behind it, and then they release like 6 months later like another video. Like if you do that, there is no way that YouTube would recommend you in their homepage, just because like you don't post enough content and you're competing against like a lot of content. And so if you as a developer are planning to create your own content, your own channel, then you need to transform yourself and become a creator. So that means live streams, recurrent, like a consistent schedule, regular content creation, and of course that is quite resource intensive. So if you're talking about like, even we as Ambassador, when we're developing the game, we have our channel, we have like a community manager that creates content, but especially when you're developing the game, there is actually not that much content that you can keep streaming about. Like you can't stream every day about features that have been developed
Right.
like a few months ago, and you don't have anything new to show. But once the game has released, if you can have a content creator, a persona, like the most successful channels are persona led. So if you can do that, that can set you apart from other developers, and YouTube in turn, the algorithm will keep pushing you to the viewers because the viewers will keep watching you, almost as a content creator, except that what you do on top of it is that you add, developer, inside information that a content creator would not be able to give you. And that would be like, one advice. The second one is, of course, leveraging that content creator, like the UGC ecosystem. And in terms of the diversity of creators, YouTube is, there is no parity to it. And, even as an indie developers, you don't need to spend millions or thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars to work with the biggest creators. What you can do is that you can work with like more niche creators, more creators that have like a very tight community. And in many cases, these collaborations are more successful than working with the big creators that have like a really diverse audience, that have like maybe a shorter attention span in terms of the games that they follow. But yeah, working with these micro influencers that have like tighter communities that would like really engage with your game. And then there are like some websites that can leverage that sort of ecosystem. You can, send them your game to them. Like you can pay like a little fee, and then they just basically create this newsletter to these indie or like UGC or smaller creators, and they can play your game, and you don't spend much. And in some cases, you can just like send your game to different creators without paying, and that can work well, especially for channels that focus on indie games. So yeah, I mean, I can talk about it for a long time. So I'm trying
Yeah,
to be
fair
like as
enough.
concise as possible.
No, fair enough. I mean, that you brought up a lot of good points. I mean, one of the examples that I found was that I've made a game at one point, and I reached out to a couple of larger streamers that I used to like watching. I mean, hundreds of thousands of viewers, and I didn't get hardly any recognition. They did do like a segment, I think, at one point. But it wasn't until I found a couple of really small streamers that wanted to build with the community, especially a community that they liked, right? And then they ended up becoming fairly large streamers by the end of it, right? So they got to grow and we grew. And then anytime we're like, hey, you want to watch tutorials, you want to watch gameplay, we would post and highlight that, particular individual, you know. And things like posting dev blogs and stuff like that, like that was a big one. We would do live streams, post dev blogs, post anytime we'd hold a community event, we'd post that as well. And just as much as we possibly could, we were trying to get across to that. So it's a very good idea to be, what is it, consistency is king. Just post often, post regular, post frequent.
I think.
So
Did you watch one of our workshops? Because that's what we used to say all the time.
I've seen so many of your talks as well, so that's probably
Really?
where I might
Oh
have
my
learned
God.
I
Yes,
remember the first
totally.
time I listened to one of your talks, and I was definitely enthralled. It was very interesting.
Oh, oh, really? Well, thank you for saying that. But definitely, and like the best way, like you're completely right. The best way to do this is to grow with your creators. Like you grow with them, and they grow with you, and that's absolutely the best way. Like the community that you get out of it, and the um also like the, well, we can say it like loyalty that you get with these
Yeah,
creators. And yeah, we've seen like many examples of that, and it's just yeah, truly amazing.
it's awesome. So fast forwarding a little bit. So after YouTube, you go into Hawaii, because that's how I'm pronouncing
Yes, Hawaii.
it.
Hawaii. Yeah.
And that was all about the mobile industry, and that's actually where I met you from, is Hawaii. So how was that like, and what was kind of your big deal there?
Yeah. So that was, well, it was like the opposite extreme of working at YouTube. So YouTube is, well, Google, big
Right.
corporation, fun days, all friends and family. And like I think a lot of people are now familiar with the culture at Google. And then you move to this wild west of a company that operates under uh the cultural values of, not we're all a happy family, but more like you're there to kill each other.
Right.
Even internally in the company. And I was like, what do you mean? We're all here together for the greater good of making Hawaii successful. And they were like, no, it's Hunger Games. You're here to win. It's like the Olympics. You need to win. And I was like, but like we're part of the same company. Why do we need to fight against each other? Like, no. This is how we grow. You kill each other and then you can win. So it's like completely different values. But you know, it was so challenging that when I joined on my first day, my manager, who actually used to work at Google as well, he told me like, Daria, so in the next 6 months, it's gonna be sink or swim. So you will either sink or you will swim. And I was like, wow, great pep talk. And
You'd almost think
was,
it's backwards. You would almost think that's the Google mentality and not, with the smaller company.
no,
It's crazy.
not at all. Like Google is like this fluffy, comfortable company that once you get in, like it's hard, super hard to get in. And like when I tried getting at Google, like a job at Google for like 3 or 4 times, and like it took me like years to get one. But once you get in, it's like, well, you're golden. And Huawei is not the same. And yeah, so like the first 6 months were basically like me not trying to sink, and it was like absolutely a bloodbath because they tried to like put so much pressure on you that basically they test, they do that on purpose. And once you pass that 6 months, essentially if you manage to like, you either sink, as I mentioned, like you burn out, or you like, I don't know, you fail at your like, delivering your KPIs, or like, there are like other things that can happen. And or you keep swimming and they're like, oh my god, like, she didn't die. So, and then they leave you alone. So like they're like, okay, like now you can do your job.
Fair.
And my deal there was it was actually everything. Like it was VD, it was operations, it was community management. So I was looking after their app store. So Huawei had, well, an alternative app store that actually became popular once Google Play could no longer be on Huawei phones because of the well, actually the political landscape more than anything. And Huawei could no longer have Google Play, but it could also no longer have all these like Google driven apps. Like, for example, Uber. If you think about Uber, is a completely separate app from Google, but it actually uses Google Maps in the backend
Right.
to power their map. So you could no longer use Uber. So there were like all these different apps that we had to onboard that were like an alternative to these apps. And on top of it, we had to build our own app store. And so all the new phones of Huawei had to have like App Gallery, which was like our app store. And I was in charge of the operational side, like what gets recommended on these app stores, like what games, what apps, and primarily games, and what then onboarding the developers. It's convincing developers that they should also not just be on the iPhone's App Store or Google Play, but they should also be on App Gallery. And now there is like a rise in alternative app stores that it's like one of the trends in the mobile industry, where you get better deals as a developer working with alternative app stores. So like App Gallery was one of them, but then you also have like Amazon's App Store. Then there's like a couple others, like smaller ones, and then community. And my main KPI at Huawei was revenue. And then so essentially what we had to do is like nurture the mobile gamers to, well, unfortunately make them spend more. And this is how I interacted with the whales. As I mentioned, like at YouTube I was working mainly with gaming companies, more like on the content side. So it was the first time that I was exposed to these like whale community, which is just absolutely insane.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. So what about the mobile space then? So like obviously either it's Unity or there's Godot, and there's now quite a few others. How challenging is it to get your mobile game published to all these different platforms at that point?
Yeah, it's a good question. So like it's we actually had in App Gallery we had a Unity plugin, so actually it was like really easy to move to an alternative app store if they have a Unity plugin and you develop your game on it. So maybe it took you like maybe a few days of developer work, maybe less. Probably like it could take even one day. The challenge was more with these bigger developers that use their own proprietary engine or use an engine that we didn't support. And in that case, the work is like a little bit more extensive, and it was a quite a challenge because when you talk to like these larger developers, for example, we're talking to like a really big one, and we're telling them like, hey, if you also release your game on App Gallery, this is your expected revenue, and it could be quite sizable because even though Huawei phones are no longer as popular in Western countries, but globally, we're talking about like hundreds of millions of users that are again they can bring a lot of like downloads, installs, and of course also revenue. And they will be like, well, that like this number is great, but if it takes us like, let's say like 1 week or even 10 days of developer work, moving your game or like or publishing a game also on App Gallery or all these alternative app stores, we are removing this developer resource from updates, from fixing things in our game. And that for like really big games, it could mean like millions and millions of dollars that is an opportunity cost. So that was the most challenging aspect of convincing like these more successful developers. But as far as like the smaller developers, it was actually easier because our app store was much smaller. We could give them so much more exposure. We could recommend them. We could send notifications. We could make special deals for these developers. So it was definitely like easier to work with smaller ones than the bigger ones with a proprietary engine for sure. And last point is that now there are actually some companies that help you release your game on alternative app stores. So like if you are concerned about like not having enough resources, then you partner with companies like the biggest one or one of the biggest ones like Flexion, but then there are like a few others that focus maybe on hyper casual games, and then you just like hand over to them. And of course there is some rev share aspect that you need to consider, or like a fee that you need to pay, but then that's also a solution.
Right. So what would you say are some of the best practices then for mobile? Like in just general points.
Best practice for mobile in terms of like releasing on app stores?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that, well, it really depends on where you're releasing. Like when it came to alternative app stores, the reason why people are on these app stores is because they get better deals. So like when you are on Google Play or on iOS, like like you pay like $100 for a pack or $10 for a pack. But when you are on these alternative app stores, people are like, well, I'm gonna use Samsung's app store. I'm gonna use App Gallery because there is a 20% off, there is a 30% off. And so I think like when you enter like a new app store, like yes, like offers and rewards is the best thing. And it doesn't have to be like a discount in terms of your packs, but it could be like, here you have a bundle of like, I don't know, 100 gold coins and then like 100 pieces of food or whatever you have in the game. So having these like little offers to drive installs, because this is how you stand out. Like when you have like a homepage that is full of games, and especially an app store that focuses on games, again, how do you stand out from the crowd? Is like, hey, try out this game and we give you like a free bundle of X, and then people are like, okay, let me install this, then I can play a little bit, then they get hooked, and then you can continue to engage with the with your players. So I would say like that was like one of the main sort of ways of attracting a new audience to your game. But also, and probably that is because of my background at YouTube, we leveraged a lot the content creators as well on YouTube, especially the micro influencers. So we would connect the new developers. We were like, okay, like if you move to App Gallery, let's create this bundle. And in some cases we would like almost like part fund that bundle, but like, in other cases the developers would just like give away because it's just like free resources for them. And then we're like, okay, then we will introduce you to these micro influencers, and then the community grows. And as you mentioned, like we have these like smaller influencers that would grow together with those games as well.
No. Oh, that's awesome. Now, I wonder then, like, what would be like? So were you guys like kind of picking and choosing onto who was coming on to your guys' store, or was it more of like an interview process, or was it, hey, we need people on, we're gonna take anybody?
It was both. Like I think at that time, especially like after the whole like Google Huawei news came out, it was like, well, we need a lot of apps, we need a lot of games on our app store, so that the people that have our phones would not get would not feel that they're missing something, and they would still miss something because when you can't have like Uber or Facebook on your phone, it's still
Right.
like quite challenging. And there were like some ways of gray area workarounds that we came up
Right.
with that I will not talk about here. And
Don't want to get you in
but
trouble.
yeah, exactly. But we had this portal, so essentially anyone could do this. Like we had like developer instructions on how you get onboarded, and so anyone could do that. But of course, we had a target like list of developers like we absolutely need. Like, so for example, we absolutely needed, like, I don't know, Gardenscapes and all these like more casual games. So we needed World of Tanks, or we needed uh State of Survival and other popular games on our platform, and then we would like actually target them from a BD perspective, like would engage with them and basically sell the shit out of our
Right.
gallery. And yeah, and those were like the more challenging conversations. And then yeah, some other developers were like, oh well, there's like another platform that I can leverage, and then it would just like onboard themselves, like there is a self onboarding tool on the website.
So, last thing about mobile, but what would make an app more appealing to you as a publisher, or an app store?
Well, as I mentioned, Huawei was a very interesting company to work for.
Right.
And I'm being very politically correct right now.
Good on you. Good on
But
you.
yeah, well, you mentioned it's like family friendly stream, right?
Yeah.
So
Talk more
the
offline.
yeah, the main focus for Huawei, and I think this is actually quite similar to like any Chinese company, at least like so people told me, there is a lot of focus on the revenue, a lot of it, to a detriment, I would say. But like our main way of selecting companies would be like, well, this company is making a lot of money, and then we would target them. And to be honest, like I didn't necessarily agree to that because when you think about user acquisition, so it's not just revenue. Like you have like a
Right.
lot of even like hyper casual games that maybe are not having like this like high ARPPU revenue per user, but at the same time they're driving so many users that then could potentially cross pollinate and like play other games.
Right.
And in general, like it would attract advertisers and all that. So there's like a whole ecosystem to take into account that sometimes that was like a missing piece. But yeah, for Huawei was like the revenue aspect was important. I think when you think about like other app stores, and again, like now, like the most popular one is I believe is like Samsung one. And yeah, I would hope and expect them to focus on a variety of variables. But yeah, I would probably say like still size.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be super inappropriate. Side matters.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it does. So okay, so fast forwarding. So I guess how long ago did you leave Hawaii?
Hawaii. So I
Hawaii.
was in Hawaii. That was I left a year and a few months ago. Yeah, and then I moved to Brightstar. Yeah.
Nice. So you're at Brightstar now. So what do you do? You're the global business director, development director at Brightstar.
Yeah. Well, to be
How's
honest,
that?
like right now, like when you work in a startup, and I used to work for a startup, like it wasn't a gaming one, like I think at the beginning of my career, and it's always a super fun ride because you never do what your job title says you
Right.
do.
Yeah, I feel that. Feel that.
Yeah. So I could say that I do business development, but I also do UX, I also do UI, I do customer support, I do market research, and I do like so many other things. And to be honest, it's awesome. Like, one of the main reasons why I left that big corporation is whether it was Hawaii or Google, was because I wanted to get that sort of that challenge where you can,
Yeah.
you have to like make, survive like in your company. You need to, drive, the success of that, of your startup, and your impact is like really substantial. And well, what my job title says is that I drive business development and partnerships and focus on product partnerships. And product partnerships is essentially, working with all these companies that you integrate with in a game. So like think about like, I don't know, these different payment solutions. Think about I don't know, like even different community engagement elements that you can integrate with the game, infrastructure, so cloud, so all these partners. And my job is like finding the right partners for us, and negotiating the best possible commercial deal for those collaborations. And the other aspect is distribution partnerships. So normally distribution partnerships is like fairly easy, not easy in terms of execution, but easy to understand, because you would work with platforms like, I don't know, Steam, or
Right.
like if you're a mobile game, you would work with different app stores, and it's just like straightforward. You need to push your game to these platforms, and then you need to execute this in the best possible way. In our case, it's a little bit trickier because our game is using a proprietary engine, and that engine allows and is focused on the game being playable on browser. And at the moment, there is no popular, Steam for browser games, or whatever is out there is still not as
Right.
popular. And so like there is a crucial aspect of like, well, how are you going to distribute the game besides paid user acquisition? And when you're a startup, you don't have that much money to just like, keep spending on ads. And so that part of my job is like really interesting, because you need to come up with creative collaboration in terms of like distributing your game on browser. Like even, I'm now working with different browsers to try to understand like, okay, is there like any way that we can collaborate with browsers? Because in my like honest opinion is that in the future, you will not need to download a game to play the game. You will just like, go in a browser or go on whatever the distribution platform will be in the future, and then you just start playing the game. So in
Yeah.
theory, browsers could be the next Steams. And so that is what my job title says. And and on top of it, as I mentioned, we have our proprietary engine, and the future goal is like, once we release Sword, is to license that engine, because it is something that at the moment there is no engine that allows you to do what we do. There are like attempts of doing, like there's like video streaming, like, there is like GeForce Now, and then there's Stadia, but they're not an engine. And it has like a lot of drawbacks from like a user playability perspective, but also on the developer side. Or there is like something called pixel streaming that, again, like the experience is not great, but like our engine allows you to play the game down to like 3G plus connection. So you can have like, like a really crappy mobile phone and crappy connection, and still being able to play a MMORPG game that we are developing. But yeah, sorry, there was a huge monologue to explain what I'm supposed to do, but as I mentioned, I do a lot of other things. Like
By
I'm
all
designing, like
means.
for example, like wireframes, to working on the game economy, like just seeing how we can, again, because of my time back at Huawei, where I was focusing a lot on the revenue and like I understand that revenue aspect, like I'm helping the product team executing on how we're gonna run our monetize our game.
Nice. So what exactly is Ember Sword for those that don't know?
Ember Sword is well, I'm not gonna use the pitch from our marketing team. But
yeah, you gotta be original here.
Yeah, next generation MMORPG that you've never seen before. In essence, it's like think about RuneScape, but 20 years later.
Right.
Just yeah. So I would say that would be like my one-line pitch. But yeah, so it's there haven't been many or there haven't been any successful, like really successful MMORPG games out there, and actually there is a reason why no one is developing MMORPGs anymore, because it's so complex. These games are so big, and it's a massive endeavor, and yeah, like our founders are these huge fans of like WoW, and in particular RuneScape, and they were like, well, we want to develop something like that is like visually more appealing, that has like a more advanced next generation like interaction system with the community, and yeah, so we're developing a game that is, yeah, I would say like RuneScape on steroids. And actually, it was interesting that your previous, interviewee was also in the blockchain industry, because our game leverages the blockchain technology, but we do it in a completely like non-invasive way. We call it like Web 2.5 and not Web 3 or Web 2, because we make it look like, and it will be playable like as a normal standard game, except that some of the items, the cosmetic items that you have in the game, in the back end, they are NFTs or they are like tokens, but you are not exposed to that aspect at all. You get exposed to it only when you want to leverage it. Like you're like, oh, if you want to see how transparent we are in terms of like, okay, how much did we sell, then you can just go on blockchain and check that. Or if you want to check like, oh, can I make some money out of like the skins that I just earned by killing this boss, then you can deep dive into it, but you don't have to get exposed to it if you don't want to.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I can see some people excited about RuneScape. Yeah, so and also like, yeah, if you love RuneScapes, sign up to our newsletter and stay tuned. Yeah, we're still like in alpha stage, but there's going to be some exciting updates coming up in the second half of this year for sure, and even this beginning of this year.
Boy, the RuneScape era, man. I can't count the number of times I was in a library playing RuneScape on a really terrible laptop. just to have some fun with it. Marcelo, thanks for the raid, buddy. Welcome in, chat. Obviously I'm not the TheMessyCoder. I wish I was, but no, I'm Brian. Still doing the charity live stream, ! Charity. For those, welcome in, and yeah, we're meeting with Daria here. Talking about Ember Sword and a bunch of other amazing topics like YouTube and mobile and all that sort of stuff. Everybody is a messy coder, at least. Yeah, everybody's a beautiful badger. Welcome in, guys. So yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I've heard a lot about Ember Sword. And actually, I think we had another one of your colleagues either joining the stream or is going to join the stream later as well. From Messy's side as well, so that's it was quite funny, because I had no idea that you were working at Bright Star.
Oh my god, so, really? And yeah. Wow. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, would love to learn who that is after.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I remember somebody. It might have been Mark. Was it a Mark? I feel like the name was Mark.
Like our CEO, yeah?
Yeah, probably. That's probably who it was.
Okay, that's awesome.
I think that was it. So yeah, it was quite funny because he was like, "Wait a minute."
So we have two. Like...
Yeah, we got two. Hashtag not sponsored. But,
yeah, definitely not sponsored. Definitely.
But no, I mean it looks really cool. It really does. So
yeah, it's really cool. Like I'm, to be honest, like I'm not like an MMORPG player. I am more of a like FPS gal or RPG fan. But yeah, the game mechanics are like really cool and so engaging, and like in the spirit of like RuneScape and all these like I would say like more hardcore MMORPG games, like you really need to like grind in order to like be somewhat successful in the game, and I think you can get so much reward out of it, and it's just like beautiful to watch. It's like visually appealing. Like our team is amazing, and I'm sure like Mark will sell the game better than I do. But yeah,
Oh,
definitely
it was
stay tuned.
Joris.
Oh,
No, I tried to
Joris, yeah,
Joris.
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 Oh, really? Joris is our yeah, like co-founder and chief development officer. Yeah. Well,
Messy
he is
happened
the
to
like, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah.
Messy just happened to over catch it and was like, no, it was yours. Yours. Okay, got it. No, that's great. That's great. No, I can't. I'm actually excited. I do want to try it out. I was a massive fan of RuneScape back in the day. Um, you know, it kind of destroyed my life as a kid for a minute there. But yeah, I'm kind of I played just about everything. I mean, that's oh, he isn't coming on though.
Oh, he's a
So you can leak
oh,
all of his secrets. It's okay. All right, so we get to leak it all. Sweet. So no, not getting in
yeah.
trouble.
Yeah, try not to get in trouble. Try not to get fired. Like, actually, we don't mind leaks. Sometimes, like our Mark, our CEO, he would just like, you know, say something, and our marketing team was like, "No, you're not supposed to say this. Like, this is like top secret." And then, like, but then actually, like, there would be like such a positive, reaction from the community. Like, "Oh yeah, it was a good thing to make it."
You know, the funny thing is there are companies, and I won't name who they are, but I do know some insiders to a lot of big companies that will leak things on purpose and act like it was a major leak just so they can get the attention. And it's such a smart tactic that I understand why they do it. But it's like, come on, guys. Like, this one was clearly on you guys. Like,
Yeah, yeah, definitely, it's counter to like in our cases, whenever there was a leak, it was never like intentional, like in the sense that it was not signed off by our
right.
communications team. But the thing is that yeah, in our case, like our team is so passionate about it that like, oh, we want to tell you, like even like the engine, the fact that we want to license it. This is not supposed to be like common news, but I'm just like so excited about what our technology can do. But
Right.
but yeah, I agree that there are some companies out there that are like, oh my god, like we didn't know that this was
Oh
like this is
no!
breakers. This is like
Yeah.
really bad.
Oh, we just got 4,000 or 4 million new people following. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is quite funny.
So the last thing I want to talk about, and I think I've heard one of your talks about this, and I found it really fascinating. Was about women in the gaming industry, right? And you are a prime staple of that. I mean, you've done very successful things. I like I said, I've listened to a lot of your talks. I really enjoyed them. So I just wanted to quickly kind of go over a few things. But what advice do you have for women wanting to get in the industry?
Oh, to be honest, as much as it's well, maybe a little bit sad to say, is that you need to have yeah, like thick skin.
Yeah.
The gaming industry, as there were like definitely like so many improvements since I first joined the industry, and it's no longer the same as it was like, I don't know, 6 years ago. And but at the same time, you will still face that um well, I would say like even like prejudice in a way, that it's still there, unfortunately. And as I mentioned, it is improving. And so, myself, I've had like even like recently, like in the last like 2 years, I've had cases where like some of the commentary that you get, and it's not like as much about like your like, I don't know, like physical appearance as a woman or like harassment. Like luckily, like I didn't have to experience that. But it's more about like it's a male dominated industry, and so when you're a woman, there is that element of like, unfortunately, like double standards. Unfortunately, some of the yeah, like as I mentioned, that prejudice that happens. And then if a girl is passionate about the gaming industry, and they want to join that, they should absolutely too, because the rewards are huge. And especially when people, the gaming industry is so friendly, the people are in general welcoming. It's more like when you're trying to, let's say, not even like climb the ladder, but when you're trying, like you start getting a little bit not influential, but like you start having some impact, then you will face a little bit of that backlash. And having
Yeah.
that thick skin is quite important. And yeah, and then in general, this advice is not just for women in gaming, it's an overall advice, but it's a little bit more important for girls out there, is to have a build a network of people that will support you, that will help you in the future years, maybe if not now, in 10 years. And what has helped me as a woman, or at the time like girl that I was entering the industry, is going to these like meetups that, again, they don't have necessarily to be like focused on like women in gaming, like mixers and stuff like that,
Right.
but in general, like building that community. Because in the most challenging times, or even in the times where like maybe you need like a hand, then that community can really help you and can go like a really long way. And as I mentioned, obviously this is like an advice for everyone, for like maybe even like any industry, but like in gaming that's quite important. And
Right.
most importantly, for girls and women out there, it can really go a long way having that additional support and network.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting. I would love to say that, over, the last couple of years, it seems like it's better. Obviously still be on the lookout for it, and Nordic Games had a lot of really good talks about it, and that was really good. If you seen some of her talks about it as well, and I really quite enjoyed those. Um, but what do you think are some of the challenge, or how did you even overcome some of the challenges? From where you first started into, yes, the thick skin of it, but how did you like actually overcome those challenges and get to kind of where you're at now?
Yeah, so like I would say that it was just like, yeah, grinding and working hard. Um and to be honest, like as I mentioned, like at that time when I just joined the industry, there was a little bit even more, like not even more, but like more prejudice than before, than now, sorry. And it was basically, unfortunately, I had to almost like prove
Mm-hmm.
myself to other people. And when I joined YouTube gaming, like the main aspect of it, it was like, well, girls really don't play games. And Daria, who just
Right.
joined, like, yeah, she's an awesome girl, but she's not a gamer. And um and here there is my
Yeah.
picture painting.
as
And yeah,
as you had to
so
go into a lobby and just lay the law
I
down.
had to like, I had to play so many games, and essentially like prove like to people that actually I am a gamer. And I remember like there was like constant, I could hear like Darius in a game, Darius in a game, and like it wouldn't be like just me, it would be like other people as
Right.
well, and other girls as well. And I think it was like, what was the game that made me a gamer? I think it was Destiny 2. Like I was playing this game like nonstop. And then I was like level whatever. Now I don't remember, like 100 and something maybe. And there was like this chat like in the community, and they were like, "Oh, like can you tell us like what level you are?" And then I just mentioned like, and I didn't know like if it was like good or not good. I was just playing the game
Right.
because I love playing that game, and but also because I was like, shit, like I really wanna, you know, yeah, like not necessarily show to people, but more like yeah, in a way, prove.
Yeah.
And then again, I wrote my level, not expecting anything. And then like everyone was like, "What? Like this is huge! Like oh, like Daria, like you're a gamer." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Wow!" And
Thank
it
you.
only took me
That's
like 2
yeah.
years to realize.
Yeah.
And again, this is like obviously like a silly example about like being a gamer or not. But in general, it's like every time you had to prove like, oh, like when you do and run things, when you go on a talk, like it's almost like you need to like prepare more than
Right.
you would need to. And now I'm hoping, and I think it's already like the landscape has changed. So yeah, like, it's no longer like, oh, like you need to prove yourself that you're worthy of being in this male dominated industry. And we can see that diversity, and we can see that diversity also happening in the games that are being released. Like there are
Yeah.
so many more games that appeal to like a more female audience, or and that in turn it's like like a vicious circle that in turn attracts like more like female developers or female people that will join the industry, which in turn will influence the diversity of like the games that are being played out there. So
Right.
definitely like a positive outlook at the moment. But yeah, that was my like initial experience. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm glad that it's kind of turned in that direction. I think it's really important. Being able to include everybody, but I think also just in the workplace, because I can't count the number of times I had a really long chat with one of my audio directors once, and I was like, "Hey, I want you to write out this song, and I want you to, for a main title screen." And I ended up telling him, I was like, "There's a female voice actress that's gonna come in and sing the part," and he was like, "Oh, all right, that sounds cool," and he was like, "Well, why?" And I was like, "Well, to me, it's more smoothing, right? It's more like you pay attention to that, right?" And I think that just understanding that concept was like, there should be no reason as to why, you know in any situation, that another female can do the same things, or go up the ladders, or run her own studio, or so forth. um and I think it's been, like I said, I from what I've seen on the outside, it's been better. But and I hope that's the case, and I hope that continues to move forward. But
Yeah.
so I guess the last question for you: what was your main motivator for you to become as successful as you are? What
Main
drove you?
motivator.
Yeah, what drove you?
A lot of I was about to say like childhood trauma. No, I'm joking.
Oh, see, all right. There we
No,
go.
no, no. I think it was the like making, yeah, I think like making an impact. And as I mentioned, like it was one of the reasons why um I moved from, well, it was like from Google, YouTube, like, really, really successful company, to Hawaii, which was still a really big company, but it was the underdog. It was the underdog in the mobile
Right.
industry. And there, the impact that I had was like tremendous. And just because there was so much to work on, like you started from like nothing, where you have like an app store that no one cares about. And then, you just like do everything you can to make it more and more successful. And then the next step was like, well, joining a startup, like where the game is like still in early development stage, and like working from basically the ground up and building and helping build that company. So I think overall it was, I'm really passionate about gaming, and as much as my uh ex-colleagues or people in the industry kept saying that I'm not a gamer, I am a gamer. I love games, and it's my passion. And I think making an impact in that industry, it would be, yeah, it's a lifelong mission. And I think, if by the end of it, like if I had an impact on some aspect of people's lives, whether it's like helping launch a really cool game that people will, play for years to come, or whether it's helping, as we mentioned, also like, women in this industry, and nurturing them and making them grow, um any sort of that would be like a really great satisfaction to me.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. And I'm glad things worked out for you. It's good to see you again as well. Um,
Definitely, yeah, likewise, my man, and hopefully I'll see you soon in London, right?
yes, hopefully. So what last thing? What are you playing on? What are you playing on? What's your go to?
So right now I am absolutely in love with Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
It's just mind blowing. Like I'm mind blown. Like I haven't played their previous games, and like I'm not like a D&D fan either. So it was like a whole like new introduction like to this genre,
Yeah.
and to the mechanics of the game, and I'm absolutely in love. Like the complexity of it is just like, I now that I'm like in on the developer side, I'm thinking like, how did they do that? Like that this seems
Right.
like so complex. How can you make so many like different choices that drive you in completely different directions? So many
Right.
storylines, so many scenes. And yeah, so that is my game. And to be honest, like when I reach towards the end of even like a series or a movie or like a game, I slow down because I know that it's about to end. So like most of my friends
Just get
already
to
finished
enjoy it.
Baldur's Gate, but I'm like playing like a little bit, just a little bit, because I don't want it to end. And so yeah, I'm just like prolonging that pleasure. And so yeah, that is my go-to game. And in parallel, because I'm like not playing Baldur's Gate enough, I am a Counter-Strike player.
All
So I
right,
play
we're gonna
Counter-Strike.
have to play some Counter Strike because I've been on that game lately. Let me tell you. Woo!
I am an absolute ass in this game, but I still love it. Like, if I have a hard day at work or live and I just go on Counter Strike to just like shoot, and then it's like, oh
Yep.
yeah, I'm happy. I killed some people.
Yeah, we'll have to hop on that sometime. I've been stuck in it for a while, just trying to get that score up as high as possible. It's been my
Yeah.
go-to lately. It's a good stress reliever.
Yeah, stuck. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for your time and have a good rest of your morning. I appreciate you as always, and it's lovely to see you.
Oh yeah, you can see the sunrise. So, like,
I
you
see it. Yeah,
yeah, sun is rising. Good
I got
morning to people that are in Europe.
got about 6 more hours till that happens over here. So
I can't say I envy you, man. It's yeah, I'm having a party later, like a lunch party. So looking forward to that. I'll be up, like I'll have one drink and then I'll just pass out because I'm tired.
It's fair.
Did I
Yeah.
hear party?
Yeah, well, you hear party, Marty.
Did I hear
Party, yes.
party? See, that's when I
Yes.
come into the door when I hear the word
Yeah, it's
party.
like, oh, did I eat drinks? Oh.
Thank
Hey,
you so much.
I remember those.
I've been listening to you both talking. So I've been
great.
loving listening to you. Gotta say, Brian, you've been doing an amazing job all night.
Hey,
Thank
cheers,
you so
mate.
much, and everyone who's been donating. It's Make Smart Charity in chat. What it was such a bizarre coincidence when Ryan said that you'll be coming on, and to be honest, I didn't know much about the company, and on my Discord, Joyce's picture just popped up, and I'd been chatting to him for like I think it's about 10 years now that we've been chatting, and I hadn't spoken to him for a couple of years now, so like I disappeared. What's he up? And I was like, oh, what are you up to? Your face just popped up on my Discord, and then I looked and I went, oh, that's what you're up to. Oh, okay, what a coincidence! Because one of your colleagues is going to be coming on to the stream for the charity
my God.
stream.
That is so funny.
It's a small world.
It is a small
Yeah.
world.
It's a
But
small world
Yoris,
after
it's
all.
like I've been working with Yoris. Like now that I'm also focusing on like product integrations. Like I'm working with Yoris quite a lot, and he's an absolute genius. Like honestly, like it's every time like I'm like, oh my God, like if only I could pick, be inside your brain for a second, because this is just like the way he thinks. It's wow, yeah, he's a genius.
Well, obviously you're a genius as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't be constantly snapped up everywhere. If there's a link to Daria's LinkedIn profile in the chat, if you haven't checked it out, do already. And if you were looking to be inspired, then you can't do much better than looking at Daria. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you guys. Oh, like now, like my ego, like somewhere up there, yeah. Thank you, guys.
You got to fuel that ego.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask one thing, right? Because you're talking about your favorite games and stuff. I did notice, right? I've got to say, I've got to wear the brand for work. I didn't notice any Activision games or Blizzard. You mentioned World of Warcraft. That was nice. We had a shout out for that. And obviously, being a mobile, we've got Candy Crush. All these games from King. What's your favorite mobile game? You got to say Candy Crush, though. What's your favorite mobile game?
No. To be honest, like I must admit, like
Messy, selfish. I see what you're doing there.
No, like can I say Tetris? No.
You can say it.
Mobile game, like I'm looking at my phone right now. I must admit that while the mobile gaming industry is like very fascinated, I can't say that I'm a mobile game, and I know it's like really bad, and like I tried like when I was at Hawaii. Hawaii.
I was telling Messy, man. He was
Now,
yelling
like,
at me
no, I
for
will
it.
never be able to say Huawei. Like, I will
Yeah,
always think
exactly.
about like Hawaii. So like, yeah, I tried so many mobile games, and unfortunately, yeah, like if I were to play some mobile games, it would be like some quite, these old school games. Like I would play Tetris or I play Solitaire. Yeah, so I'm not a good advocate for like, oh, like these like amazing mobile games. There are like a lot of like really good games out there, and obviously like games like well, even
Candy
like
Crush.
Brawl Stars on
Candy Crush.
um
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush.
There you go.
Yes, although like I used to play more like because of my work, I would play the Homescapes, which like this Gardenscapes alternative by
Yes,
Playrix.
my wife plays even the kids play that, and I have to keep on reminding them that no, that's not
Candy
who pays
Crush.
daddy's wages, right?
Is
That's
that
not
say
the
is
refund
it
we want.
public knowledge? Because I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, it's all over.
Oh,
My,
okay,
my
yeah.
feed. Yeah.
Messi works for Candy Crush.
So,
That's why he was
see,
saying
now
it.
all makes sense. I was like, what's like, is King paying him just to make sure that Candy Crush as many times as possible on the stream?
as long
Okay.
Daria, as long as you're not playing the Monopoly game, then that's all that matters. So.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that
I
new
haven't.
Monopoly.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that
Um,
Monopoly game. I don't want to disparage. And it's not like it's because it's violent, right? And I don't like. Okay, Monopoly in itself, Daria, is a very stressful game when you're playing with family because it can become very aggressive and violent.
I'm
Very,
sure like
very
some families
quickly.
have like completely split up after playing
Yeah, like
Monopoly.
why won't you tell me that? Why won't you tell me that? And then they give it for free to another relative, and you're like, "What did you do that for? Just to spite me?" But now they
I
took
played.
that. Yeah, I know you're like Brian.
I played two games of Monopoly on my vacation when I went out for 2 weeks for PW holiday, and both times I won Monopoly and everybody hated me for the rest of the vacation.
And that makes perfect sense, knowing you so well, Brian. But Daria, they've made a mobile game, okay, and part of the game is that you actually attack other people's properties, and it's like, and you blow them up.
Oh my god! I'm glad I haven't played that because it's
very violent, and it lists all the people that have recently attacked you, and then it goes, "Why don't you get retribution on them? Get payback."
Promotes violence.
Rob their banks and destroy their buildings. Like, no,
wow.
And exactly, the original Monopoly was made as an as a statement and a game to actually show how capitalism is bad, and and then there was two versions of Monopoly. They're like okay, and it's this version that we stuck with now, which is the fun. Like, oh, it's good. It's good to be the capitalist and take over the world.
Yeah,
but yeah, you go. That's why I don't like it. Whereas
yeah.
match-free games are very relaxing,
They
and
are.
you can spend many hours sitting on the toilet with your mobile phone on a match-free game. So.
The only reason
in that room, yeah.
The only reason I bought, so I have the Samsung Note. What is this? The 20, I think. I bought it a few years ago. But the only reason I bought this phone was because Elder Scrolls Blades came out for mobile. And I'm not a big mobile person either. And I was like, you know what? I'm a fanboy of Elder Scrolls. You know, my stepfather worked for Bethesda back in the day as, for Oblivion. I've been a fanboy ever since. And I only bought this phone just so I could play Elder Scrolls Blades.
Oh, wow.
Was it good?
Oh, it was actually pretty decent. Like, it was good, but I just got bored of it, like, super quick. I was like, nope, just trying to go back to Skyrim or Oblivion now.
You know what? I've got to say that I got really addicted into Diablo 4 when it came.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've got a couple seasonals.
But I got bored very quickly. I'm gonna be honest. I mean,
you have to play that game with friends. You have to play that game with friends. Otherwise, it's pretty rough. It's not like the original Diablos.
Without me. My wife played it without me. Like, she went off and she leveled up and she She goes, I can't believe you haven't even finished the main story yet.
Oh, you
Lilith.
have to.
And Lilith's right at the beginning. Anyway, I digress. Daria, you got to get ready for your party. Thank you so much for coming on. You're an absolute legend. And
Thank you
do you
so
know,
much,
I would,
guys.
I would
Yeah,
love
keep
to have you
stroking my
back
ego.
on. You keep that ego straight. If you come back on in the future, it'll be awesome. And if you can
I
hook
would love
Brian
that.
up with a Hawaii phone, that would be lovely.
Oh.
Because he needs a phone that's got like a he can be on the beach in Hawaii using.
Exactly, yeah, like having a Hawaii phone in Huawei, or like in
I-
Hawaii, in Huawei, like oh my god,
I-
I'm mixing all these things up. Yeah, so I'll make
I-
sure to get that, and as long as you're ready, not having all these American apps on your phone and mainly Chinese apps.
I
then-
joked, yeah. I mean, so Adam sent me out to Europe when I went out to Nordic and Germany and all that stuff, and Sweden. And of course, American phones are rubbish. They don't work in Europe. We don't support dual SIMs and all that. So I had to buy a European phone when I was out there. And after my first trip, it died on me. It never turned back on again. So I was like, oh, well, this is fun. I get back home, 3 trips to Europe later, and I was like, I'm just going to see. Plugged it in, and it turned back on. Oh boy, I was mad. My first Euro trip was insane. No phone, no maps, no GPS, no way to call people. I roughed it so hard, and I'm surprised I got back home.
Well, but now you know what we used to have to deal with normally.
Right?
This is you're still a young whippersnapper. Look at both of you. Like, you don't know the pain that we had of having to actually have coins in your pocket to use a payphone.
You guys still use coins. What are you talking about?
And to go to a payphone and try and do a reverse the charges call and say, when it has the bleep, like, bleep, say your name, Dad, come pick me up, so that he doesn't have to pay the money for the reverse. Will you accept a call from Dad? Come pick me up. No, I won't. Put the phone down, and I have to go and pick up my son up now.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely haven't touched that bit of timeline, but sounds like some good fun times.
There you go. Well, Daria, I'll let you and Brian say goodbye to each other, and I'll be quiet. I'll let you have the ending, Brian.
Cheers. Well, I appreciate it. And yeah, again, it was a pleasure bringing you on again. And it's good talking to you again.
Yeah, sounds good. So have fun in the next 6 hours, next 5 hours. Hope you survive. Stay hydrated. And I'll see you soon.
Tell everybody to donate. Tell them.
Yes, please donate. Please donate. Donate. The link is in the chat.
Yeah, there you go. All right, cheers. Thank you, love.
Bye.
Oh, you were doing it. You were faster than I was.
Yeah, fast fingers. What a beautiful badger. Etonix, honey. I love the fact that Etonix is still here. Etonix, you beautiful badger. Etonix is like, yeah, I'm sticking with the stream. And the fact that we were delayed, like we were because we had like an hour gap, but we've eaten into that. So Etonix is like, okay, I'm gonna be on the stream. I'm gonna get my shot, baby.
I'm not here.
Not yet, mate, because now we've got a beautiful badger guest that is. Do I call him Mitko? Do I call him Dreamtech? I'm gonna call him Dreamtech or Mick because he's on my Discord. I always call him Mitko. Right, do you know one of the things, like, I'm really glad that we're a little bit over, is because just before he's ready to come on the stream, okay, can you believe this, right? His power goes out. There's a power cut. And he loses all of the power in his place.
Yeah,
naturally.
That's
and he's had the worst luck. His car went down the other day, packed up, while he was coming to do the test stream, and the car broke down on the way to doing the test stream. So we were like, oh no, something bad's going to happen. He's not going to be able to turn up. But the power has just come back on. He's ready. Gonna pop over to the other channel. Gonna join Dreamtech over there. Now, once again, thank you so much, you beautiful badger.
Of course, mate. Of course.
Do you want to know how much we've raised so far?
£807.
Oh my word!
Eight
I was
hundred
going
and
to read it
seven
out
quid.
to you. There you go.
Yeah. Good job, folks.
807.
Keep that thing going. Come on, we're at 80%. We only need 20% more.
We only need 200 quid.
Only 200 quid.
Put your hand in your pocket. Let's do it. All right, buddy. I'll see you in the chat.
All right, cheers, mate.
Like you said, my car now the power was just out, and I was like, it's like the universe doesn't want me to do this stream.
The universe says no.
Yeah, but I have my laptop charging right now, just in case the power goes out. So if I go out for a second, just keep in mind I'm coming back. I'm just gonna go to my phone and my laptop so I can continue doing this over mobile network.
So, chat. If we do loot, don't freak out. Don't worry. What's chat saying here? Badges. We don't need no stinking badges. Name that movie, chat. Name that movie. Badges. We don't need no stinking badges. Name that film. If you can name that film, you get a prize. I will give you a prize from our raffle fund. Okay. Mitko, Dreamtech, all goes. I love it. Now that I know what I'm going to call you. Last time you came on, we were shilling for the asset store. You were doing the asset store stuff,
right?
And since then,
things have changed.
Things have changed somewhat. So I'm gonna do a proper introduction. Right. While I do a proper introduction, I've got to load up. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna load up. Which one do you want me to load up? Life slide, Dreamtech homepage. What do you want to be on the background as I do a proper intro?
Let's go with the Dreamtech homepage. Because there's everything there.
Hang on, let's push that in. Did I put? Because if I do an exclamation mark Dreamtech in chat, I think I still send people to the asset store so I can get them to have a cookie.
You can send them to the asset store. They're just gonna treat themselves with a free plugin now.
There you go. You spoiled the spoiler.
Sorry.
Hey,
yeah.
mate.
Man.
Oh, God, why did you do that?
Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Leaks. There we go. Exclamation mark Dreamtech.
I mean, because there's like free plugins in the asset store, not ours.
Oh, okay, good. I like that. You try to fix it. No one believes you, but
no.
I'll get there. All right. You ready for a proper intro?
Yeah. Let's go.
Everybody sitting at home in front of you. Google watch. Hang on a minute. Wait. Hang on. Hang on. Because it's the next 8 hours. Let me start it again. Okay. I had to do stop recording, start recording. Okay, now we're ready. Everybody sitting at home in front of your Google Watches, your Alexa microwave PCs of the future, give a warm and messy welcome to Mitko from Dreamtech Studios. Back to the stream. This time, no longer shilling just assets, but also games. Welcome back to the stream, buddy.
Good to be back. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. And also, thank you for making such wonderful games because my kids have been playing Life Slide.
Thank you so much.
And I'll give a warning for those who've been trying to play it on the keyboard. Don't. It is very difficult on the keyboard. If you do have a controller, plug it in. If you can play it on the keyboard and you're successful, then you're a better person than I. I've just smacked my headphones on the microphone. Apologies for that noise. It is a beautiful game. Let's put the trailer on so people can see what Life Slide is. And last time you came on, you were developing Life Slide, and it was using Dreamtech splines.
Right.
And the endless runner.
Forever, yeah.
Forever runner that you've got, still available on the asset store. And it is beautiful, stunning. I gotta say. Congratulations. How has it been going? How has sales been?
Thank you. Well, sales haven't been that great for the
Oh,
game,
dear.
so this game alone hasn't been able to sustain our studio in nowhere, nowhere near the needed amount. But that's how indie games are. Like you have to learn to market, you have to establish yourself on the market, you have to learn from your mistakes. This game in particular, it had a couple of mistakes in its design. I would say that kind of prevented its success, I'd say. But I'm very happy with what we achieved and with what we learned. So yeah, Lifestyle on Steam and on Nintendo Switch has been out. Like on Steam, it's out since 2021 August, and last year, because like we're already 24, but
24,
May
yeah.
23 we released it on Nintendo Switch, which was a huge challenge actually for this game specifically, like not in terms of graphics but in terms of the level generation and having it run smooth on the system. There are like all sorts of issues, and we learned really a lot about software optimization just by porting this game over to the Switch. So yeah, just with live slides, it's been going all right, just okay, more like meh. But now we have been working on another game, and we're working on this game with an investor, which allows us to invest our time and resources fully into that game, which is Overrider. And yeah, but in terms of live slide, it's no thanks to live slide that we're developing Overrider.
You learn all of those things from Lifestyle. It was interesting that you said that there was game design choices you feel weren't weren't the best. Well, what were they?
Right. So if you look at the trailer and like the screenshots without reading too much into the description, maybe even if you read the description, although we kind of changed it lately, you're probably going to get the impression that this game is a very casual and chill game. So it's more like an experience, not like a game. Psych. It's not. It's actually very challenging. So the biggest design issue I'd say with this game is the conflicting visual representation and concepts and the gameplay that's in this game, because this game is going to kick your butt. It's actually the Dark Souls of paper planes, if I can call it like that. It is very challenging. It only uses 4 directional inputs to navigate and 1 button to use power-ups. So it's like a total of 5 buttons, or like just the analog and another button on a controller. But yeah, the mechanics there are hardcore because you're a paper plane, so you don't have like an engine to propel you. So we decided not to make it a magical paper plane that just goes whatever you point it at, but instead uh, have it use gravity. So if you pull your nose up, the plane is going to go up, but also it's going to lose momentum. And when you lose momentum, you're going to lose tension in the wings, lift in the wings. It's the proper term. So as soon as you lose lift in the wings, you start falling down. So it's all about balance. This game is all about balance. Like in the trailer right now, you can see the player collecting yellow and blue bits. So the blue bits are called matter, and this is like the currency which allows you to upgrade the plane. But the yellow bits are called integrity, and you lose integrity every second. Also, when colliding with stuff, you lose bigger chunks of integrity. So it is constantly a balance between this and that. So it's trying to be a metaphor for life, and each level is basically symbolically represents a certain stage of life in a chronological order. So this kind of, let's say, wholesome concept and philosophical concept about life was clashed with a hardcore gameplay, which, from what I see, the refund reasons on Steam, and basically, people who got into the game tried to make a video about it, and then they only reached the first or second level. I think this is the biggest design flaw in the game. So it was the conflicting visual and gameplay design.
You got people refunding because it was too hard for their little fingers.
Yeah, that's normal, I'd say. Because, like, if you want something chill, and you see live slide, and it's actually very highly rated on Steam for the little reviews it has. It has like 94% up votes. Uh, and you say, "Oh, that's a game for me." Naturally, you're not gonna read the text. I don't read the texts, so nobody reads the texts. Although we did put a huge title saying it's not what it looks like just right at the beginning of the text, but it didn't seem to work. Uh, so yeah. You're looking for a chill game, something to just pass time with, or just invest in an emotional roller coaster without uh, having the game require you to master a game mechanic, and then you collide with the hardcore game mechanics.
I
And
love that. I love the fact that people don't read the description. You
yeah,
should
well,
basically have the description saying, "Look, this game's going to kill you." Right?
yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I just kind of I was trying to preserve the spirit of life slides, not say this game is gonna kill you. But yeah, you know, I think even if we put that, people still aren't gonna see that and not gonna. Yeah,
Right, I'm gonna load it up quickly
yeah.
because
Let's see what you
let's
can
me
do.
fail, right? Because it's important that people see me fail. Uh, we got to do that. Now, this, if people can see at the asset store page at the moment,
Yeah,
people can grab your Forever Endless Run and Forever Endless Runner engine. Say that 5 times fast, and make their own Endless Runner game. You've made it free. And we've had it in the chat. Joe, it says, "Thank you for open sourcing your deprecated assets so people can learn from them, even though Unity released their splines." Yes, well, DreamTech splines are still better than Unity splines. Just want to say that.
arguably yes.
What's it like though now? Are you in the support? Do you have even more support that you're having to deal with because you've made it
Honestly,
open?
yeah, the thing with the free assets where we release the statement is that we are not going to deal with support. That's the main reason we made it free. So the first one was like because our studio is transitioning from making plugins for Unity to making games, and that's what we want to do. We want to make games and support other studios with making games by outsourcing services, etc. But the problem is if you also have plugins that you have to support, so you have to develop, you have to reply to emails, etc. So this takes a lot of your time, and because we are a small team, we didn't find it like it was taking so much time, and the income that we were getting from that was nearly not enough to cover for the cost that we were spending for support. So we decided to make them free. And yeah, honestly, we released a statement that we're not going to be supporting the plugins. Every now and then, I see in the support mail that people wanting free support. I don't blame them. They are not obliged to read all the posts everywhere that we've done. But basically, these tools they don't currently have support official by our studio. We have a Discord where people can go and also inside the plugins, so there were like different links. One was leading directly to our support page, where people can request support from us. Now this is gone; it's just like the Discord link. So developers have been joining there and asking their questions. We have like forums. I really think that we aren't still at the stage where the community self maintains. Like people aren't helping each other as much as we would hope so. We have one or two helping members, mostly one right now, who is helping everyone. But I really hope that more people get in on the bandwagon of helping because most people just want to go there and receive support. I'd
Oh,
like it to be more like a yeah, you're doing good.
I missed it. I
No
missed it
worries.
doing good. I missed another one. Now
Ah,
that's a challenge for you, community. Pull your fingers out and start getting more involved. Talk about getting more
yeah.
involved. Exclamation mark charity in the chat. Put your fingers in your pockets and start
Is this
depositing.
a keyboard or are you playing with a controller?
Oh, I'm using the key. I'm using the keyboard. I'm using the.
Ah,
No, I'm using the controller
right.
because you gave me a tip though. You said on the keyboard you have to feather it.
Oh yeah. But it really depends on what you're familiar with.
Oh, come on, get up. Get up. Come on, get up. Get up. Oh. Give me some height. Give me some height. Oh, there we go. Now go down. So beautiful.
See,
Oh.
now this is what I meant.
Stay close and parallel to the ground for a good flight. Use the terrain beneath to your advantage. Don't be afraid to dive down. All right. Shall I put the sound on? Or shall I leave the sound off so we can talk? I'll leave the sound off so we can talk. Look at that effect. Now, I'm going to guess this is URP. Is this URP or built in?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Is this URP or are we?
No, this is the default build. This is the built-in pipeline.
No way.
When we started making the game, there wasn't any URP.
This
There
is what I
weren't
was- I wanted to ask, like, did you have to convert over to URP to be able to get into the Switch?
Nah. We got it running really well with the built-in pipeline. We made some really lightweight shaders, so everything you can see in the game is our shaders. We're not using any Unity shaders that were packed with the engine. And yeah, we just made a bunch of really optimized shaders that run on a potato. And I think yeah, this game is not gonna. It's probably not gonna convert over to URP. We have updated the Unity engine version to Unity 2022 recently, but we're still not converting to URP.
What was that like? What was the conversion like moving over?
Usually the conversion lately the Unity mostly regards some graphical issues. In Lightslide's case, there was something. I don't remember what. It was it was an easy fix. It was something really minor. Some shaders got bugged. Something like this along these lines, but nothing too serious. We managed to fix this within less than a day, actually. Usually it also kind of messes with the editor GUI because this API is ancient basically, and they have been changing this. I was surprised to see they kind of renamed the onGUI method in the latest versions. So like, why are we doing this? Is it to avoid confusion or yeah, things like that? But mostly it's been behaving okay. Usually when you update an editor version lately for us, just the tools break, like the editor tools.
I failed, mate. Are you using Amplify to write your shaders? Are you doing them all by hand? What are you doing?
Nah, by hand.
Are you a masochist? Why are you doing it by hand? Why?
Because they're super simple.
My word, you magicians that do this shader magic. I can never understand how you do it all. Where did
Honestly,
did you go shader school? What is this?
no. If I had to write a shader right now from scratch, just from an empty file, I probably won't be able to. But just go around the documentation, take a look at some example shaders on the internet, and I just compile stuff. So at some point, I was able to write them from scratch, but I just forgot the syntax right now.
Would you move over to Unreal?
Yeah, we're actually learning C++ in our free time.
When did you get free time?
Basically when we're off work. That's the free time. But yeah, we're learning C++ right now, and we are learning. We will be learning Unreal. Hopefully towards the end of this year, or maybe even sooner. I don't know. So maybe we'll also get into Unreal, because we want to be engine agnostic. We don't want to be bound to a single engine. And the whole thing with Unity that happened last year was kind of a refreshing reminder that, you know what, if you swear to a certain technology only, it's gonna be bad for you. So yeah, we like to have the choice, and so that's why we're moving on to something else. Like not moving on to, but expanding to something else.
Have you played with Godot yet?
No. Actually, I will probably in the next couple of years, I will probably be less and less into the technical side. Like I'm not gonna be programming as much, and probably just go towards managing, hopefully.
Oh, so close, so close. Oh, I felt I was doing well.
Ah man,
Uh,
I see everything with a huge delay, like
yeah.
4 or 5
I
seconds
tried to
delay. So
stream to you over the Discord, but it started eating up all the bandwidth.
nah, don't worry. So
Oh man,
the thing with live slide is you have to avoid steering too much left and right, like
I've
just
noticed that.
a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I think this is it's a beautiful game, and I'm gonna give up, so that we can go
Yeah.
and check out Overrider. But I can.
You did see what I was talking about.
I'm not rage quitting. This is because we're conscious of time. Thank you very much. I have not. I have not. I have not given up. As you know, that's the other thing. You're very aggressive in your text in the menu. Give up, you say. Give it like. Do you give up? Have you failed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's a bit confrontational, there, buddy.
It's like we're trying to play with your head. Like, are you are you gonna give up? Are you giving up?
Is that it?
Are
Is
you
that
a
all,
loser?
is that all you got?
Yeah, is that all you got? No. People don't give up. You don't give up on life.
I love it. I love it. Oh. So, what lessons did you get from Lifeslide that you've carried over into Overrider?
Honestly, so much. Like, oh, where do I start, man? It's so one is in regards the studio organization. So when we started working on Lifeside, there were like 2 people of us, and then we grew to a 10 people team, and that needed managing. I had the delusion that maybe we can have a round table and everybody's gonna be equal. No, that doesn't work. So we had to quickly switch to a hierarchical mode. So that's one thing I really understood the importance of management. So up until then, I was developing, and I thought that maybe if I develop more, this is going to help the team and alleviate more work. But honestly, when the team grows, they need somebody to manage them. They are not going to manage themselves, and that's okay because everybody has their own tasks to worry about, and they cannot be bothered with the entire project. So that's one thing. Another thing is, so much about optimization and devices and memory fragmentation and whatnot. Even the shaders and all sorts of graphical things. We learned about publishing. We learned we saw just how hard it is to break through with marketing. So yeah, even if your product kind of looks cool and people like it, it is exceptionally hard to break through anywhere with anything. So yeah, that's another thing we had to come face to face with. We came face to face with the Steam release platform, which was nice. We ported the game to the Epic Games platform, and finally we went to battle on with Nintendo, which was crazy. It was a very challenging journey, just getting the game up there. Um, so yeah, we learned so much, man, so much.
Did you have experience beforehand managing teams? Was this the first time that you'd been managing people?
That was the first time. That was the first time. I had no idea how to do it, and unfortunately, there was like if you're working in a big company, you usually always have somebody on top who's gonna lead you and guide you and show you things and show you the right way. Now, when you are the man on the top in the team, you gotta figure it out, and you're gonna make mistakes, and you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Um, so yeah.
What about all the HR aspect of it then? Like, getting a HR department and getting legal and compliance and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, we don't have an HR department, so
But no, you do. It's you.
yeah, it's me. Well, man, we've had a lot of toxicity in the team. We've had a lot of drama previously. Right now, the team is in an amazing state. I'm so proud of what we have achieved. Just the people there working together, everyone. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm super happy. That's an immense achievement, I'd say. But prior to that, like during the life slide development, we've had all sorts of crazy things, people coming in, leaving, making drama, making problems. Everybody had their own. There were like all sorts of gossips, and you're trying to meet this deadline, and you have to put up with all these things. Uh, in the meanwhile, and you're also developing, you're also managing, you're also communicating. It was crazy. Um, it was crazy indeed. But that's also something that we learned in the process, and we learned how it works, and we learned how to deal with people and how to work with people. Because right in the beginning, when we had to expand our team, I wasn't even comfortable giving orders to people and like checking their work and saying, you're late, this is moving late, this is not okay. So this is something that I had to build also during the time of development.
What advice would you give people? Like questions in chat, like how did you handle toxicity? And it's like the worst part when it comes to management. So what being new to it and being thrusted upon it and looking back, seeing what you could have done differently, what things went well. What advice would you give?
Yeah, well, I think we kept some toxic people in the team way longer than we should have, and I'd say that these people they're not necessarily toxic in general. They were just toxic in the context of our team. So maybe we kept them a little bit too long. We were relying on them. I was like, yeah, we have to meet a deadline, so we have to put up with this person. No, uh, honestly, you don't have to put up with anybody, even if you replace them with a junior and just invest more time into teaching this person something new. At the end of the day, it's going to turn out way better in the long run. Because yeah, that's what we did eventually. We hired juniors, and I took it upon myself. Like for 6 months, I wasn't developing and managing as much as I was teaching, and I was working really closely with them, like every day. And right now, these guys they've grown so much. One of them is becoming our lead developer right now, and he's amazing with helping people, communicating with people, asking the right questions at the right time, keeping up with deadlines and everything. He's amazing. The other one is very creative, and he learned to, bypass some issues in a very creative way, which I really admire. And we just built a team that was like from the ground up. But in our experience, people who came from other studios who had like certain expectations, when they came into our team, they were like really miserable, which is understandable because we were also kind of trying to figure out things. But at the end of the day, once we let go of the toxic elements in the team, and we just got fresh people and set their expectations right from the start, I guess this kind of worked out. But it's really also important that you don't you kind of put aside your ego, because even if somebody just goes and starts shouting directly at your face and starts labeling you, you're such and such and such, uh, you gotta be like chill. You gotta set your ego aside and say, you know what? Yeah, I understand this person, or I don't understand them, but I don't have to. In this case, I just want to. No, actually, I do have to understand them. If you need to listen to them very carefully and understand their issue. So that's
That's
actually
when you're the boss. You need
yeah,
to.
yeah. So, but the problem is that sometimes it's very hard because the issue is buried somewhere very deep underneath all these screams and pleads and the labels and whatever. So yeah, it's basically you have to set your ego aside and just be ready to work with this person and just keep your calm. And then have
You mentioned setting expectations, which seems to be is that where a lot of these problems arise from is teams people coming in and expecting you to be behaving differently, or maybe more experienced, or working in a certain way that they're used to, and when they're not, they're frustrated and struggle to actually articulate that. You said like manage expectations.
Yeah, probably. I really, to be honest, I've never worked in another studio, so we've always had Dreamtech uh, right after we finished school. So I don't know how it is like switching from one company to another, and getting used to something and then having to change your paradigm. I have no idea how this works. Maybe I should have done that, but I didn't. I never did.
What? There's no rule that says you have to go get a job somewhere
Yeah.
before you start your own. But when you've got people, and that's one of the things about getting experienced people from other studios, that you feel, well, I haven't worked at another studio, but this person who's coming in has, so we're going to be able to benefit from their knowledge and their experience. And
Oh yeah.
and you're hoping that they're coming in. And I suppose that's when you say you manage expectations, that they're aware, like, there's going to be a certain level of responsibility on their shoulders to be somebody who will help give guidance through their experience, but knowing that actually they're not a decision maker, so they can generally just recommend and give guidance, but they can't actually enforce policy change or enforce a direction. And maybe that's, you can sense where that's where toxicity or frustration can come from in people. And it's really great. I'm not great. It's really great to hear your story about how you went from just you and your mates setting up Dream Tech, who you know each other, so you're able to handle each other and you know what each other are like, and you've made these assets and you built Lifeslide together, and then you've gone from that to actually dealing with other human beings that you don't have experience with, that you don't have currency in the bank already with.
Yeah, yeah, that's what we had to do, and yeah, I do agree. Something else I'd add to that, what you said, is like, at least in my experience, just apologies. Can you just give me 1 second?
Sure. There we go.
Yeah, my girlfriend turned off the lights, so I
Is
had
that
to
because
ask her.
is that because you had no power, or is it because like he's just sitting
Nah,
there?
nah, because
he's
she came home and she just turned them off. Nah.
he's just sitting there talking to himself. I'm going to save the electricity.
No, I can't. She's not imaginary. She's real. Can you come on to the camera, please?
Don't make her come onto the camera.
She's actually not my girlfriend. She's my fiance now. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. There's a delay. Yeah, but right. Okay, so that delay was yeah. Sorry
And
about
I love
that.
the fact that you got the Christmas tree in the background.
Yeah. Well, now that I have a woman in my house, there ought to be a Christmas tree. Yeah. Okay. So now, in terms of the people and their expectations and everything else. Now, the what I wanted to say, that a lot of people, they feel like giving ideas and being able to express themselves, at least here in Sofia, or at least the people who came into our team weren't really accustomed to that. So we were really we found ourselves in a difficult time extracting ideas from people and extracting their opinions. People usually kept their opinions to themselves, and at some point, like, we always ask, what's your opinion of this, what's your opinion on that, and we usually are met with I don't know, you know best. I can't say, I'm not in the position to say. And we're like, no, you are in the position that you can say. So we're like literally 10 people. 10% of the studio depends on your opinion, basically. So the thing is that they don't give us their opinion. And at some point in time, they kind of internalize something, and they lash out and say, nobody's listening to my opinion, nobody cares about me, I am just here to work and collect my salary. And we're like, no, this is the furthest from what we want from you. Like, we want people here to care, and if you don't care, you shouldn't be here. And so that's the mindset we kind of changed in our team. If you don't care, you shouldn't be here. Like, we are a small team, we can't provide great salaries and amazing perks. We're just a small team. There's a lot of work here, but what we can offer is this kind of experience where you're closer to the process and where your opinion matters. And if this is something important for you, then you should stay here. If not, then we try not to waste your time. So as soon as we kind of accepted this mindset, things really changed, and our team really built into something that I really, really, really love today. Like honestly, I just love going to the office, just taking in the atmosphere. People are just there is zero tension, man, and it's been like that for like 6 months, even a year, even more. Just zero tension, which I love.
And I'm gonna ask, like, is it because of that the that conflict and those issues that you've had that you've now gained these skills that have given you that ability to be, I want to say, a better manager, to be able to elicit from people their feelings and their ideas? Like, without these problems, do you feel you would have got here so quickly as a manager?
No, 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 no. Honestly, you grow with experience, and you unfortunately we grow with the negative experience the most. So the pain and the suffering teaches us the most. And no, if it wasn't for that, definitely not.
So, like, this is so I always say to people, embrace the negative, because you learn from it. Without the negative,
Absolutely.
you know, if everything is sunny and rosy all the time, then it's far more difficult to actually develop and get better from.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree.
And
Okay.
going back to Override, is that why Override is now going to be such a huge success, because of everything you've learned from Live Slide now?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna kick into Overrider. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm lucky enough to get a copy.
So, oh yeah, actually, I also sent you a couple of keys for the raffle.
Oh, lovely.
For Overrider and for Live Slide.
It says
So
grab a
everybody who wants.
controller and kick back. Oh, my controller just turned itself off. Okay, back in. Launching. Let's do this. Do you use a preamp for the headphones? If so, which one?
Right now, no. We have a preamp in our office, but I really forgot the. I know the headphone make and model, but the preamp. I want to say AKG, but I don't think it's AKG. Yeah. In my house, on my computer, I don't know what the problem is, but the preamp, if I as soon as I plug it in, any USB port, doesn't matter the port, I have something like a periodic distortion surges where the sound just like distorts for a period of 1 or 2 seconds, then like maybe a minute or 30 seconds there's no distortion, and then like once again it ramps up. I tried putting the preamp on different places, tried different ports, couldn't get it to work on my computer. Could be a driver issue, couldn't figure it out, so I don't use a preamp. I just use my headphones directly plugged in.
Thank you for the question. Right, I've
Yeah.
loaded up. I haven't put any sound on, so that shall I put
No
a bit
problem.
Shall I put a bit? I'll put a bit of sound down the bottom. The sound. Hang on. Let me. So.
Yeah. This is the streaming hell, the first room.
Right.
There's so much detail that the bitrate goes crazy.
Right. Okay. If I go to the options, should I turn down? What have I done? Okay, go back here. Should I? Okay, just feel the control.
Are you using a controller?
I am using a control. Invert mouse. And I'm using a controller, and I will never invert my mouse.
Yeah.
I will go to my death having never inverted my mouse on a computer game.
Yeah. I don't. I don't know anybody who inverts it, but I know there are people. So
there's
because of the legends.
Most of them in the chat are mouse inverters.
Wow.
And they know how I feel about mouse inverting. I love this. I mean, how did you come up? Like, oh, this was nice. How did you come about the logic from this hoverboard?
Well, a lot of experimentation, honestly. A lot of iteration, a lot of work just for the board. And it's the board mechanic, it's mostly solely my work. As was the flying in life slide. Now the rest of the game and the architecture and everything, it's thanks to our amazing team. But the board mechanic, I'm gonna tell you, it's a monolithic code structure, huge class. That's only for the movement, Like, can I take a look at it in our editor? I'm just gonna tell you how many lines it is.
Oh, you do that. Now, I've made a hoverboard in the past. Okay. And I've got to tell you, I did it very dirty. It was 2 invisible spheres under it to give the illusion that you're
that's the
hovering.
same that's the exact same approach I used at the beginning. Two spheres with suspension.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't work very well. Like, for example, if I want to jump on a platform and I don't jump high enough, if there were spheres, they would collide with the platform and it's going to look weird. So I'm just going to collide with something that it's not really there.
When jumping, disable the colliders.
Well,
Smokes and mirrors, mate. Smoke and mirrors as well as smoke.
Yeah, that's I never thought about this. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I never thought about this, because I would probably have gotten into that solution, and I really don't like the solution.
See, I like the fact you've got a real solution.
Yeah.
And it feels lovely. It does feel nice.
The movement class is 1600 lines of code. Just the movement class. There's like a lot of other classes that are stacked on top of the player. And what we did is we are using 6 raycasts. I found a solution for oh my god, I just lost the word for that. PID controllers. So proportional integral derivative controllers, which are basically equations to help you calculate the force needed to move an object to a certain position or rotation, or set it to certain states. And so I found that on a website called Digital Opus. Am I allowed to post links?
Hang on, I don't.
Maybe
Daniel,
I can
Daniel, Daniel, can you please give use on the account name you're under the account name DreamTech, aren't you? In the chat. Your Twitch account? What's your Twitch? DreamTech Studio. Please, Sunny, can you give DreamTech Studio permission to permit them to post links? Otherwise, you can stick me. I don't know how to do it. That's why I've got. That's why
I don't
people
know
better
either.
than me. Why is she saying Mum Dad? Mum Dad! Right,
yeah.
dear. We're picking up. I'll put some voices on. Right, dear. We're picking you up quite badly. What happened? I
Is he
found the
drunk?
grid. Is he drunk? He's drunk. My body got digitized and then reconstructed somewhere else. I don't know why she's a bit German, maybe Austrian. It's real. It's the grid. Congrats, Vera. Your stubbornness led you on a journey to your biggest yet mess. Your biggest yet mess. Your biggest met yet? Okay.
Yeah, I messed it up. I have to fix this.
Yeah. You're part of the grid now. What's the grid? As an added bonus, our village is under attack. But as an added bonus? By robots, and the
She's a Karen
overseer
mom.
is now specifically scanning for you. You're gonna die, darling. Mom, relax. I'm coming home. I just need to figure out where I am. Honey, you're in sector LT34, over 600 miles east. What? No way. What should I do then? Yeah, don't worry. We'll be okay. You must look for a transcoding beacon. If the stories are true, there are interfaces to the grid. Yep, on it. Don't interrupt me, girl. Your dad is talking. You can do it. I believe in you.
Man, we need to get you for voice acting. I want you to voice the entire game, like the Vyra character and one. That
Dude,
would be amazing.
if I do
Honestly,
the
I think
if I do the girl and the mum, you're gonna get no one playing the game ever
Yeah.
again.
I think actually it's quite the opposite. Is this just going to blow up just because of that? And we'll just figure out. We'll just split the revenue. Uh, okay, so yeah, about the hover mechanic, we found an article about PID controllers. So what we did is we use 6 raycasts, and we collect information from the 6 raycasts. We figure out the velocity at the point of each raycast at every physics cycle. We calculate how much force needs to be applied to each point to keep the hoverboard steady at a certain ground height. And then we basically apply the force all at once after we calculate everything. So that's how we solve the hoverboard thing.
That's awesome.
So there's a couple of things that you need to learn about the game. The first is the blink ability, which is actually a dash ability.
I've just picked up
Oh,
health
yeah,
when I
you-
didn't need help. I just wasted this health pickup.
No, you didn't. Actually, yeah, these ones you're not gonna pick them up, but if you have, if you look at the health bar below, you see that there's like a smaller, lighter health bar underneath it. So
Yes.
as when you get damaged, you're going to your main health bar is going to drain, and the lighter health bar is also start going to drain at each every second is going to drain and is going to try to refill your main bar. So it's like a passive healing, but it's as long as you have something in the lighter bar. Now, once the lighter bar depletes, if your health is full and you collect a health capsule, this is going to replenish your lighter bar. I don't know. I think I butchered the explanation. Yeah.
So how when you're coming up with the game mechanics, we were chatting with D-Knight earlier about Phasma, and he was saying that he was doing his beta testers, he had his testers playing with him, and he was constantly changing, even like quite core, the way the gameplay. Have you been doing that with Overrider, like when you with your testers, or are you sticking? So you
We
gauge
changed
like how?
the game.
Oh
a
wow!
lot. We changed it so much. Honestly, there wasn't even supposed to be combat in the game. Now it's all about combat.
Really?
Yeah. The game changed so freaking much. We've had moments where we did back and forth as well, but not really because every time we did back and forth, something else had changed, so it wasn't really back and forth. In the thing like, yeah, it's better like this. No, it's better the other way, and we just iterate through the different states. But more like, yeah, it has been the biggest challenge with this game has been figuring out the design. Nothing else.
Tell you what, I get a little bit of motion sickness jumping around a lot.
Ooh, that's bad.
Mainly it's me. I'm like that on a lot of games.
Right. Honestly, once we had a playtest with a girl who was working for us as a PR, and I was like, you know what? Let's play the game together so we can figure out what makes it fun and basically get acquainted with it, and you know, yeah. She was like, yeah, okay, sure. And so I gave her a very early alpha version, and so she played, and at some point she was like, "Can you please excuse me?" And she went away, and I was like, "Okay." So I waited like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I think 6, 7 minutes. She comes back and she's like, "Sorry about that. I just threw up." I was like,
Wow.
"What?" Yeah, I got motion sick. Like, wow. Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I've done this with other games. Oh, by the way, yeah, these markers are broken that you're currently. I see it with a little bit of delay, but there's like broken markers right now that show there is something, but there isn't actually anything. So just keep it in mind. Some markers are just gonna be broken. So what you're looking for here is you collected a couple of batteries, these yellow things, and there's a person at the top of the hill uh, who wants these batteries. So you have to go deliver them to them.
You're not getting my batteries, person on the hill. These are mine. Some people get motion sick from just about any motion. Yeah, because I'm also trying to read chat at the same time, and my head's going left and right. It's not helping. Now, we had Bacon and Games earlier, who was over at Armour indie game publishers.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we had Phasmo who did everything himself. How are you doing with DreamTech? Are you using publishers? Are you self-publishing?
So far we've self-published. We've had very bad experience with publishers so far. Hopefully this is going to change because I don't really want to deal with publishing. We want to.
Are you allowed
focus
to
on
tell
making-
us about the bad experiences you've had?
Just going to simplify it and just generalize it, but it was a publisher who did something that wasn't supposed to be done. Like we had a contract with them for something, and then they want to publish the game on a different platform, and they sent us contract. And while we were reviewing the contract, they already uploaded the game to the other platform.
No way.
So we sent a cease and desist, and they were a pretty good sport about it. They were like, "Oh, we were very surprised by this. Okay, so in this case, we are terminating the contract, and we are going to pay you all of the income that the game made on the other platform, and we just don't want to work with you." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, so." This is probably because they want us to make it look that we did something not okay, and that's why the contract was terminated. But basically, they went ahead and did something with our signature.
Wow.
Not to mention the game was cracked. So they cracked the game from Steam to publish it on another
No
platform.
way.
Yeah, which was okay. At one point, you can view this as like a very helpful thing. So they're helping us because we said we are busy right now. We need to provide a proper version for this platform, but we need to do a couple of things before we can do so. Yeah. So that's the gist of it.
Oh my
That was
word.
one. There was another instance with LifeSlide where we were about to sign with one of the bigger publishers. They asked a lot of about the game. We spent a lot of time just making meetings, making estimates, everything basically. And they sent us the contract. We signed it, and they pulled out. Just
What up, Doris? Thank you, buddy. What up, everybody?
that's the experience so far with publishers.
Just doing the 24-hour live stream. I just now realized that you rated it, so that's my bad. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing the 24-hour charity event.
For the time being, we are doing marketing ourselves. We actually recently opened up a TikTok account. Started posting videos there. We did a couple of videos on YouTube.
I just got done doing quite a few interviews, so I was taking a small little break there.
And on Twitter, it has been a constant battle. And almost anything I post to Twitter is just like lost in the abyss.
It's lost in the ether, mate.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you?
I don't know how other games do it. Like they open an account. I usually when I see a game post with a lot of likes on Twitter, I usually go to the account, start scrolling, and try to figure out what made this account so popular and what made this game so popular.
I've given up believing any of that stuff because somebody sent me a link to websites that you pay money for to get likes and comments and views and stuff. And I was
Right.
arguing, like I said, how, like, especially YouTube videos, like how is this YouTube video from this person who's got like 500 subscribers got a video that's got 50,000 views, right? Like how like this is amazing. What did they do to do that?
Honestly, the subscribers thing is actually another story. Sometimes the subscribers are keeping you from getting more views. That's something else you have to keep in mind. Because like if you have more subscribers, like we have 17K on YouTube, and at some point YouTube starts recommending your videos mostly to your subscribers and your inner circle, so it doesn't show it as much to new people. That's also happening.
YouTube. I love you,
Yeah.
YouTube, but I hate YouTube. And it's annoying algorithms and what it does. Engagement, the fickle algo. What matters is Steam wishlist, as far as I know, and that's the thing. Is like, how do you get your game wishlist?
Yeah.
So D Knight was saying that he basically spammed as many YouTubers that he could find, and he was very fortunate that all of the big YouTubers that he mentioned, that he contacted, played his game.
Right. Yeah, we're doing the same. We're just not as fortunate. uh, Mostly the big ones don't even pay attention to us. We try to get the attention of streamers. Usually, we can't even reach out to streamers because they're behind a manager wall. So the manager is going to write us and say, "Hey, if you want this, then you have to pay." This and that for the streamer to do a 1 hour stream on the game or something like this. And so far we have been trying to do the same, but with almost no luck. We'll keep trying though, and see how that goes. Unfortunately, that's how it is right now.
It's about trying to keep a circle going of contacts. Like Jawa says, I became friends with